check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stream of the 2023 New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association Swimming Championships. Firstly, apologies for the late commentary. We have had a few technical issues at the pool, but it seems that they've now been resolved. Could I first of all acknowledge the Wongal as the first custodians of the land, air and waters, now known as Sydney Olympic Park. We pay respect to all First Nations people and our community elders, past, present and emerging. So the event in the water at the moment is Heat 3 of the Girls Open 800 metres Freestyle. And I'll very quickly just go through the swimmers and their lanes. In lane 0, Celine Voon from Model Farms. Lane 1, Lara Morgan from Whitebridge. Lane 2, Hannah Main from Glenwood. Lane 3, Tilly Fickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 4, Ava Jankovic from Merriweather. Lane 5, Jade Main from Glenwood. Lane 6, Charlotte Bomer from Cronulla. Lane 7, Samantha Thompson from Wellington. Lane 8, Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan. And lane 9, Courtney Clark from Maxville. So the field's a little spread out, but we'll stay with our leader at the moment. And that's Ava Jankovic, followed by Jade Main. So Ava's established a reasonable lead here over Jade.
We're down to the last 50 metres of this ground, and Jade has led pretty much the entire event, and Jade has just started to make some ground on her in the last 150 metres, but it looks like Ava Jankovic from Merriweather in the Hunter region is going to come in to touch in first here. Fast time of 9:27.28, and we'll get some comparisons with the earlier heats in a moment, I guess, to determine who the medalists will be across all of those girls in those 3 timed finals this morning. So timed finals for 800 metres freestyle. The record is held by Danielle Woods. Was settled quite a while ago in 1996. Danielle was from Kirrawee, and her time was 8:52.72. Not under threat this morning. Great swim from all the girls. It is a very difficult event, 800 metres, and it's not an 800 metre stroll, it's 800 metres under competitive conditions. And there are our there's our finishing order for Heat 3.
So just confirming the place getters in Heat 3 of the girls 800 metres open freestyle. First place, Ava Jankovic from Merriweather. Second place, Jade Main from Glenwood. And third place, Charlotte Boehmer from Cronulla.
All right, we're going to get a look at the boys here. First look at boys swimming for the CHS Championships of 2023. Heat 1 of the 800 metres freestyle. We're going to have in lane 3, Hayden Wayne from Maclean. Aidan Miller will swim in lane 4 from Picnic Point. Jack Gale in lane 5, Blackwattle Bay, and Alex Thompson will go out of lane 6 from Gunnedah. They will be the boys to go in Heat 1 of the 800 metres freestyle.
So
three boys represented with it looks like Jack Gale that I announced earlier. He looks like he is absent, and therefore we've got Hayden Wayne, Aidan Miller and Alex Thompson heading out in this first 50 metres of the 800 metre journey for Heat 1, or timed final 1. Boys 800 metres.
now the boys 800 metres is a fairly historic event at the Combined High Schools Swimming Championships in 1971 at the North Sydney Olympic Pool. Graham Windiett from East Hills Boys High School swam a time of 8:28.60 to break the world record. The significance of that is that Graham breaking the world record and the standard of officiating of the CHS officials was such that that record was accepted and stood as a world record until such times as it was broken. Graham went on to represent Australia at the Olympic Games and is one of our very, very iconic swimmers.
Absolutely, Grant. Olympic game success in 1972 in 1500 metres freestyle. He won a silver medal at Munich in those games, and then went on to secure a gold medal. In the lead up to, he said 71 was the world record at North Sydney, so he'd already had a gold medal in 1970 at Edinburgh in the 1500 metres freestyle. No 1500 on the CHS program though.
No, there's not.
800 is the longest.
800 is our longest
Yep.
event. And Graham relocated to Jindabyne, and I had the opportunity to speak with him 2 years ago, pre-COVID, and he's enjoying a very successful life down there.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd imagine the swimming would be a bit cooler down at Jindabyne though, wouldn't you? You'd be kind of hoping for a bit of an indoor facility down there on some occasions, although in summer it's very nice.
They do have a lovely little indoor pool at Nuggets Crossing, and at last year's Combined High School Swimming Championships, Jindabyne Central School was successful in winning one of the relays.
And Graham Windiett, any news on whether he's still involved in swimming?
I think peripherally he is.
That's a hell of a thing to put a school sports event on the map, though, isn't it? A world record at a schools championships.
Yes, the convener of swimming in those days in 1971 was David Woods, a two-time Olympian, and David also was the president of the Combined High Schools in the late 80s and the early 90s, and again an iconic figure in not only the New South Wales Combined High Schools, but in Australian water polo as well.
Okay.
David was also an outstanding swimmer and rugby player, winning 3 blues in combined high school sport in 1961. Swimming, rugby and water polo. The other CHS representative who was taking that feat was Thornett in 1957. He also won the blue in swimming, rugby and water polo, and he went on to play rugby league and rugby union for Australia. So we've had some fine sportsmen come through the combined high schools and women, and we'll talk about women when we go on the women's events. But going back to the 800, tribute to Graham, he broke the world record in 1970.
Yeah, it must have been fantastic. Must have been an amazing day at that pool for the people that were there. At the moment, Grant, we've got Hayden Wayne from McLean, who is leading them out in this first heat, first timed final of the boys 800 metres, and he's going to go through at halfway point, 400 metres, 4:51. He will take them through, and he's trying to, as these other boys are, attempting to set a time that will be competitive against boys that will come at them in Heat 2 and Heat 3. It is Hayden Wayne from the North Coast and McLean who has the lead and is setting the pace at the moment. He has a 20 metre lead at this stage, and he will come in to turn at 450 metres. He's into the second half of this event, grueling event.
Now, for those people that are not conversant with swimming, the heats are seeded heats, and that's done through the Age program. So as we progress through the heats, this being heat 1 of 3, the fastest swimmers typically end up in the higher heats. So heat 3 should probably be the fastest swimmers, but that's not to say a swimmer from heat 1 or heat 2 can't finish as a top 3 place getter and get a gold, silver or bronze medal.
Hayden Wayne will take them through 500 metres in 6 minutes, .06. And he has this, he seems to have this heat well and truly in hand. I guess his focus will have to be on how well can he go here personally to set an individual time. There's the beauty of swimming in some of the later heats. You're going to be surrounded by probably a pool of swimmers that are very close to you and therefore possibly push you a little bit more towards your personal best. Hayden Wayne, with this sort of gap, is trying to set this pace at the moment on his own. The other boys that are chasing him, Aidan Miller and Alex Thompson. Aidan from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest, and Alex Thompson from Gunnedah, Northwest. Hayden Wayne will come down to touch, and he will have 200 metres to swim. He will come in for 600 metres, and he's looking strong. You're mentioning Graham Windiett, a strong history of distance swimming in Australia across the years. We've had a lot of success in the 800 metres, 1500 metres as a country, I guess. If we go back and look at Commonwealth Games, World Championships, and Olympic Games, we were talking a little while ago about Graham Windiett. We have Stephen Holland, a Queensland boy that was very successful over the longer distances. In his time in the mid 70s, and then I think we had a young lady, Sydney, Jenny Turrell. She was also quite successful, medalist at international level in 800 metres. And then if we put, well, Shane Gould was also a
quite an established 800 metre swimmer. I think she made her mark in slightly shorter distances at the Olympic level. And then we move up to more modern times, and we've got those guys like Kieran Perkins, Grant Hackett, these sort of swimmers that have been very successful at the endurance events. It is still Hayden Wayne with a handsome lead in this first heat. He will come down and touch and have 50 metres to swim. The boys will be getting ready for the second heat.
And in those, the 1972 Olympics, Brad Cooper, local school Homebush boys, successful winning a gold medal in the 400 metres freestyle.
All right. Yeah. Nice spot. Yeah. There he is. There he goes. Hayden Wayne will post the first. Zane Bowden. Zane Bowden. Apologies. Looks like we've got a slight alteration to the lane draw there, so my apologies. We've got Zane Bowden touching in lane 3. So for those that have been following back at school, Zane Bowden will post the fastest time in Heat 1, 9:53.63. Right, Grant, we're going to go with Heat 2, and here's our lineup for Heat 2. In lane 0, Tyler McManus from Lithgow. Risbar Arcott will swim in lane 1 from Westfield Sports in Sydney South West. Sacha Bond will be swimming in lane 2 from Alexandria Park. Jack Leeson is going in lane 3. Jack is from Grafton on the north coast. Justin Wong is occupying and swimming in lane 4, Chatswood. Konstantinos Siosis from Lambton, Hunter region, swimming in one of the middle lanes as well, lane 5. Thomas Bowker, lane 6, Alstonville, north coast. In lane 7, Samuel Lewis, Kira on the south coast in the Illawarra. Toby Becker is swimming in lane 8 from Katara in the Hunter region, and Jack Cox is swimming in lane 9 from Kanahooka, also down on the south coast in the Illawarra region. They are 75 metres into their 800 metre journey.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and people out there watching. As Grant has explained a couple of times today, we did have a few technical hiccups this morning, so we apologise for that. But we're now into heat 2 of the boys, or men's open 800 metres final. Heat 2. Jack Leeson is leading in lane 3. And Jack is, I believe, from the North Coast, from Grafton High School.
Good morning, Neil.
Morning, man.
What an interesting way, what a pretty quick awakening it is to start your day with an 800 metre swim to start the championships. As we said, you know, a lot of these swimmers will be backing up in a 400, possibly a 400 metre swim a little later in the program. Not today. I don't think we'll swim 400s today.
No.
But this is the start of what will probably be quite a
Heavy program for it.
testing few days for a lot of these swimmers.
And undoubtedly, a few of these swimmers probably have just recently competed in the Nationals. I'll be interested to speak when we speak with Craig Stevens, who was another very good long distance swimmer, middle distance swimmer, in the next couple of days, of any future stars that he may have noticed at the Nationals.
Craig is heavily involved in coaching.
Yes, he coaches down in the Shire.
Outstanding swimmer in his own right, now moved into coaching and having a lot of success there, I believe. Right, this is a good, this is a well-contested heat. We do have, did we say Jack Leeson?
Yes, Jack Leeson from Grafton.
He will take them through, and he'll take them through 350 in 4 minutes and 3. So,
Thomas Balker is in second position at the moment, and he's from Alstonville, so 2 North Coast boys doing very well. But I think there's going to be a few challenges by the latter end of this race. We've got it.
yeah, that's right. And who knows what the strategy is? I mean, you know, in modern times, I think that I'd probably be, I'd prefer to be sort of getting a view from maybe a Craig Stevens or a swimming coach at the moment. You know, what is the best strategy here? Just go out and swim hard and let others catch you, or can you afford, I suppose, it's an event where you can afford to have a strategy and maybe time your run, but who knows what, there'd be a number of different plans in place here. We've still got Jack Leeson leading it out, but we have other boys in touch with him with still plenty of this event left. Over 400 metres to swim.
Looks like Justin Wong is making a move at the moment. And as you can see, Matt, there are now moves afoot. Justin Wong, I believe, in lane 4, starting to press claims. The 2 North Coast boys are still going stroke for stroke at the moment with him, but I think they may be tiring just a tad. And Justin is from Sydney East. He's from Chatswood. Sorry, Sydney North he's from.
We've got Thomas Bauer now in Sacha Bond that have up alongside Jack Leeson and have touched just in front of him. So we've got
Sorry. Yeah.
we've got Sacha Bond there gunning away in lane 2, third lane from the bottom of your screen if you're watching it back.
Yeah.
And then Thomas Bauer going nicely over in lane 6. So the dynamic of the race has changed.
Yeah.
We're wondering, you know, do some of these guys perform better in the second half of the event? It looks like
Sasha's
Bond and Thomas Bauer may have that as part of their strategy.
Sasha's got a very strong, even stroke at the moment.
It is a different sort of appearance of stroke, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
long. Look, I hate to say leisurely because these guys are doing anything but leisure.
Yeah.
They're swimming, you know, at the top of their game, and they're working at quite a high
Mm.
I guess you've got to have that to make it
To pace you.
type of event.
And it's interesting, both the lead swimmers are swimming a little bit closer to the lane ropes. That reduces the amount of current against them.
These lane ropes, they're interesting because they are designed to reduce the amount of wash across the pool and into the adjacent lanes. Because if you look closely at these lane ropes, they're part of what they describe as a fast pool.
Mm.
The water and all that kind of stuff. I'd love to ask the swimmers about it, and I hope I get a chance throughout the championships. But these lane ropes, each of those little segments that you can see, you get a better look now, they've got spinning discs on them.
Mm.
They're separate spinning discs. So what happens is that wash will hit the disc and the disc will spin as opposed to rushing off somewhere, bouncing off somewhere.
Absorbs
Part of
it.
that energy will be absorbed into the spinning disc. They're all part of the new technology of swimming. Just wondering when new technology began in swimming,
Before,
well, before our times.
well, maybe not, but I can still remember the foam cork-like things bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they were.
And that is Sacha Bond turning in 8:50.89. The time he's aiming to beat it is 9:53.63, but he's also aiming to set a strong time that will hold him in good stead against the swimmers in Heat 3.
He's going well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's now extending the lead over Thomas Bauka from Alstonville. And we have a battle for third place at the moment coming up. And that's a good swim of 9:25.60 for Sacha Bond.
He has come in well under the first heat. That was set by Zane Bowen. Zane swam a 9:53. Sacha swam a 9:25. So he's well and truly established himself at the moment as the leader in the race for gold in boys 800 metres freestyle. You can see the young men getting ready for heat 3. They will have taken great note of that time set by Sacha Bond, and that will become the standard when he swims in heat 3.
That's correct. So in lane 0 in Heat 3 will be Harry Bamford from Lambton Hunter. Swimming out of lane 1 will be Jensen Goodchild from Aquatic Boys, Sydney North. In lane 2, Brody Peacock from Albury, Riverina. Lane 3, William Jeffrey from Narrabeen Sports, Sydney North. Lane 4, Daniel O'Donnell from Greystone, Sydney West. Lane 5, Silas Phillips from Hill Sports, Sydney West. Lane 6, Mitchell Skipworth, Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Bailey Edwards from Wagga Wagga and Riverina. Lane 8, Brideth Peters from Cronulla, Sydney East. And lane 9, Jacob Whitten, The Ponds, Sydney West.
Yeah, we're away here, Neil, in heat 3 of the time trial video. Lanes occupied, with the exception of like we may be going without
Some good child. That's a fast swim by Jacob Whitten out in lane 9.
22. Wow, that's moving, isn't it? You're coming in under that 30 seconds for the first 50, so it's certainly stamping his authority on this, and it is, interestingly enough, it is set by Jacob Whitten on the outside lane in lane 9. So we're used to the faster swimmers and faster times coming from the middle of the pool, lanes 3, 4, 5, 6. But Jacob Whitten's having nothing to do with that. He's out in lane 9.
Ahead of Edward Kang in lane 3.
Yeah, he's lifted his pace now, hasn't he?
And we've obviously had a change of swimmer there because we've got Edward Kang, who didn't appear on our original start sheet. Maybe it was Jacob's intention to take it out pretty fast because he seems to have slowed a bit quite dramatically at the moment.
Yeah, something's happened there in lane 9.
And it's Edward Kang now coming through with a nice long even stroke. He's gone through in 1:35.20 for the first 50 metres. So they have 16 laps or legs to complete before they get to the 800 metres. Well, that's an interesting discussion. Do we call them laps or lengths?
Well, now I'd say we're along a similar line to that discussion in athletics. You know,
Yeah.
Do you take your mark or are you on your mark? It's to do with the language of the sport, isn't it? Now there'll be some lovers of swimming out there who are going to be telling us it's one or another.
Yes.
Lengths. Do you have any views on that? If you know anyone involved in swimming, it'll probably.
I'm sure we've hopefully started the discussion, debate later on.
Well, certainly got a question for Craig Stevens when he comes in. He'll have a view on it, I'm sure. And he's done many laps of legs.
Full. There is an argument that the lap is up and back, whereas a length is just one way.
Terminology.
What happens when you retire, you start to think of very spurious things.
Many things to look forward to.
And in lane 4 we've had a move. In lane 4, according to our sheets, is Daniel O'Donnell from Greystanes, and he's made up quite a deal of ground. Yes, and it's still Edward Kang marginally over Daniel O'Donnell, over Mitchell Skipworth, and Bailey Edwards makes the first 4. But they're all within striking distance.
Yeah, and they're all, they all have their minds and their pace set on. Sasha Bond's time of 9:25.10 set in the second heat. We'll start to get a better idea for that in the second half of the event. Pretty close, so at the moment, the competition is willing as we go into 350.
Daniel O'Donnell has taken a slight lead over Edward Kang. Mitchell Skipworth has maintained his position. Interesting enough, Matt, the record for this was set in 2008 by young swimmer Tom Harris from Gunnedah, and he set a remarkable time of 8:22.41. So
That's a minute quicker than the
yes,
swim by Sasha Bond in heat 2.
so that must have been a tremendous swim.
Absolutely. All right, we're through halfway in 4:27. If they can maintain this,
That'll give them
you
about
would
8.
imagine that they're going to go under that time set by
Sasha.
Bond.
Yep.
But let's see how this evolves now. Final one. Fatigue will be there. But they've gone out at a pace that will be competitive, but for sure. 3:4.50. It is Daniel O'Donnell, lane 4, taking them through from Greystone. Sydney West, out past Parramatta, out past Westmead, out past Wentworthville, Kendall Hill, and schools in that area, Greystones. It's Daniel O'Donnell leading them. He'll take them down into 500. Hopefully we've got some high schools, maybe we might even have some primary school kids that have switched on this morning as well.
Yeah, watching their brothers.
Yeah, if their teachers were, enjoyed a bit of the primary schools, they might say, hey kids, we've got some high school guys going at it today, how about we switch that back on? I reckon most of the kids would be up for that.
I'm pretty sure they would be, especially saying they're not doing the 800.
So we've still got him leading
Yes.
away, boy from Sydney West, Daniel O'Donnell.
Reasonably comfortable lead at the moment, but Mitchell Skipworth in lane 6 is maintaining his pace also, so maybe it'll come down to the last 100, 200.
Yes, and remember that that change in the dynamic of the race that we saw in the previous heat. You know, we had Jack Leeson leading them out early on there, and then a couple of other guys managing to really nearly come over the top in the final 200 metres. So let's see what happens here. We've got Daniel O'Donnell's going to take them down with 200 to swim, and he's got the gold medal in his sights here if he can maintain this pace. He's travelling beautifully, nice and high in the water.
Yes, he is.
He's generating a lot of power, isn't he?
He's maintained that pace, and he's maintained the length of his stroke too, which is, I think, one of the things that goes first. Is that with Edward King. Is it Edward King? Daniel O'Donnell.
O'Donnell is our leader, isn't he?
No.
Kang's in lane 3.
Yeah, I think we've had a change of name there. Daniel O'Donnell's turned in front. Kang. 100.
3 seconds
Yeah.
there, and maybe Mitchell Skipworth are going to. It looks like Mitchell Skipworth is going to be his main
Challenge.
competition here. Gaining strength, if that's possible in this sort of event, and he's heading for home. And potential gold medal here, Daniel O'Donnell. He's now maintaining the lead, so they are finding him difficult to really.
He's increased his right stroke rate.
He's an 800 metre specialist by the looks of it. Loves a good long swim and likes to go hard in those endurance events. So Daniel O'Donnell now will take him down to the wall and head down the final length, lap of the pool, however you like it. And he has 40 metres to swim. 8:26. The time looks absolutely fine for a gold medal here. It speaks loudly, doesn't it, that 8:22 record must be something absolutely outstanding to watch and to swim to a swum. He will come down and he will touch
him.
And unofficially, he will take the gold medal in the 800 metres. Unofficially, because this all has to be confirmed by Swimming Australia, Swimming New South Wales,
And the CHS.
CHS officials. That's just our observation on the screen.
And just having a look at those first top 3 times, I think they may all qualify as expected in the medal positions.
Mitchell Skipworth, Edward Kang. They were the young men that were going with Daniel O'Donnell for most of that. Bailey Edwards, Brody Peacock, Silas Phillips, Harry Bamford, Ryder Peters are our other contestants there, our other finishers in heat 3 of 800 metres. Breathing technique is different. You know, you look at these guys. We're talking to Dr. Whalen for the primary schools championships. We're talking about sometimes a 50-metre event. They may not even breathe. You know,
Yeah.
maybe one breath. These guys are breathing every stroke. The nature of the endurance event.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to move down to now some slightly shorter swimming distance, but just as challenging and difficult, I would imagine.
We have
100 metres breaststroke. Take it away now.
12 years, 100 metres girls breaststroke, and for for all of these girls, it'll be their first visit to the combined high school swimming championship. So they would have come out of primary school as quite strong swimmers and have advanced. So we have in lane 0, Marley Sorensen from Hay, Riverina. Lane 1, Annika Burdak, Katara, Hunter. Juliet Sabo will swim out of lane 2 from Oran Park, Sydney Southwest. Carolyn Yu from Caringbah, Sydney East. In lane 3, Emiri Kikuchi from Leichhardt, Sydney East. In lane 5, Gemma Cashman, Denison College, Western. In lane 6, Asha Hotza from Swansea, Hunter. In lane 7, Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga. And in lane 8, Lara Collins, Albury North. So we've got a vacancy in lane 9 in our first of 3 preliminary heats, and these will be heats. The fastest qualifiers will go through to the finals.
Right, well, we've got a record that was set here by Jasmine Tran from Moorbank, Sydney Southwest, 2015, 8 years ago.
Yep.
Seen that long ago, 2015, but it is now. She swam a record time of 1:17.62. There's the mark for anyone with their eyes on the record, 1:17.62.
And I think we have.
We have the world record. Now we're going to have a swim of 1:04.13. Only one world record swum at CHS Champions, as Graham was talking about before.
Graham.
Would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
World record.
Actually, I think they have had a couple since Graham win it, but in the athletes with in the multi-class events.
Okay. Yep. Well, that's notable, and
Yeah.
a fine achievements.
Well, 120. Yeah, Gemma Cashman from Denison College in 1:28.57. So she set a mark now for the other heats to chase. And the timekeepers you can see on your screen, we have a mixture of teachers and students, and I believe the students may be from Greystanes High School.
You are correct.
It's always been fine supporters of the CHS swimming and athletics programs with providing student help. It's part of their studies. And they come out and assist with a presentation of this event. Heat 2 will see Leah Leung from Smith Hill, South Coast, swimming out of lane 0. Davis Charlotte, Elderslie, Sydney Southwest, lane 1. Lane 2, Zoe Tarleton from Coffs Harbour, North Coast. Lane 3, Rachel Young, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 4, Evelyn Baker, Riverside Girls, Sydney North. Lane 5, Angelina Dew, Gosford, Sydney North. Lane 6, Kalani Chambers, Bulli, South Coast. Lane 7, Massini Harakidis from John Edmondson, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Maya Chapman from Dubbo College Western. And in lane 9, Morgan White from Bingara, Northwest.
It's a complete line-up now. Those kids from Breaststroke we're talking about. Just to give students maybe watching from the regional areas of New South Wales a little bit of an idea. We're coming to you from Olympic Park, which is, I guess, inner western suburbs now of Sydney.
Considered the centre, or it used to be.
Yeah. Homebush basically, and students from Greystanes a little further west than that, maybe 10, 15k down the road, a little further out west. So they would, a lot of them jump on a train this morning, catch the train into Olympic Park. They probably would have enjoyed a train ride with a lot of people going to work in the city. They may have had to stand up.
I suggest they might have.
Welcome to the
So, Evelyn Baker from Riverside Girls, Sydney North, finished in 1:31.60. So that time in the first heat has set a good benchmark for these girls to aim for. So. And heat 3, we'll see Matilda Sanson from Lake Cargellico Central School in Western. Lane 1, Tara Halani from Hunter Sports High, the Hunter. From lane 2, Lily Richard, Coolart, Northwest. Lane 3, Chan Dart from Rouse Hill, Sydney West. Lane 4, Mika Harbour from Randwick Girls, Sydney East. Lane 5, Adele Half from Killara, Sydney North. Lane 6, Marissa Small, the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West. Lane 7, Sophia Neo from Carabar, South Coast. Lane 8, Harlow Gawley, Coffs Harbour, North Coast. And in lane 9, Miley Douse, Glennis, Northwest. So the time they're aiming to beat is 1:28.57. Yes.
1:28.57 is our benchmark at the moment, but I didn't check, but Evelyn Baker with the 1:31 may be in the medal hunt. Well, she would be at the moment.
Yeah, but these are heats, and we'll have finals in these events later, so they're vying for the.
We've moved out of that top final
Yeah.
situation, so this is qualifying for the finals. Back down the field here. We're being led away by Mika Harbour, I think it is, around
Yes.
the girls, going in lane 4.
Sydney East, yes. They set a quicker time, I think, at the moment, or maybe not.
Coming down to the wall, it will be close. 1:28 is our time, and it's a 1:27.
1:27.
She does set the quickest time unofficially for qualifying for the finals this afternoon, led in following her Adele Haar, Lily Richard, Chan Dart, India, Marissa Small in lane 6.
So it's going to be an interesting make-up of the final. And again, as with the 12-year-old girls, the next event features the 12-year-old boys in the 100 metres breaststroke. And as I mentioned before, this would be the first time that these boys have swum at CHS. So in heat 1, we have in lane 0, Ewan Kerr from Hay, Riverina. Lane 1, Darby Moore from Camden Haven, North Coast. Lane 2, Monty Alexander Murray, Riverina. Lane 3, Heath Shute from Balgala Boys, Sydney North. Lane 4, Xavier Miles, Maria, South Coast. Lane 5, Feitu Lee from Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Harrison Stevens, Springwood, Sydney West. Lane 4, Marco Nadowski from East Hills Boys, Sydney Southwest. And lane 8, Thomas Sanderson from Trundle, Western.
Going in the boys section of the program here for breaststroke, the record holder is Will Rule. He is from Gymea, and his set in 2017 at a time of 1:17.06. We've got an Australian record, 100 metres breaststroke, set by a man by the name of Brenton Rickard. It'll be quicker again, 58 seconds, under a minute, 58.58, the Australian record for 100 metres of breaststroke. We're a little way away from that at the moment. It's a big ask for 12-year-old boys to be pushing that at the moment, but they're out well, in good time, through the first 50 and 42 seconds.
I believe Brent Rickard was also a swimmer from Sydney and swam at this event.
You've been a North Sydney boy, North Sydney pool boy?
No, I'm not sure. What year was it, sir?
Well, he'd have been a Sydney Olympic park boy, I reckon he was set in 2009.
I'm pretty sure he was.
Come down to the wall in the first heat.
1:30.90 to Xavier Miles,
Miles is from Maria. He's come up from
South Coast.
Maria, nice part of the world.
It is very nice.
Oh, man, all down there, so,
Would have been brisk.
this time of year, though, isn't it? I said to me, way to the pool, I was getting ready to come to the champions. He said, what are they doing swimming in May? I said, well, it's an indoor facility, and they can swim
All year round.
anytime. And that's one of the other things that happened with swimming. They took the pools indoors.
That's exactly right.
Changing technology.
Heat 2 will feature Daniel Pye from Northwest and McIntyre High School. In lane 1, Sherwin Yung from Macquarie Field, Sydney Southwest. In lane 2, Kai Clinton, Warners Bay Hunter. Lane 3, Byron Gilbert, Baron Joey, Sydney North. Lane 4, Nicholas Kasner, Sydney Technical College, Sydney East. Lane 5, Justin Sangren, Sydney Technical College, Sydney East. I'd say they train together. Lane 6, Anthony Walzak from Fort Street, Sydney North. Lane 7, Eamon Griffiths. It's from Lismore. I've got a strange, it's a college up there. Tweed Rivers Secondary College, Lismore. And Lane 8, Levi Raka from the Ponds, Sydney West.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the boys over 8 meters freestyle. Our bronze medalist representing Gippy Boys High, North, Edward Kane.
And the two Sydney East boys are going stroke for stroke, so they've obviously done this before. So they're both at the same school. It is. It'll be interesting. I wonder if they do this all the time. I'd say they would. The school carnival would have been exciting. The championship would have been exciting when those two were in the water together.
Got both of them from Sydney Tech, is that right?
That's correct. There's only going to be a touch in it. Oh. Nicholas Kasnoyer. 126.87, and Justin Sangren run 126.93, 0.06 of a second.
This is why there is that structure in the CHS and primary schools programs where you are allowed to, you have two representatives that can go through from your school to the zone level, and then sometimes three going through from zone 3, because you can have the best two swimmers in the state from your school.
Yeah, exactly right. Lane Heat 3 will feature Jordan Hung from Macquarie Fields SSW, Sydney Southwest. Lane 1, Joshua Gillett, Oak Flat South Coast. Lane 2, Andy Porter, Newcastle Hunter. Lane 3, Brooklyn LeBrock Wanton, Farrer Memorial Agricultural College in Northwest. Lane 4, Sway Ratazak from Cummingbar, Sydney East. Lane 5, Wyatt Stevens from Tormina, North Coast. Lane 6, Benjamin Agnew from Fig Tree. Lane 7, Eden Bergenis from Farrer Memorial Agricultural College, Northwest. Lane 8, Thomas McGovern, Katara Hunter. And Lane 9, Jacob McLaughlin, Wagga Wagga.
Very well announced there, Neil, and they will head down in Heat 3. Touch, turnover in 42.31. Wyatt Stevens takes them through.
126.87 is the time from the previous heat.
Nick Kasner just touching out his friend,
Yeah.
Justin Sanders will come down with 25 minutes to swim.
Hello.
Hopefully we've got some students and teachers back in the school this morning that have switched on. We did have a little blitz this morning trying to get some technical stuff going. We've got it going now, so hopefully people back in classrooms. Hi to everybody. Hope you're enjoying a little bit of swimming in autumn. And
Young Wyatt Stevens from Tormina High School.
yeah, he's got a good action. He's got
In 129. So not as quite fast as the previous heat, but when pushed by the two Sydney Technical College, Sydney Technical College students, that could be a very, very good race.
Once again, a pretty sharp final. We're going to head into the girls now for 100 metres breaststroke for the 13-year-olds. And we're going to have in Heat 1, Mackenzie Victory, Willie Armour, Western Districts. She'll go in lane 3. Annalise Potter from Tetterfield, Northwestern. Annalise will swim in lane 4. Grace Lawrence, Coonabarra Brand. She will swim in lane 5. There will be 3 girls in this first heat, and they are all from the western regions of New South Wales. So welcome
good reaction times there. Annalise Potter got away in 0.65 of a second. The young Mackenzie Victory from Williama is a school in West Darling, which is out at Broken Hill. So this would be probably an annual trip for Mackenzie Victory. The Broken Hill kids either represent Barrier in the primary schools or West Darling in the secondary schools, and they have a very strong competitions and sporting program operating out in the West Darling. Of course, they face sort of great issues with distance to compete, and they, young Victoria's probably, Kenzie's come down probably 2 days ago, or started 2 days ago to get here and be relaxed by the time she got here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're absolutely right, Neil, and we've seen some great examples of the competitors. You and I have had the pleasure in the last 12 months to see at the primary schools level some magnificent performances by kids from the regional areas, and I'm sure people, families, the communities out there chatted about this kind of thing as well. They, you know, how wonderful it is to see their students coming down to the Olympic venue and competing and doing very, very well.
And Annalise Potter has set a time of 1:33.76.
Annalise will set the standard in the qualifying finals that will take place this afternoon. Going into heat 2, there are 4 heats here. Coda, Kazur, Waggle, Riverina, Region, Lane 0, Alicia, Kai, Greg, Andrews Agricultural School, Sydney West, will swim in lane 1, Annabelle Lee will swim in lane 2, she's from Newtown. Sophie Hamilton, lane, swim in lane 3, Annabelle Lee will swim in lane 2. Sophie Hamilton will swim lane 3 from Waters Bay. Kiana Philippe, lane 4, Evans, Sydney West, Evans High School, Seven Hills, Blacktown area, western suburbs of Sydney there. Alina Chen, lane 5, Hornsby Girls. Sophia Clower is swimming in lane 6 from Ulladulla on the south coast. Emma McIntyre is in lane 7, Gleninus. And Brooke Whalen, Denison College, is swimming lane 8.
Looks like we've lane 6, I think you said was Emma Dow. She must have,
Sophia Clower, looks like it was not without some
yeah, must have been a late withdrawal. And young Kiana Philippe has gone around in 39.15. Interesting enough, Matt, the record holder for this is young Jasmine Tran from Moorebank, who in the time of 1:14.21 in 2016. Jasmine Tran actually holds the 12 years record, which she set the year earlier. So she must have been a fairly competent swimmer. It'll be interesting to see when if she set the 14-year-old.
And for viewers, just relax. We don't have an earth tremor here at Lincoln Park, but I think someone might have bumped our camera there at some point. So all and everything and everybody's still intact. Kiana Philly, lane 4, 1:22.79. Fastest qualifier from that event. 7.76 through the first 50. Pretty solid time there. Other girls in hot pursuit. We've got Freya Mead is staying with her, so it will be a good contest. But Alexis is getting a little advantage here with 20 metres to swim. Let's see.
A very strong swim from the young lady in this lane, which is
That's Layla. That looks like Layla Murray from
yeah,
Corey.
yeah.
So she's going to attempt to post a quick time as well. She comes down to Alexis Petrovic.
121.
21.07, and she is our fastest qualifier.
And it was young Layla Murray from the Riverina who had a very fast finish to come into third position.
Heat 4, preliminary finals. Felicia McCauley from Orange is swimming in lane 0. Moana Suamamo from Campbelltown in lane 1. Suamamo, I hope I got that correct.
Very close.
Suamamo's family and friends will send it across the screen whether I have or haven't. Anyway, she will swim in lane 1, and she's from Campbelltown. Caitlin Yee, lane 2, Burwood Girls. Jacinta Clark will go in lane 3 from Leichhardt. Scarlett Malloy, Williama will swim in lane 4. Frankie Roberts, Callaghan College in the 100 region will swim in lane 5. Addison Roden, Nepean, lane 6. Zoe Noako, Wanuna on the south coast, one of the Illawarra suburbs, lane 7. Lucy Dara, Kiama on the south coast. Now the field is going in lane 9 from Melbourne. Final heat coming up. The time to beat, if we're looking at qualifying times at the moment, fastest qualifier so far. We've got Alexis Petrovic, who's posted a time of 1:21.07. They are away. Nice long glide under the water. Referee's keeping an eye on that. And we have Scarlett Malloy leading them out all the way from Liliama. She's doing it nicely, and we can see that the seedings in the heats are pretty true to form here. We've got the arrowhead formation across the pool, lane 4. Scarlett Malloy from Frankie Roberts. It's one of those technical events, Neil, where the referees are keeping a very close eye on the movement of the hands, the positioning of the hands, the type of kick, length of time spent under the water at each end of the pool, all of these things that the swimmers must comply with in order to perform the breaststroke correctly. Find that breaststroke, butterfly, these technical events at carnivals. This is where you will find infringements, infractions to the rules that the referees have to rule on to make a fair competition. And these are those really detailed, as I said, technical type events. The breaststroke is one of them.
Very much.
Scarlett Malloy, 43 seconds. Sorry, that was her turn at 1:21.
Be the toast of Williama, I would suggest. High School and Broken Hill.
Enjoyed that swim in the fastest qualified there according to us unofficial Hill, I think came from heat 3. Alexis
Yep.
Petrovic.
Yep. We now move to boys 13 years 100 metres breaststroke, and we have 4 heats in this. We have in lane 3 Fletcher Pascoe from Williama, featuring well today Williama. Lane 4 Bo Weigold from Farrer Memorial Agricultural College Northwest. Lane 5 Luca Abithel from Farrer Memorial Agricultural College in the Northwest.
Once again, 2 guys from the same school.
Yes, and we have the record was established by Ryan Leonard from Toronto High School in 2010 and stands at 1:12.77. And looks like yep, and it looks like we've had a withdrawal, so we have we are missing Bo Rygold from Farrer Agricultural College. Yep. As they move down the first lap, these boys are vying to get a good time. And it is Luca Bithell from Farah Memorial Agricultural College up there at Northwest Tamworth. I've just been corrected as Farah Memorial Agricultural High School. Thank you, Mr. Parker, the knower of all things to do with Combined High School Sports Association. And as Luca comes into touch in a time of 1:46.66, he's established the first time that we'll be looking at. This afternoon we'll be witness of the finals of all these events. We move to Heat 2 of the boys 100 metres 13 years breaststroke, and in lane 0 Alexander Chisholm from Barnum Riverina, lane 1 Flynn Townsend Coffs Harbour North Coast, lane 2 James Dewey Sydney Technical College High School Sydney East, lane 3 Tommy Chiem from Bonnyrigg Sydney Southwest, lane 4 Jacob DeMartin Ashfield Boys Sydney North, lane 5 Thomas Tennant Holsworthy Sydney Southwest, lane 6 William Munro Lambton Hunter, lane 7 Ashton Jamison Monero South Coast, lane 8 Chase Burke Maclean North Coast. And we have young Jacob DeMartin from Ashfield Boys turning in first position, and he's been chased by the 2 Sydney Southwest boys. In lane 5 Thomas Tennant, and in lane 3 Tommy Chiem. 15 metres to go. I think Jacob DeMartin has done enough. And he's come in 1:21.91, ahead of Thomas Tennant, who finished in 1:23.28, and Tommy Chiem in 1:29.92. Grant, you might be able to tell me the is it the fastest qualifier, the first two fastest or first two from each heat and then the fastest qualifiers, or just the fastest qualifiers? Grant can't answer that question. We need to check the rules.
I believe it is the fastest the fastest 9, 10 qualifiers.
Okay, so it's based purely on time.
That's correct.
Okay, heat 3. Lane 3 we have, heat 3 we have in lane 0 Jed Rochelle from Albury Riverina, lane 1 Tyler Dargan from Condobolin Western, lane 2 William Corbett Endeavour Sports High School Sydney East, lane 3 Patrick Richards Menai Sydney East, lane 4 Aidan Hugh Chatswood Sydney North, lane 5 Daniel Choi Muirfield Sydney West, lane 6 Charlie Potts Maitland Hunter, lane 7 Thomas Velasquez from Picnic Point Sydney Southwest, lane 8 Alexander Graham Albury Riverina, and lane 9 Boston Hain from Manduran Western. And we have 3 straight across the line, lanes 3, 4 and 5. Patrick Richards, Aidan Hugh and Daniel Choi all working very hard. There's I think Daniel Choi, I think Patrick Richards may have a slight lead as we approach the last 15 metres, but this is a very closely fought race. And Patrick Richards has come in with 121.95, followed by Daniel Choi and Aidan Hugh. So that's 121.95. No.
But why don't you swap seats?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have one of our competitors join us now, and it's Ava Jankovic from Merriweather High School. Ava, I can remember from last year, had a terrific meet, and she has swum already this morning in the 800. How did you go?
Yeah, so it was a tough race with some of the younger girls in the field, but managed to touch first, which is, you know, always good.
It is always good. So what's your preferred distance?
Usually I swim the 200 butterfly and the 400 IM, which is later today, but I still like to do the longer distances, like the 800 free.
Was it more of a warm-up for you today, or?
It was still a pretty hard race, so not too much.
I wasn't implying it wasn't a hard race, I just thought you might have been warming up for your other events. Now, you're in year 11 or year 12?
I'm in year 12 now.
Okay, so what are your plans for the end of the year, future?
Yeah, well, you know, with swimming, there's always a possibility of going over to America on a swimming scholarship over there, like a lot of CHS swimmers have done before. But I've got a good university in Newcastle, right next to home, which is always good.
So what would you like to study there?
I'd like to do mechanical engineering.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's way above my pay scale. So how do you marry your training and studies in year 12? That added pressure for you?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I felt it ramp up a bit in year 12, but I guess I sort of just loving swimming is always, it makes it a lot easier to manage it. I've been doing it for my whole school career now. So.
What primary school did you go to, Ava?
In year 5 and 6 I went to Rutherford Primary School. It's an opportunity class out there, so I travelled away from home to go to that.
And you swim at the Primary School Association Swimming Championship?
Yes.
So I've known you for quite a while now.
Yes.
Because I was involved with the primary school, so you've been coming to this event for 6 years.
Yes.
The primary school is probably 4 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So this is almost a second home for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't always the best in primary school. I didn't make my first school nationals team until I was in year 6. But then I went to PSG, so that was a really good experience actually.
Where was that?
I was in Adelaide that year.
2015?
I think it was 17.
17?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was 2017. Yeah, so you enjoyed that?
Yeah, I got a bronze in the 200 IM, so that was really special.
Well, that's because you're swimming against some very elite swimmers, aren't you?
Yeah.
You got ambitions to continue swimming later on in life, or?
Yeah, you know, that's always something that I'd love to do. Whether university hinders that or anything like that, we'll see. But you know, I'll try and keep swimming. I especially love the school system, so I'll definitely do that throughout the HSE, despite training commitments might decrease.
One of the things about swimmers you all are very disciplined.
Yeah.
And I think that will help you with your studies also. Has it been important in your school career, the sport?
Yeah, I definitely think it's motivated me and given me a lot of discipline, like you said. I guess waking up at 4:30 a.m. every morning will do that for you.
Yeah, that'll do it, me. So, okay. So mechanical engineering, why mechanical engineering?
I've just always had like a love for maths at school. I actually do 4-unit maths extension 2 there at school, and I've always sort of loved the application of it in the real world. So that's something I've
Well done.
looked into.
Of course, maths wasn't my strong suit at all. So if you are successful, well, you already have been successful in your other events, you'll get to go on another trip this year.
Yeah, hopefully. If School Nationals isn't in Sydney.
I'm not sure where it is, but is it here or?
It might be.
It might be.
It hasn't been confirmed yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be all right.
It's always good to have a home mate.
Yeah. And what do you enjoy about that, swimming in a team environment? Because swimming's a very individual sport
Yeah.
a lot of the time, isn't it?
No, the school system and swimming at School Nationals is always really fun. Like instead of swimming for your individual club, you're now swimming for an area, and then as you progress through the levels, you're swimming for CHS and then New South Wales. And I was pretty fortunate last year to be the vice captain of the team.
Yeah.
And it's just really special being able to see everyone come together. You know, you race with them outside of school, and there's always a lot of competition, but school swimming's more about the process of it and having fun. You know, there's a little bit of pressure off. We all want to swim well, but at the end of the day, it's just really enjoyable to be with
I
each
think,
other.
Ava, we might have to employ you as an ambassador for school sport, because you've just crystallised in my mind a lot of the benefits of school sport. It's more about the individual, it's about the team, it's about seeing the process. Must be exciting seeing some of the younger swimmers come through too.
Yeah, definitely. Like the 800 is a good example. It's an open event. I've worked my way through it throughout high school. I've never won the gold, but then in my final year I get pushed by a 15-year-old, which is really good to see, and she'll have a very successful swimming career.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic. Ava, I'll let you go because you've got to prepare for your other races. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations not only on your swim today, but I'm sure for doing the rest of the meet, but for the 7 years that you've devoted to schools, well, 7 or 8 years that you've devoted to the school swimming program. I wish you every success as a mechanical engineer and a swimmer.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ava Jankovic from Merriweather High School in the Hunter, and she's an extremely fine example of a young lady who's got her direction and what she wants to do with herself in life, and she's got a great lot of joy out of competing with the schools. So thank you very much, Ava, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, by the looks of it, Grant, that was the third heat of the girls 14 years breaststroke, and Sophie McInerney in 1:19.25 has touched the wall first. So we're not sure where we stand with the previous heats in that. So we know we've got 1:19.25 as one time to beat. And in heat 4, we will see Michaela Smith out of Dubbo College, Western, in lane 0, Riley Robinson, Grafton, North Coast. Lane 2, Josephina Cho from Cheltenham Girls, Sydney North. Lane 3, Ivy White from Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Sienna Tui from Albury, Riverina. Lane 5, April Malloy, Toronto, Hunter. Lane 6, Sienna Bevan from Williama, Starling. And I was saying beforehand how well Williama have been doing today. Kate McCartney from Mount Annan, Sydney Southwest, and Eva Perry in lane 9, Kringle, Riverina, and lane 8 was Eva Perry, and lane 9, Sienna Wu from Bega, South Coast. And touching first is Sienna Tui in 33.74, and Sienna's from Albury, the Riverina.
Footnote there, Neil. Sienna's father, Damien Tui, combined high schools cricket convener.
Oh, young Sienna's doing very well.
Sienna's done very well at the combined high schools over the years.
And she's doing extremely well here today. And I think
Officially, Neil, that could be a record.
it looks very much like it.
Done, Sienna. We will await confirmation on that. But her time of 1:11.58, according to our records, beats the time of 1:13.36 set by Tyler Crabtree in 2019. But we will await the official confirmation.
I'll have to extend our congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Tui, who have obviously spent a number of hours at the swimming pool. Well done, Damien and Mrs. Tui.
That was confirmed on your screen, so well done to Sienna. Record holder now in the girls' 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke.
Now we have the boys' 14 years 100 metres breaststroke. We have 3 heats in this event. The record is set in 2011 by Ryan Leonard of Toronto High School, a very accomplished swimmer, of 1:10.24. In lane 0, Oliver Walsh, Broken Hill, West Darling. Lane 1, Ryland Burns, Bega, South Coast. Lane 3, Cadell Barnes, Woolware, Sydney East. Lane 3, Max Smith, Kira, South Coast. Lane 4, James Pine, Merriweather Hunter. Lane 6, Cooper Wade from Elderslie, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, sorry, that was lane 5, James Cooper Wade. Lane 6, Joshua Park, Epping North, Sydney North. Boys, Sydney North. Lane 7, Edward Vaux, Carringbar, Sydney East. Lane 8, Darcy Williams from the Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School, Northwest. And lane 9, Lachlan Simididis from Denison College, Western.
Ladies and gentlemen, with approximately 8 metres to go, could be the swimmer in lane 3, which is Max Smith from
Kira.
Kira, on the South Coast. Official confirmation, but it looks like Max will finish in first place. Time 1:19.83. Second place will be Wade Cooper, and in third place Joshua Park. So just await official confirmation of those places.
While we're waiting for those, in heat 2 of 3, we have Nicholas Tukanui swimming out of lane 0, and he's from Albury on the Riverina. In lane 1, O'Reilly Malloy, Dubbo College, Western. Lane 2, Andrew Schutrumpf from Blaxland, Sydney West. Lane 3, Tyler Downey from Toronto, Hunter. Lane 4, Jacob Fennick from East Hills Boys, Sydney Southwest. They've had a few good swimmers out of East Hills Boys, Grant. Lane 5, Albert Wang, North Sydney Boys, Sydney North. Lane 6, Christopher Gow, Manly, Sydney North. Lane 7, Bengt Schweiter from South Sydney, Sydney East. Lane 8, Jaden Cooper, Evans River K to 12, North Coast. And lane 9, Billy Hall, out of Albury, Riverina.
Turning in first place is Tyler Downey. Yes, the East Hills boys has a rich tradition in swimming. As we mentioned previously, great day before. There's no, we don't need to mention anything about Ernie's being one of our greatest athletes and certainly a very, very worthy CHS representative.
East Hills Boys has produced quite a number of different sportsmen. Just to name Stephen Mark Wall, cricket, Wayne Holdsworth, cricket. And looks like Tyler Downey, Grant, has finished in 1:18.52, so that's the faster heat than the previous one. And he's finished in front of Jacob Fennick and Christopher Gow, Albert Wang, who swam the 800 earlier this morning, and Andrew Schutrump. So they're the official finishing places and times.
And moving on to heat 3, boys 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke. Lane 0, Harry Hancock from Coolaa Central. Lane 1, Ian Burgess from Maclean. Lane 2, Jacob Whittle from the Ponds. Lane 3, Sam Manwaring from Murrumbara. Lane 4, Riley Marcelino, James Bruce Agricultural High School. Lane 5, Billy Hall from Warners Bay. Lane 6, Jaden Sue from Casula. Lane 7, Paxton Anderson, Kanahuka. Lane 8, Bailey Esmond from Bulgulga. And lane 9, Dylan Rummy, Denison College.
To lane 4. This is lane 4, Riley Marcelino, James Bruce Agricultural High School. Showing a clean pair of hills to Sam Manwaring.
So Riley's opening up quite a considerable lead here, bearing in mind that the top 10 times will go through to the finals this afternoon.
So that's been confirmed, has it, Grant? That's the top 10 times. That's Riley Marcelino, who's going to come in and touch first in a very good time of 1:11.61. He may challenge that record in the final. Riley also had a very strong year last year from memory, Grant. I think he was one of our standout swimmers last year. I'm going to hand you over back to Matt because it's my turn to have a little break.
Event number 9, the girls 15 years, 100 metres breaststroke. 3 heats. First heat in lane 0, Holly Martin from Corinda. Lane 1, Kate Williams from Young. Lane 2, Grace O'Shaughnessy from Wellington. Lane 3, Mia Elliott from Terrigal. Lane 4, Jemina Wilson from Nevis Schools High School. Lane 5, Marguerite Bressler from Bulleye. Lane 6, Liana Deary from Yass. Lane 7, Grace Derrick from London. Lane 8, Marista Partona from Grafton. And lane 9, Ollie Sultana from Juliana. So at the turn it's Jemina Wilson who's leading at the moment, and she's shown that in good time of 37.71. So well done to Jemina. Some challenges there, Matt, from lane 5 and lane 6.
Yeah, we've got that normal nice arrowhead formation, haven't we, of the lane 4, 5, 6, 3 that are usually the faster qualifiers, and they're all there, but she continues to take them away here and will probably set the fastest qualifying time for this heat. Her action's strong, nice out of the water there. We're talking about the technicalities of swimming the breaststroke and everything that's got to be done correctly. Jemima Barsom does come in first in that heat and swims 1:27.1 to do so.
That was a good swim for Jemima from Endeavour Sports High School. That's our sports high school in the Shire, and over the years has produced some terrific swimmers, along with some other great sports, men and women. So moving on now to heat 2 of the girls 15 years 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Chloe Braun from Dunedoo. Lane 1, Yolanda Hess from Armidale College. Lane 2, Georgia Lorenz from Maitland Crossland. Lane 3, Kelly McLeod, Edmonton. Lane 4, Hayley Sue from Libby Girls. Lane 5, Celine Boone from Model Farms. Lane 6, Grace Newton from Randwick Girls. Lane 7, Lena Farm from Prairie. Lane 8, Eloise Neaty from Byron Bay. And in lane 9, Alana Elson from Gilgandra.
Yeah, they're away here, Grant. They're going to come down to the wall and touch for the first time. It is lane 3 and 4 and 5, and we're going to touch with lane 4, Hayley Zhu, turning in 38.54. I mean, that's usually the fastest seeded lane, isn't it? Lane 4. Pretty famous lane 2, Grant. A lot of big swims at this pool in lane 4 over the years. Australian Championships, Olympic Games, etc. You're talking about, the great Ian Thorpe and his work as an East Hills boy there, but it was at this pool and in lane 4 where he swam for the gold medal back in 2000, 400 metres, his first one, and swam a world record. So lane 4, nice lane to be swimming in, very historic. She's going to come down to the wall here and touch, and it is Hayley Zhu from Willoughby Girls, Sydney North, 1:22.18. Looks like, was it Jemima Barsom in heat 1 there that swam a little quicker, 1:27.1. She might have gone a little quicker than, yeah. Okay, so that's good signs for the girls in heat 1. Jemima took them through pretty quickly.
Just confirming those places, Hayley Sue, first, Kelly McLeod in second, and I missed the third one there. We'll come back to that.
Absolutely. All right, we've got heat 3 here. Grant, Isabella Manning is swimming in lane 0 from Armidale College. Mia Smith in lane 1, Warners Bay. Amelia Dries, Leichhardt. Duthie Nair, lane 3 from Parramatta High School, just up the road. Isabel Ray, lane 4, Albury. Menaz Kaliki, Rouse Hill. Natasha Boss, lane 6, Pittwater. Andrea Thompson is from South Grafton, lane 7. Bianca Grieve, lane 8, Shoalhaven. And Hannah Gordon, lane 9, Canoundra. They make their way down the pool for the first time, and it is Isabel Ray, lane 4, really stamping some authority on this, the third heat. Isabel Ray turns 35.44, and she will lead them down the second length of the pool. She's established a 5-metre lead. Looks very strong.
She's following the footsteps of Sienna Tui, who was the fastest qualifier in the previous heats, which was a girls' school record. So very strong school, all high school. Isabel Ray heads towards the finish. This will be a very competitive time of 1:15.97. That'll qualify her fastest.
Yeah, comfortably. And then the beauty of being in that third heat, generally faster qualifiers, and Isabel hasn't let them down. She's dragged them through in a pretty quick time, and they've had to chase her. Menaz Kaliki in second fastest qualifier there, 1:22.45, and Natasha Boss swimming in lane 6. making up the top 3. We're going now into the 15 years boys breaststroke. Looks like they might have collapsed that somehow. Yeah, they have. Yeah.
We're going to have 3 heats. So what we will do, we might just take a rain check at the moment on the starters in this heat until it's confirmed.
That's all right. I think we've got some ideas here. Grant, let's let.
Irvin Brody in lane 0, Matt.
Sorry, Brody Irvin, Bega, lane 0, Liam Griffiths, lane 1, Farrer Memorial, Agricultural College, I think, Aidan Miller, lane 2, Picnic Point, Nathan Yang, Normanhurst Boys, Alessandro Elemento, Blacktown Boys, Daniel Portega, Balgala Boys, Brody Cashman, Denison College, lane 6. Then we've got Oscar Shoebridge, I think, coming in lane 7. Ryan Toole is swimming in lane 8, and then we've got Felix Lavea, is that right? Logan Fuller, thank you, Grant. Yep, that's correct. So that's where that initial first heat, they've merged those boys into some of the other heats to give us 3 heats instead of 4, which is great work by the marshals officials.
We've got a swimmer in lane 4, Matt. Alessandro Elemento from Blacktown Boys.
Yes.
Go to the wall in a good time of 1:12.21. So well done.
Got a record, yeah, we've got a record here, Grant. Thomas Elliott, it was set in 2010, a little while ago, 1:06.75. Thomas was from Gosford. Going with the second of 3 heats here, Xavier Anderson in lane 0, Kanahooka High School on the south coast near Illawarra. We've got Joshua Healy, Coringal, Riverina, swimming in lane 1. Zihao Fang, Kellyville, Sydney West will go in lane 2. Nicholas Gavin, Warners Bay, Hunter will swim in lane 3. William Brownlee will swim in lane 4 from Sydney Technical, Sydney East. Harrison Tancred will swim in lane 5. The Hills Sports out there at 7 Hills. Ryan Brown in lane 6. Great Lakes College. Bailey Edwards will swim in lane 7 from Wagga Wagga, and from Maclean on the north coast in lane 8, Jet Burke. They're away. Nice reaction there from Patrick Madden and Zi Hao Fang. 056 to react to the starters' instructions there. They make their way down the pool for the first time. It's lane 4 and 5 heading it up. So it is William Brownlee and Harrison Tancred. Take them down to the wall for the first time. Beautiful breaststroking actions. Well out of the water. A lot of power there. William Brownlee will take them through in 33.53. And William is from Sydney Technical College. High School, my apologies. Sydney East. He continues to lead, 25 metres to swim, and he has on his shoulder Harrison Tancred from the Hills Sports High School in Sydney West. 7 Hills, the old 7 Hills High School. It still is the 7 Hills. Some beautiful facilities there. And William Brownlee, Harrison Tancred and Nicholas Gavin will make up the fastest 3 qualifiers from Heat 2 in a time of, he's taken them through in 1:10.79. We're going into Heat 3 of these, of the collapsed heats. 4 into 3, Tristan Shee, Woolgoolga, North Coast, lane 0, Cooper Peary, lane 1, Holsworthy, Tristan Gruninger, Kirrawee, lane 2, Samuel Lewis, lane 3 from Kira High School, Jack Stockley, lane 4, Narrabeen Sports, Cameron Waite, lane 5, Cardiff, James Kelso, lane 6, South Sydney, Kian Knight, lane 7, Tumut, Bosco Ning, West Wyalong, lane 8, Finn Casper, also from Woolgoolga, lane 9. I'm sorry, there might have been a replacement there. We may have Felix Lavea swimming in lane 9. I'll just see how these lines up. They're away. It is Casper. It is Finn Casper in swimming in lane 9. Oh, strong start for Jack Stockley from Narrabeen Sports in lane 4. He leads them up the first leg. Once again, a very strong action. High out of the water. Makes the two-handed touch and pushes off. And then the rules apply regarding the surfacing and the amount of kicks, etc. Strokes under the water, time spent under the water in this stroke. And it continues to be Jack Stockley from Narrabeen Sports who is going to take them into the final 25 metres with a very strong lead of 3 to 4 metres. He will come under the flags now, 5 metres, and he'll make a touch of 1:12.32. And it looks like, did we have William Brownlee there from the previous heat? He swum a 1:10 in that previous heat. He may be our fastest qualifier unofficially out of the 15 years boys.
So just confirming those placings, Jack Stockley in first, Cameron Waite in second. So we'll move on now, Matt, to the girls 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. We have 3 heats in this event. In heat 1 we have in lane 0 Indiana Saint from Peakhill Central. Lane 1 Paige Sergi from Murrumbidgee. Lane 2 Georgia Zanino from Camden. Lane 3 Makar Nave from Blacktown Girls. Lane 4 Amelia Espert from Warners Bay. Lane 5 Emily Simons from Pittwater. Lane 6 Madison Jones from Woonona. Lane 7 Caitlin Burns from Port Hacken. Lane 8 Sienna McConnell from Gleninus. And in lane 9 Erin Chesworth from Finley in the Riverina.
All right, we might be missing a couple of those according to the initial sort of program. Looks like we might be missing Caitlin and Sienna, but we've got the other girls there. The fastest away there was Paige Sergi. We're going to change now. 50 metres. Amelia Espert will turn first, only just ahead of Emily Simons. Lane 4 and 5 taking them away, and not far away in lane 3, Michaela Lave. It's a good contest in this first heat. All of the heats are quite full. And of course, heat 1, swimming scared, if you like, because they're trying to post a time that they're not aware of what the other girls have posted yet, because that's the future. We don't know. They would be aware of some of the times the girls are capable of, I guess. Some of their contemporaries. It is Amelia Espert, 1:24.7. That touches first and sets the first qualifying time for the 16 years girls 100 metres breaststroke. That's the time to chase. Great facility we've got here. The weather is nice outside in Sydney at the moment. It's a nice autumn morning. The sun is shining at last reports, and it's certainly very nice here in the pool.
So we've got now heat 2 of the girls 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0 Alexis Whedon from Elderslie. Lane 1 Hayley Green from Henry Kendall. Lane 2 Ginny Hempoon from Randwick Girls. Lane 3 Carla Hughes from the Henry Mawson High School. Lane 4 Isabel Yee from Burwood Girls, one of the local schools. Lane 5 Millie Edwards from Maxwell. Lane 6 Eliza Griffiths from Oxley. Lane 7 Jessie Dool from Narooma. Lane 8 Isabella Mulligan from Mitchell. And in lane 9 Sarah Morris from Moree, Northwest.
All right, they're coming down here for the first time. It's going to be, looks like lane 3 will take them through, which will be Michaela Hughes. She will run in front. They head back down the pool for the second time. And we're talking about the weather in Sydney this morning. For those of you that are listening throughout regional areas, temperature is 21 degrees in Sydney this morning. A little bit of breeze getting up throughout the day. Humidity 53%. Not those conditions in the pool this morning though. And we've still got lane 3, Michaela Hughes from the Henry Lawson School. She's doing it nicely. She's holding them down this second leg, even though they're coming at her. It is lane 5, Millie Edwards. She's doing a nice job. Millie might have got her. She did 1:26.6. Pretty impressive swim from Millie Edwards to come back over the top there in the second 50.
So that time of 1:20.66 will be the fastest qualifying time going into heat 3. And again, remembering it's the top 10 times that go through to the final. Swimming's a little bit different to athletics, where depending on what the event is, it's the top 2 or top 3 plus the next fastest. In swimming, it is the fastest time to go through.
Okay, Grant, we've got heat 3 coming up here for the 16-year girls 100 metres breaststroke. We've got in lane 0. Zoe Snake from McLean. Keely Lay is going in from Bosley Park. She's going in lane 1. Felicity Shannon is in lane 2. The girls are away here. She's from Yass. Felicity. Evie Bullock, lane 3. Winmalee. Ella Mounter, lane 4. Lambton. Tully Pittock. Lane 5. Dubbo College. Ebony Nix. Tomaree in the Hunter. In lane 6, Tracy Nguyen. St George girls and Montana Archibald in lane 8 from Mullumbimby. Lucy Hall from Wagga Wagga is in lane 9. They're going to come down and touch. Ella Mounter will go around first in 35.78. That's pretty snappy. That's going to equate well if she can duplicate that in the second half of this third heat. She's well away here. It looks like she's going to qualify or post a time well ahead of some of the other girls in this heat. So she's obviously got her sights set on trying to qualify fastest overall and maybe position herself in lane 4 for the final. Let's see how she goes as she comes into the final 5 metres. There's a bit of quite a bit of interest in this. She comes down to touch the wall in 1:15, and that is comfortably the fastest qualifying time across the 3 heats this morning for the 16-year girls 100 metres breaststroke. If that all stands up officially, you'd imagine she's going to swim lane 4 in the final.
Okay, Matt, we move on now to the first heat of the boys 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. So in lane 0, we get a swimmer in lane 0. In lane 1, Legend Lamb from Sefton. Lane 2, Noah Price from Bulleye. Lane 3, Aidan Arneson from Evans River K to 12. Lane 4, Malik Amin from Carlingford. Lane 5, Thomas Cartman from Blaxland. Lane 6, Christian Bresler from Bulleye. Lane 7, Titan Barry from Coffs Harbour. And in lane 8, Ethan Martin from James Fallon. So good representation there across the state from Evans River in the north through to James Fallon in the south.
We're talking a central school there, aren't we, Grant? Evans River, North Coast, would that be right?
No, it's a K to 12, Matt.
K to 12, yeah. No?
Yep. It's one of the newer schools on the north, or not newer schools, but certainly it's one of the initiatives that the department's doing now to encompass students from kindergarten through to year 12.
Right.
Terrific concept.
Yep. Hopefully they're switched on this morning. Getting a look at Aidan Arneson from their school. All right, we're going to head down to the final 25, final 30 metres here. And we're going to have Thomas Cartman from Blaxland just into the Blue Mountains, just going up into the Blue Mountains here. Thomas Cartman taking it away in lane 5. He's going to try and post the time in heat 1. And he does 1:14.09.
So we'll move on, Matt, to heat 2 of the boys 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Oliver Weir from Armidale College. Lane 1, Daniel Smith from Narrabri. Lane 2, Tyler McManus from Lithgow. Lane 3, Hugo Pagello Guthrie from Newtown High School of the Performing Arts. Lane 4, Justin Wang from Chatswood. Lane 5, Jordan Gallatley from Warners Bay. Lane 6, Cameron Gorn from Toronto. Lane 7, Archie Tui from Albury. And in lane 8, Bailey Boneham from West Wyalong. And
sorry, Grant.
just a little bit of trivia there. Archie Tui is the brother of Sienna Tui.
All right, very good. We've got a record here, Grant, set by a gentleman by the name of Simon Cowley from Endeavour Sports High School, 105.77, set quite a while ago, 1996, and Simon Cowley went on to represent at international level, securing gold medals at Pan-Pacific Championships and Commonwealth Games for Australia. So that is a significant record, could take some beating by Simon Cowley in 1996. We're coming back down the pool with 25 metres to swim, and we've got Justin Wang, I believe, from Chatswood, who is leading them into the final 20 metres. Great technique, both boys coming down in, and it is Justin Wang, 109. Significantly quicker than heat 1. He is our fastest qualifier thus far.
So just confirming those placings, Justin Wang in first, Jordan Gallatley in second, and Cameron Gorn in third place. So well done to those boys. Moving on to heat 3 of the boys 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Adam McAllister from Glen Innes. In lane 1, Kai Kim from Elizabeth MacArthur. Lane 2, Elijah Witten from the Ponds. Lane 3, Alexander Walker from Newcastle. Lane 4, Matthew Kim from Marsden High School. Lane 5, Anton Ivanovich from Hoxton Park. Lane 6, Brodie Moore from Heathcote. Lane 7, Wyland Hall from Kiama. And in lane 8, Jesse St. Leon from Tormina.
Tormina up on the north coast, just a little north of Sawtell, a place called Sawtell. Looks pretty nice up there today. Hopefully we've got some people watching from Tormina.
So we have Anton Jovanovic turning in first place. So well done to Anton from Hoxton Park. But being chased now by the swimmer in lane 3 and 4. So this will be a good finish, Matt.
Yep.
But at the moment it's Anton just hanging on. So
yeah,
we've got about 10-15 metres to go.
Got Alexander Walker and Matthew Kim chasing him. And Matthew Kim has pulled up alongside. Has he? Oh, he's going to hold on here and post that time. But Matthew Kim, lane 4. Very strong second half.
So just confirming those place getters in our final heat, Matthew Kim in first place, Anton Jovanovic in second, and Alexander Walker in third place. So they'll be the top 3 swimmers in the third and final heat. Moving on to the girls 17 to 19 years 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Talia Rumming from Denison College. Lane 1, Lana Mullican from Mitchell. Lane 2, Kira Hetherington from Camden Haven. Lane 3, Imogen Fickers from Smiths Hill. Lane 4, Jessica Henderson from Georges River College Peakhurst campus. Lane 5, Stella
Lorinovich Cake from Willoughby Girls. Lane 6, Matisse Silvestro from Murrumbidgee. Lane 7, Eve Porter from Mullumbimby. Lane 8, Emma McCarthy from Mount Annan. And in Lane 9, Matilda Oliver from McIntyre.
They're away, the senior girls, with a record in this event set by Erin Malone from Kirrawee in 2007, 1:11.80. Girls are 25 metres into this first heat, and we've got Emma McCarthy there, and one of those nice swims from out wide in lane 8, but it is lane 4. Jessica Henderson, I believe, who will turn in front. It is her. She turns in 38.34 to drag them into the second 50 metres of the senior girls' breaststroke. She continues to hold the lead, and we have lane 5, Stella Lovrinovich Kayak, who is contesting it with her in lane 5. She has the best part of a body length to make up over Jessica Henderson at the moment, but she's holding her position very well. Stella, they're going to come down under the flags, 5 metres to swim, and Jessica's held them off to set the fastest qualifying time in Heat 1 of 1:22.41.
So just confirming those placings, Matt. Jessica Henderson in first place, Stella Lorinovich Cake in second, and Eve Porter in third. And we will note there was a swimmer from Mount Annan there, one of the newer schools in Sydney Southwest, and under the very good leadership of Mr. Ken Bates, the principal there. So obviously Ken has got the swimming program working quite well.
Yeah. Hopefully he's got the telly on this morning, or he might be watching it with some of the students from the school. We're going Heat 2 here. Grant Angela Hall, lane 0, Wagga Wagga. Bridie McCauley from Orange is swimming in lane 1. Charlotte Jeffrey from Castle Hill, the Hills District, lane 2. Sky Phillips, lane 3, Pennant Hills. Kelsey Van Eldick is in lane 4 from Merriweather in the Hunter region. Tegan Myers is in lane 5 from Wollongong. Hunter Sue Denon, lane 6. Casula, Sydney Southwest. Nicole Taylor in lane 7 from Murrumbidgee. Layla Jenkins, lane 8, Freshwater, Sydney North, and Phoebe Lyons, Tenterfield, Northwest. They change and go through, and it is Kelsey Van Eldick that takes them through in 36.59, and she is swimming strong in that nice lane, that very famous lane at this pool, lane 4. And over just 70 metres, she has established 3 to 4 body lengths, 5 metres here, which is a very telling swim. Let's see how the other girls go in the second, in the final 25 metres. But we've got Kelsey Van Eldick really stamping herself on this second heat. She's going to come in to make the two-handed touch and stop the clock at 1:17.52, significantly quicker than the first heat. Sky Phillips, Nicole Taylor making up the other faster qualifiers in that event. Hunter Sue Denon, Bridie McCauley, Charlotte Jeffrey, Layla Jenkins and Angela Hall all in. Going into the final heat, heat 3 for this senior girls 100 metres breaststroke. Samantha Thompson will swim in lane 0 from Wellington, Western region. Indigo Kearney, lane 1, Eden, South Coast. Shah Merchant is going in lane 2, Tweed River, opposite end of New South Wales coast. Heidi Schneider, lane 3, Newcastle. Una Nagai, lane 4, Blackwattle Bay. Georgia Christian Milne, lane 5, Cardiff. Nadia Kasnur, lane 6, Strathfield Girls, just down the road. Layla Dixon, lane 7, Crestwood, up in the Hills area of Sydney, Hills region, Hills zone. Chloe Ang, lane 8, Hurlston Agricultural College, and in lane 9, Charlotte Manning, Armidale College. They are away, and it looks like Heidi Schneider, Una Nagai and Georgia Christian Milne that are leading them down the pool for the first time. Swimmer in lane 4, Una Nagai from Blackwattle Bay. In Sydney, she turns 36.77. Generally, we have our faster qualifiers swimming in lane 3. Let's see how the ladies go here. They make their way back down to the pool to the finish. They have 25 metres to swim. It is lane 4. She's extended her lead. Una Nagai, Blackwattle Bay. Hopefully she's got some fans watching back in the classroom this morning. Maybe nice cheer from them if they are. And she will come down to touch to stop the clock in 1:17.71, and that will make, it looks like, did we have Kelsey Van Eldick from that second heat, 1:17.22 versus 1:17.71. It looks like the Heat 2 girls might have gone just a fraction quicker. Pretty close though, not much in it.
So we'll move on now, Matt, to the boys 17 to 19 years, 100 metres breaststroke. 3 heats. In heat 1, in lane 0, Flynn Hess from Armidale College. Lane 1, Matthew Wenham from Rutherford Technology High School. Lane 2, Matthew Allen from Elizabeth MacArthur. Lane 3, Brodie Peacock from Albury High School. Lane 4, David So from Cumberland. Lane 5, Darcy Woodley from Concord. Lane 6, Aaron Casier from Rooty Hill. Lane 7, Riley Gibbs from Yass. Lane 8, Mitchell Skipworth from Picton. And we've had a very good representation, as we mentioned before, from Albury High School.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the program at Albury is very, very good with the swimmers.
Yeah. Full credit to their school and quite possibly their local swim clubs that are very well organised and very well run. We're looking at the record holder here, Grant, which again is Simon Cowley, and he set the record in 1997 of 1:03.96. In 1997 he set this record as a senior boy, and then in 1998 he's off in the Australian team to swim at the Commonwealth Games. So, you know, a very, very high standard at the CHS Championships. 1 year swimming CHS, next year swimming for Australia. That's incredible achievement and speaks loads for the standard of the championships. We're coming down to touch here in heat 1. David So, 1:09, swimming in lane 4.
So just confirming those placings in heat 1. David So in first place, Brodie Peacock in second, and Matthew Allen in third place.
All right, we're going to come in for heat 2 here, Grant, of the senior boys breaststroke. Jonathan Davies will swim lane 0. He's from Murrumbidgee in the Riverina. Nicholas Weradi, lane 1. Lithgow. Liam Moody, lane 2 from Parks. Maximilian Vandermeer will swim in lane 3 from Tempe. Dylan Truong from Prairie Wood is going in lane 4. Matthew Gim. North Sydney boys, lane 5. Lachlan Cole, lane 6. Kirrawee. Caleb Maven, lane 7. Melville. And from Tumut, Riverina, Edward Dodds in lane 8. They're away. It is lane 3 and 4. Maximilian and Dylan that are taking them down the pool here. And chasing a time of 1:09 set by David So in the first heat of the senior boys. This is fairly willing and strong competition coming into the turn. Dylan Truong takes them through 33.59. A lot of things got to go right here in breaststroke, and the referees, Swimming Australia, Swimming New South Wales, very, very particular about the correct conduct, execution of the breaststroke. It is Dylan Truong. He's extended the lead. He's going to push into the wall, and he does it in 1:10.43. Which makes David So's swim at the moment in heat 1 the quicker of the two heats. We're going with heat 3. Going with heat 3. Hugh Williams is going in lane 0. Ungari. Matthew Maguire, Kiama, South Coast will swim in lane 1. Lucas Smith will swim in lane 2 from Dulwich. Caleb Dakin, lane 3, Coffs Harbour on the North Coast. Remy Lennon, Camaragal, Sydney North in lane 4. Zi Yong Fang, Kellyville in lane 5. Bailey Witten is going in lane 6. Camden Haven. From Warners Bay, Noah Brown is swimming in lane 7. Angus Hines is in lane 8 from Yass. And Ashton McConnell is in lane 9 from Glen Innes. A nice scattering of swimmers from throughout the state, as we like and expect at the championships. They make their way into the first turn. They have 5 metres to swim in that first leg, and they will change with Zi Yong Fang turning first in 33.90. Oh, that's a very strong first leg. I think this is going to bode well for a faster qualifying time than heat 2. Let's see how they go in the second 50 metres. They have 25 metres to swim. Remy Lennon has a shoulder length on, maybe an arm's length on Zi Yong Fang here. He will come down to touch. It is Remy Lennon, 1:10.82. Well, that didn't translate into a faster qualifying. Unofficially, it looks like David So has taken them through in very, very quick time, and a little turn up for the books. A little, I don't know, a warning sign from Heat 1 going into the final, where David So in Heat 1 has posted the fastest time unofficially of 1:09.85. It's all unofficial because it's all down to our interpretation of what we see on the screen. We have people working on the timing, recording, and the production of finals, positions in finals that will complete all of those calculations, so it's not our call. But we're going to move now into some multi-class. And we've got the girls, 12 to 15 years, 50 metres, multi-class, breaststroke, heat 1. Sky Peterson from Murrumurra. And the Riverina will swim in lane 2. Claire Graham is swimming in lane 3 from Young. Radar Bumisri from Balmain, lane 4. Olivia Nolan, lane 5, Endeavour Sports. Felicity Moller, lane 6. And Molly Van Beek has been, no, she hasn't been moved in the lane. She's going to have a little bit of a gap there, and she will swim in lane 9. Molly is from Morisset in the Hunter region. There's our lineup for Heat 1. The girls, 12 to 15 years, 50 metres breaststroke multi-class. Welcome back, Neil.
Thank you,
and you'll be pleased to know we've got some multi-class action in front of us here. It's always great to see, and always enjoyed and well received by the crowd and spectators. It's just a great competition.
For those viewers out there that are listening, you'll notice for a start that we can have 3 types of start here. We can have it in water, off from the blocks, from the pool deck, and they are the 3 styles of starting in the multi-class events.
So that's in the water?
Yep.
From the pool deck, or just above water level, and then from the blocks.
That's correct.
There are 3 options. And you notice those blocks, we were chatting about new technology a little while ago, and those blocks now, probably from the early 2000s, I think, started to include that little bit at the back of the blocks that they call a fin, which they think allows for a little bit less slippage on the blocks, and possibly a little advantage on the start. So another little thing that they've added to swimming. Yeah.
Being multi-class, ladies and gentlemen and viewers, this is an event that includes students with a range of disabilities. So it's not necessarily the swimmer that touches the wall first that will be declared a winner. It is based on their personal time, and they compare that against the world record, and give ranking points. So, whilst Rada Bumusi has touched in first at 1:03.59, and Olivia Nolan, they will then be calculated against the world times applicable to their disability classification.
So it takes a little while for all of those to be worked out. So we don't necessarily we can't look at those raw scores and predict who the place getters are.
That's correct.
All right, we're going in heat 2 here, Neil. Emily Keogh is swimming in lane 0. She has come down from Casino on the north coast. Michaela Espy from Kingswood, western suburbs of Sydney, out near Penrith, just short of Penrith there. She's going in lane 1. Sky Morrissey, lane 2. Narromine. You know, let's take a tour around the state here. We've got a broad range of schools. Gemma Selleck, lane 3. McKellar Girls. Summer Klein, lane 4. Kincumber. Alyssa Gillespie, lane 5. Narrabeen Sports. Rosanna Hurden is swimming in lane 6 from Tormina. Elizabeth Cockburn is from Young, and she on the Riverina, and she's going to swim in lane 7. Georgie Duggan is going to swim in lane 8 from Glenwood, and Emily Pratt, lane 9, Hunter Sports. They're in the second heat.
And these are time finals, Matt. So both races or both prelims will be compared to each other. Again, the swimming with the best percentage of their world record time will be declared the medal winners.
Okay.
And by the looks of it, we have lane 4, Summer Klein from Kincumber in the Sydney North.
Yeah, when you're talking about world records, Neil, so the world record for this is 24.95, set by Emre Sakti from Turkey. We've got our results now. I'll let you announce those.
Summer Klein has come in 42.16, followed by Elisa Gillespie in 43.14, and Rose Anna Hurden in 44.91.
That was the men, Sakti Emre from Turkey. And then we've got a world record of 28.37, Ruta Milucci from Lithuania. So that's what they're comparing their times to, I think. Would that be correct? We're comparing it to the big boys and the big girls.
That's exactly right.
All right.
So we move on to the boys, 12 to 15 time finals for the 50 metres multi-class breaststroke. In lane 2, we have Zach Harding, who swims out of Dubbo College, Western. Lane 3, Lincoln, Brian
right.
Waterhouse.
That looks correct, Neil. Yeah, Lincoln. Yep.
From Bomaderry on the south coast. Jordan Hun from Macquarie Fields, Sydney Southwest. Noah Johnson, lane 5 from Elderslie, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Zeb King from Aurora, North Coast. And lane 7, Daniel O'Brien, who goes to Colo High School in Sydney West.
Colo High School, just heading up the hill out of Richmond there. Nice little part of the world, Colo. Heading up towards Kurrajong.
That's right. The record was established in 2019 by Lachlan Hanratty from St Joseph Backs in Sydney Southwest, who has accumulated 468 points, and the time was 37.06.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to meet Lachlan, and great. He really loves his swimming. Great guy, and no surprise that he has that dedication to set that record in 2019, 37.06.
And lane 4, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Jaden Van Stralen, is it?
Yes, Jaden Van Stralen.
Picton, Sydney Southwest. Just heading south out of Sydney, down through Picton.
I think we're a race in.
I've got the wrong one there. My apologies to Jaden. My apologies to Jaden and to Jordan, but it is Jordan.
And he's come through and touched in 51.47.
Thanks, Neil. Got a bit excited. Got moved down into heat 2. He's done it 51.47. He's from Macquarie Fields.
Sydney Southwest.
It is Sydney Southwest region as well. Okay, we're going heat 2. Ronnie Tandy Bell will swim in lane 0 from Wellington. Lachlan Daly Monk from Glenmore Park will swim in lane 1. Malachi Sharp Irawang in the Hunter region going in lane 2. Isaac Logan Vincentia on the south coast. He's going to swim in lane 3. Jaden Van Stralen is going to swim now, not in the last heat, and he is from Picton. Lane 4, Lim Toga St Ives, Sydney North. Michael Foley will swim in lane 6 from Port Macquarie. Joshua Kiriegna, he's from Concord, just down the road, lane 7. From quite a distance away from the Tweed River, Sandy Brown is going in lane 8. And Dane Rose from Cromer, Sydney North, is swimming in lane 9.
We're just clearing the pool. We have the
Yeah, they will ask the swimmers to leave the pool. It's not one of those 100-metre events where they can start. Occasionally they will start over the top just to save time and let the swimmers leave the pool while the race is being conducted. It's just one of those little tricks that the officials use to keep the carnival moving quickly, but you can't do it in this event, in a 50-metre event, because you need all of those touchpads, electronic timing equipment clear for the next event. They've got the swimmers to leave the pool. That water temperature for the primary schools, I'm pretty sure they said it was coming in around 27 degrees, which, as we were saying at the time, you may as well take your cake of soap in and have a bath while you're there, because it's quite cosy. I wonder what the temperature is today. Here we go with the second heat.
and all boys are choosing to use the blocks.
And quite a bit of use of the fin at the back of the blocks with some feet on the fin to push off. They are away.
And it looks like Jaden Van Stralen, who's been called more often than not in the last 2 races, is leading the way.
Well, I might have got away with it, you know,
You may have
in the last
predicted it.
one. But anyway,
You may have
let's
predicted
see.
it.
Let's see.
And he's swimming a good race too. It's good, well, half a body length at least.
Yeah, he's had a very strong first half to this. He will come into the red lane ropes, coming in for the big touch, and he does it.
42.83.
42.83. He makes me feel a little bit better about my shabby commentating about 2 or 3 minutes ago.
It wasn't shabby. It was
Thanks,
just
Jade.
predictive.
Head of my time, predicting the future. Very dangerous ground, Neil. Yeah. All right, it's a time of 42.87. It's pretty snappy.
So we
8.3, sorry.
they will confirm the official results in due course after they've checked against the world record times.
We've got the big boys and the big girls here, Neil, for the multi-class. We've got the senior girls multi-class breaststroke over 50 metres in lane 3. Kelly Ryan from Warrawong down in the Wollongong Illawarra region. She'll swim in lane 3. Justin Skara from Endeavour Sports will swim in lane 4. From Ulladulla on the south coast, Tanea Farmilo, she's swimming in lane 5. Shelby Rose Nugent from Anston Street Special School. Shelby Rose is going in lane 6 here in the first heat of the senior girls 50 metres breaststroke multi-class. There are the results from heat 2 of the boys. Here we go. The girls, as we, I was going to say predicted, but I'm not getting back into that, as
Announced.
we suggested. Yeah. Yeah, not a bad crowd here today, but we've got the events that, I suppose 800 metre events. You know, when we start to move into those days, I think it might be the final day this year, the relay days, where you get a lot of supporters, a lot of kids in each team.
Yep.
Those stands are very, very full. You know, and to swim in front of that sort of crowd must be absolutely amazing. To swim at the complex is great as well. Here we go. Girls are away. Kelly, Justine, Tanea and Shelby Rose are heading down the pool in the senior girls 50 metres breaststroke heat 1. Pretty even contest here.
Yes, it is.
Girls keeping each other company and keeping each other honest. But we have Justine Scara, I believe, in lane 4. She's established, she's come through that sort of first 10 metres, and in the next 20 metres, she's really pulled away a very strong section to put 8 metres into her competitors. It is Justine Scara, lane 4. She's moving really well. She's going to come into the final 5 metres of this event, push down to the wall and touch, and she's in 1:05.74. Very nice swim from Justine Scara. Hopefully the kids at Endeavour Sports High School and the teachers enjoyed that swim by their girl.
Now we have heat 2 of the girls' senior breaststroke multi-class, the time finals. In lane 0 from Chatswood High School in Sydney North, we have Mai Petheridge. In lane 1, Millie Springett-Kelly, Inner Sydney, Sydney East. Lane 2, Crystal Jessen, Borkham Hills High School, Sydney West. Lane 3, Savannah Mania from North Lakes on the Sydney North, Central Coast. Lane 4, Nicole Taylor, Murrumbidgee, Riverina. Lane 5, Portia Jimison from Muswellbrook Hunter. Lane 6, Amelia Moore, Coffs Harbour Senior College, North Coast. From Evans River K to 12 on the North Coast, we have McKinley Arneson in lane 7. Emma Flatley in lane 8 swims for the Hills Sports High School, Sydney West. And Sarah Bergen from Coffs Harbour on the North Coast is swimming out of lane 9.
The Hills Sports High School, formerly Seven Hills High School, but still attended by students from the Seven Hills area, I believe, used to have, they'd have some nice facilities there now, but they used to have one of the most beautiful grass running tracks. The Hills Zone Athletics used to be held there each year.
Oh.
And absolutely lovely grass 400-metre running track that you don't see a lot of these days. Yeah, I think it went by the wayside, but they did hold the athletics there many years ago. We're talking swimming now, and they've got one of their representatives here, Emma Flatley, swimming in lane 8. Hopefully the students are enjoying the broadcast this morning. The record here, Neil Nicole Taylor, S15 category, Murrumbidgee in the Riverina. She set it in 2022 last year, and she swam it in 38.69.
At the moment, we've got young Nicole Taylor again from Murrumbidgee Riverina leading the way.
She looks strong, doesn't she? Strong and efficient, very smooth action, touches 37.90.
90. Now, I wonder if that will be a new record. I wouldn't be
Well,
surprised.
unofficially, we're sort of suggesting that from our little broadcast position here, but we're going to wait for the official confirmation. I was chatting to Derek Hume about these records and how they would be communicated to us, because Derek has a lot to do with the posting of the records from the recorders and the officials. And I said we're probably going to get a bit of a initial look ourselves, because we are aware of the record and we see it on the screen, and it looks like unofficially, what was it, who was it? Nicole Taylor.
Yeah.
She might be our girl.
Yep. We're now moving into the boys 16 to 19, or senior heats of the breaststroke multi-class for 50 metres. And we have 3 competitors in our first event, and that is Mitchell Lyfish from Corrine School in Western. Lane 4, Benjamin Tullock, Benora Point, North Coast. And lane 5, Josh Graham, young from the Riverina.
Young Josh Graham from Young.
Yeah.
And although he is 16 to 19 years old, he might have a bit of an issue with me calling him young there. All right, good luck to him and these young men in Heat 1 of the 50 metres breaststroke multi-class for the seniors. They are ready. We've got Mitchell Ryfish choosing to start from the pool deck. Ben and Benjamin and Josh starting from the blocks.
It's Josh Graham, I believe, who's established a body length lead at the present time.
It is. He looks good. He hits the 25 metre mark, and he's established a couple of body lengths over Benjamin Tulloch from Benora Point, and Josh Graham. That makes up the field of three here, as Mitchell Rayfish is going to come down to the wall and post a time of 54.13. The record is 34.93. Our man Lachlan Hanratty, that I was referring to a little while ago, set the record last year, 2022, and Lachlan is from Holsworthy.
I think that was Josh Graham who actually touched for us, Matt.
Was it?
The configuration of these lanes
Josh
confused.
Graham.
What we
I
need-
messed that up. I need to concentrate.
Is the pool administrators to put numbers on the bottom of the lanes for us. Maybe we could suggest that for future years, so we can't get.
Now, that's the beautiful thing about the pool administration. They're always happy to receive requests from
I'm sure
guys like us that haven't done a lot of swimming, but full of great ideas, aren't we? All right, we'll get back on with what we could probably do a little bit better anyway. Here we go. Dylan Van Stralen is going to swim in lane 1 for heat 2. I'm going to try and improve my commentary for this, and he's from Picton. Dylan. Daniel McEwen will swim in lane 2 from Penn Hills. Jack Carey, Ashfield Boys, lane 3. Declan Budd, Davidson High School, lane 4. Matty Price from Parks. He's swimming in lane 5. Beside him is one of his schoolmates, Blake Price, in lane 6. Christian Miller is going in lane 7 from Cootamundra. And Michael Richter is come up from Jindabyne, and Jindabyne is in the South Coast region. Here we go. Can I get this one right? I'm going to cheat a bit. Declan Budd, lane 4.
37.64.
Yeah.
So those times and positions will be confirmed. Unfortunately, we can't bring them to you at this stage, but once that has all been calculated, we may get the opportunity a bit later on. We're now moving to event 19, which is the girls 12 years 100 metres freestyle. Our first event will see Natalie McDonald in lane 0 from Narandra swimming for the Riverina. Lane 1, Kalani Chambers from Bulli South Coast. Lane 2, Olivia Keary, Kingscliff North Coast. Lane 3, Angela Dew from Gosford, Sydney North. Lane 4, Elise Green from Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 5, and Dutt from Rouse Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Chloe Tom from Cabramatta, Sydney South West. Lane 7, Blair Turkington from Swansea, Hunter. And lane 8, Ella Triplett from Toronto, Hunter. And the record is held by Amy Ballantyne. It was set in 2003, and she was went to Model Farms High School, and the time of 1:02:31. So we're away and racing in heat 1 of 3 heats of the girls 12 years 50 metres freestyle. The freestyle age groups as we come through the rest of the morning. And Elise Green has turned in 32.30 ahead of Chand Dutt. At present is a racing 2, and we'll see how they finish the last 15 to 20 metres. Again, the 10 fastest qualifying times will proceed to the final. And that's a 1:07:38 for Elise Green.
So just confirming those placings, Neil. In first place, Elise Green. Second place, Chand Dat. And in third place, Angelina Dew. And her time of 1:07:38 will be the time that the next two heats will be chasing for the for that final 10 positions in the final.
In Heat 2, in Lane 0, we have Sarah Mitchell from Port Macquarie, North Coast. Lane 1 is Lily Richard from Coolar, Northwest. Lane 2, Abigail Green Rice from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Gemma Cashman from Denison College, Western. Lane 4, Catherine Jordan from Sydney Girls High School, Sydney East. Lane 5, Mika Harbour from Randwick Girls High School, Sydney East. Lane 6, Talia Dewberry from Glenmore Park, Sydney West. Lane 7, Sophia Neo from Carabar, South Coast. Lane 8, Emily Drain, Hunters Hill Sports High School, Hunter. And Lane 9, Bailey Stewart from Tenterville High School, the Northwest. And Catherine Jordan has gone through in a time of 31:72, just ahead of Gemma Cashman. And she has now, Catherine Jordan has extended her lead briefly.
Now just confirming, Neil, that Sarah Mitchell in Lane 0 is from Hastings Secondary College, Port Macquarie.
Thank you.
Inadvertently gave you the wrong school there.
And Catherine Jordan has come in a time of 1:06:99, so that is faster than the previous heat. My excuse, Graham Grant, was that I couldn't understand the abbreviation. So thank you, Hastings Secondary College.
That's a good win to Catherine Jordan. Sydney Girls High, one of the premier schools in the Sydney East region. As you know, it's a selective high school, but it's also a very good sporting school. So well done to Catherine.
And in Heat 3 of the girls 12 years, we'll see in Lane 0, Samantha Mercado, Smith Hill, South Coast. Lane 1, Natalie Sheehan from the Henry Lawson High School, Western. Lane 2, Zoe Tarleton, Coffs Harbour, North Coast. Lane 3, Susanna Boss from Riverside Girls, Sydney North. Lane 4, Delinda Thompson, Mitchell, Sydney West. Lane 5, Kiara Maguire from McKellar Girls High. Lane 6, Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga, Riverina. Lane 7, Charlotte Davis, Elderslie, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Matilda Wiley, Denison College, Western. And Lane 9, Marley Sorensen from Hay, Riverina. And with a very nice even stroke, it is Delinda Thompson leading the way, and she's from Mitchell High School in Sydney West. The previous heat time was 1:06:99. So they're aiming to at least get under that. And it's almost a classic V's being formed by the swimmers here as we watch them. And in the last 5 metres, it's Delinda Thompson who's come in 1:05:95. And just confirming the finishes, Delinda Thompson ahead of Regan Edwards and Kiara Maguire.
We move on now to the boys 12 years 100 metres freestyle. In Lane 0, William Steenholt from Deniliquin. Lane 1, Liam Vickman from Kingscliff. Lane 2, Bradley Nitz from Balgala Boys High School. Lane 3, Byron Gilbert from Barrenjoey. Lane 4, Kai Clinton from Warners Bay. Lane 5, Lorenzo Panesso from Inner Sydney. Lane 6, Benjamin Agnew from Fig Tree. Lane 7, Cameron Stevens from Springwood. And Lane 8, Daniel Pye McIntyre, Northwest.
Looks like lane 1 is going to touch first here, Grant.
And that'll be Liam Vickman. And
from Kai Clinton and
Williams from Kingscliff High School, but it's a pretty close finish now across the pool here. But
lane
Williams just hanging on, possibly lane 4. Kai Quentin starting to power on home a little bit better.
And over in lane 6, is it? Lane 6. Benjamin Agnew. And time of 1:08.49 for Kai Clinton, ahead of Benjamin Agnew and Liam Vickham.
So we're moving on now to Heat 2 of the boys 12 years 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Tibby Adams from Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School. Lane 1, Darby Moore from Camden Haven. Lane 2, Matthew Foss from Mount Annan. Lane 3, Tio Bendanelli from Merriweather. Lane 4, Xavier Miles from Maria. Lane 5, Justin Sangrung from Sydney Technical High School. Lane 6, Feta Lee from Castle Hill. Lane 7, Monty Alexander from Murray. Lane 8, Thomas Sanderson from Trundle. And in lane 9, Lance Palmer from Yanko Agricultural High School.
Starting to see a few of the swimmers who swam the breaststroke this morning coming through in this event also. So some of those students will have quite big programs and be quite exhausted by the end of the day, I'd suggest. Lane 4, Xavier Miles, 32.43, ahead of Justin Sangren and Tio Bendanelli. All under 33 at that stage. Record for this event was set by Lachlan Smith back in 2019 with a time of 1:00.14, and he was from Pennant Hills, representing the Sydney North region. I think
This will be a
Xavier
good.
Miles has led from start to finish with a 1:06.02. 1:06.02. Xavier.
So just confirming those placings, Neil. Xavier Miles in first place. Second place, Justin Sangrung. And in third place, Tio Bendanelli. So well done to those 3 boys. Top 3 place getters in the first heat of the boys 12 years 100 metres freestyle.
Heat 3 we will see in lane 0, Chase Stewart, Mudgee, Western. Lane 1, Jackson Miller, Cranbrook, Sydney West. Lane 2, Andy Porter, Newcastle, Hunter. Lane 3, Joshua Gillette, Oak Flats on the south coast. Lane 4, Swee Radajak from Caringbah, Sydney East. Lane 5, Anthony Walzak, Fort Street, Sydney North. Lane 6, Marko Nadolowski from East Hills Boys, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Wyatt Stevens from Tormina, North Coast. Lane 8, Sherwin Young from Macquarie Field, Sydney Southwest. And lane 9, Jaden Sepping from Dubbo College, Western. And I think it is Zui Radajak in lane 4 that is showing a very clean pair of heels and a very strong stroke. He's ahead of Anthony Walzak, his compatriot from Sydney East. Oh, sorry, Anthony's from Sydney North, Fort Street.
Yes, Fort Street is one of those schools in that crosses over between Sydney North and Sydney East. It's right on the border on Parramatta Road at Petersham.
I was wondering about that. And it is young Sui Radajak in a time of 1:02.79, so that's a very fast swim.
That is a good swim, Neil. He's only just over 2 seconds outside the record, so well done to
Shui.
Z. So we'll move on to
heat 1 of the girls 12 years, sorry, the girls should be the girls 13 years. Girls 13 years, 100 metres freestyle. In lane, we'll just need to read it off another monitor here because I think they've combined this heat now with heat 4. Oh no, we're going with the first heat, sorry. Okay, in lane 3, Mackenzie Victory from Williama. Lane 4, Ella Sue from Casula. And in lane 5, Emma McIntyre from Glen Innes. So we have a good spread there across the state of 2 swimmers from the western area of New South Wales and Ella Sue from Sydney Southwest. So well done to those 3 girls on making it through to the CHS Swimming Championships.
And at present it is Ella Sue from Casula High School, touching in first, followed by Emma McIntyre from Glen Innes and from Williama, Mackenzie Victory.
And for those who do not possibly know, Williama is one of the Broken Hill high schools, so well done to Mackenzie.
Competes for West Darling. This is a very close race for first between Emma and Ella.
And I think Emma possibly might have it.
There's Emma McIntyre in 1:10.72. 1:10.72. Good record here, Grant, for the girls 13 years. 59.64, set in 2011 by Emily Ross Kelly and from Oak Flats High School.
And another very famous school on the South Coast, produced a lot of good swimmers over the years. And long-standing teacher, Mr. Les Trist, has been the manager of the New South Wales All Schools team, swimming team for many years. So we'll move on to heat 2 of the girls 13 years 100 metres freestyle. Lane 0, Carlia Parry from Tullamore. Lane 1, Kelsey Guin from Hurlston Agricultural High School. Lane 2, Jennifer Zickas from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 3, May Robertson from Merriweather. Lane 4, Emily Ruff from Killarney Heights. Lane 5, Caitlin Keating from Crestwood. Lane 6, Imogen Walsh from Warilla. Lane 7, Scarlett Malloy from Williama. And in lane 8, Olivia Walsh from Dubbo College.
And through the first turn we have May Robinson, followed by Emily Ruff and Caitlin Keating. And their time split of 30.7. But there's a good challenge now coming from lane 4, I think it is.
As we're in lane 4, Neil, is Emily Ruff from Killarney Heights.
But I think
Emily might have this one.
And this is Emily Ruff in 1:03.25.
So just confirming those places in heat 2. Emily Ruff in first place, May Robertson in second, and Caitlin Keating in third place. So well done to those 3 swimmers. Moving on to heat 3 of the girls 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Layla Murray from Albury. Lane 1, Remy Ogilvie from Coffs Harbour. Lane 2, Freya Mead from Maclean. Lane 3, Tiana Aramona from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 4, Chloe McCormack from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 5, Hannah Mounter from Lambton. Lane 6, Felicity Wells from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 7, Ruby McChain from Eden Technology High School, Eden Marine Technology High School. Lane 8, Annalise Potter from Tenterfield, and in lane 9, Molly Kendall from Wagga Wagga. So it looks like the swimmer in lane 5, and that would be Hannah Mounter
narrowly ahead, but this is going, the turn might make this event.
Well, and it's Chloe McCormack from Endeavour Sports High School who's turned in first, but I think there was a very good turn from Hannah Mounter, who's given a slight lead. But I think that might be just about to change.
Now remembering Meet Manager has seeded these heats
Yep.
with the fastest time presented to the officials in lane 4.
And she's fought back the young lady from Sydney East, Chloe McCormack in 103.32 and Hannah Mounter 103.95. So very little in that.
So just confirming those placings, Chloe McCormack in first, Hannah Mounter in second, and Felicity Wells in third place. So moving on to heat 4 of the girls, 13 years, 100 metres freestyle. Lane 0, Annalise Necrotra from East Hills Girls. Lane 1, Lila O'Connell from Albury. Lane 2, Ivy Lewis from Engadine. Lane 3, Lucy Nam from North Sydney Girls. Lane 4, Hannah Husman from McKellar Girls. Lane 5, Sophie Hamilton from Warners Bay. Lane 6, Michaela Want from Corrimal. Lane 7, Sophie Irwin from Inverell. Lane 8, Navi Towner from Grafton. And in Lane 9, Hadley Henson from Denison College.
And Hannah Houston has gone around in 29.18 ahead of Sophie Hamilton 30.14. So that they could push themselves, these girls, they might have a go at the record possibly in the final, Grant.
They probably will.
That's a
So
good
what we've seen in this event, Neil, is we've got swimmer from Albury and a swimmer from McKellar Girls. Albury have done very well this year. They won the girls' open water polo, so obviously a very strong swimming program at the school.
Hannah Housman in 102.51.
Sophie Hamilton in second and Lucy Nam in third place.
We're now moving on to event 22, which is the boys 13 years 100 metres freestyle. And we have 4 heats. In lane 2, in our first heat, is Cameron Mooney from Walker, Northwest. Lane 3 is William Green Blaney from Western. Lane 4, Jess McDonald from Hillston Riverina. Lane 5, Ethan Foster, Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School from Northwest. And lane 6, Fletcher Pascoe, Williama, West Darling. And by the looks of it, we've only got, we've got 5 swimmers in there. Two of them were submerged.
So this is a good spread of swimmers from the
Western,
geographically isolated parts of New South Wales now.
I'd suggest this might be a competition within a competition, Grant, that the regional personnel will be getting behind their respective swimmers. 2 from Northwest, 1 from West Darling, 1 from Riverina, 1 from Western. And it's the young lad from Jesse McDonald from Hillston, Riverina, who turned in first place over a very good turn from
Ethan Foster Farrer in lane 5.
Ethan Foster, yeah. And I think he's kicked himself to the front.
So this will be a good finish. Ethan's got a nice long stroke, powerful under the water, and he will probably go through and win this first heat.
I would suggest he has. In a time of 108.99. To Ethan Foster.
So just confirming those placings. In first place, Ethan Foster. Second place, Jesse McDonald. And in third place, William Green.
Heat 2, we'll see Rory Pfeiffer in lane 0 from Ballina, North Coast. In lane 1, Eamon Cleverall from Williama, West Darling. Lane 2, Chase Burke from Maclean on the North Coast. Lane 3, Roman Hyde from Jamison, Sydney West. Lane 4, Jacob DeMartin, Ashfield Boys. Lane 5, Jacob Chalmers, Balgala Boys. Lane 6, Charlie Potts, Maitland. Lane 7, Edward Waira from Lambton. Lane 8, Tyler Dargan from Condobolin. And lane 9, Cooper Hazard from Corrimal. Cooper Hazard, I think it might be pronounced.
So as we go up to the turn of this, the first 50, it looks like it will be the swimmer in lane 4, Jacob DeMartin from Ashfield Boys High School.
And it is.
Turning in first.
29.95. The record for this event ground is 57.21, and it was established by Vincent Dye in 2011, and he was representing Cherrybrook High School. And again, this is a strong swim by our swimmer in lane 5.
So that'll be a good win to Jacob DeMartin in a time of 1:01.54. In second place will be Charlie Potts, and in third place Jacob Chalmers. So well done to those three boys.
Heat 3 will feature Maxine Georgiev from Smith Hill, South Coast. Lane 1 will be Ryan Whiting, Molong, Western. Lane 2, Aidan McClemont, Marrickville, Sydney East, excuse me. Lane 3, Jaden Ship from Holsworthy, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Anthony Ruff, Kalani Heights, Sydney North. Lane 5, Aidan Abersmith, the Janalik High School, Sydney East. Lane 6, Lawson King from Byron Bay, North Coast. Lane 7, Zane Ward from Kiama, South Coast. Lane 8, Nate Jewson, Weewalla, Northwest. And Lane 9, Jed Rochelle from Albury in the Riverina.
So it was a good start from all boys there, and very tight field going into the first turn at the 50, with possibly the swimmer in lane 4, that being Anthony Ruff from Killarney Heights, might just be in front.
His sister swam in the age group before, or the age before, so I'd suggest they may be twins, right?
Yes.
Anton and Emily.
So Jaden Ship, in actual fact, did turn first, closely followed by Anthony. So it's going to be a good swim for first and second here. But Anthony is showing his power in this final 15 metres, and he looks like he will possibly finish, but he's getting a challenge from lane 3.
Oh. Well, Anthony Ruff in 1:01:0088 from Jaden Ship.
And in third place, Aidan Abbotsmith. So well done to those three boys.
Heat 4 will witness Thomas Tennant in lane 0, swimming for Holsworthy High School. In lane 1, Jack Millard from Williama. In lane 2, Marcus Winning from Cronulla, Sydney East. Lane 3, William Munro, Lambton. Lane 4, Hudson Hegarty, Barrenjoey, Sydney North. Lane 5, Omar Kaliki from Rouse Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Justin's 1, Gal from Borkham Hills, Sydney West. Lane 7, Thomas Valises, Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Zachary Barrett, Williama. And lane 9, Alexander Graham. Grant, I'd say Williama's got a fairly successful swim program going.
Yes, they have, and that program is across boys and girls, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, over the years, we've had some terrific swimmers from, well, from the Broken Hill area, but in particular Williama High School.
Well, for a number of years in the primary school, a young girl from Broken Hill held the breaststroke record and came through to win its CHS a number of years too. And I'm just trying to remember her name.
Anyway, we'll stay with the leaders here. And the swimmer in lane 4,
Hudson Hegarty.
Hudson Hegarty's established about a body length's lead, so Hudson will in all probability win this heat, which he will in a time of 1:00.15.
He's confirming those places is Hudson Hegarty in 1:00.15, Omar Kaliki in 1:07.7, and William Munro in 1:02.92.
So we'll move on now to the girls' 14 years 100 metres freestyle. In lane 3, Sienna Wheeler from Young. In lane 4, Evie Perry from Coringal.
I think we've had a change here, Grant. I think we may have combined two, so we've gone to, I think it's heat 2 at the moment. We've got Eddie Hotzman.
Okay,
Yeah, Eddie Hotzman. Yeah. Oh, so there's only 3 swimmers. Well, there's 3 swimmers behind the blocks at the moment, so we might go back and call heat 1 and Sienna Wheeler from Young, Evie Perry from Coringal, and lane 5, Sienna Bevan, Williama. We've got 3 swimmers behind the block, and they haven't doesn't look like they've combined the heats.
so we've had a slight delay in the championships, and while we are having this delay, I'd just like to thank everyone for tuning in to the live stream once again. We had a very successful live stream of the New South Wales Primary School Swimming Championships prior to Easter, and all indications are that the secondary live stream will be just as successful. Also, I'd like to thank the conveners and officials of the combined high schools for their work in putting together the championship. Also thank the parents who have attended the championships to bring their students to swim today, and thank all the regional officials who have worked so hard over the last 2 months to run the regional championships and get their swimmers to this event. Now, I believe, Neil, that we might have one withdrawal.
Yes, that'd be Sienna Bevan from
And
Williama.
that's Sienna from Williama. So we only have 2 swimmers in this event, and looks like at the moment that Sienna Wheeler from Young has got an ever so slight lead over Evie Perry from Coringal.
And these 2 would have swum at their regional championships, Grant. They're both Riverina girls.
Yep. And a good turn there by Sienna, but Evie's, she's not going to let her go. So this will be a great finish between these 2 swimmers.
Evie's been keeping her eye on her and trying to chase her down, but I don't think she might. Oh, I won't speak too soon. Time of 1:08.94. That was Sienna Wheeler.
So just confirming those placings, Sienna Wheeler in first place and Evie Perry in second place.
And Grant, the record in the girls 14 is 59.04. It's held by Amy Matsui Sua from Willoughby Girls High, and she sent that in the year 2010.
So moving on to heat 2 of the girls 14 years 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Edie Horstman from Orange. Lane 1, Keely Sutton from Maxville. Lane 2, Madison Wood from Wollongong. Lane 3, Jamie Jeffrey from Port Hacking. Lane 4, Alana Paul from Pittwater. Lane 5, Tarly Elliott from Barrenjoey. Lane 6, Lacey Teal from Coffs Harbour. Lane 7, Lara Morgan from Whitebridge. And in lane 8, Makala Smith from Dubbo College.
And Lana Paul has gone through in 30.40 ahead of Madison Wood and Jamie Jeffrey.
So coming up to the 15 metre mark, and it's a swimmer in lane 4, Alana Paul, who's established a body length lead, but it's going to be very, very tight for the minor placings, and it looks like it might be the swimmer in lane 3, Jamie Jeffrey, will get second, and the swimmer in lane 2, Madison Wood, in third. So we'll confirm those placings. Alana Paul in a time of 1:04.29 first, Jamie Jeffrey second, and Madison Wood in third place. Well done to those girls. Moving on to heat 3 of the girls' 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Lily Andrewtzis from Oxley. Lane 1, Piper Phillips from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 2, Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan. Lane 3, Ella Dixon from Crestwood. Lane 4, Susanna Kang from Cheltenham Girls. Lane 5, Sienna Tui from Albury. Lane 6, April Malloy from Toronto. Lane 7, Michaela Schwartzman from Bowral. And in lane 8, Chloe Muir from Smiths Hill. So Sienna Tui will, with 15 metres to go, looks like she will finish first in this event. The minor placings will be very close. So probably the swimmer in lane 4 and possibly the swimmer in lane 2. So they'll be our placings. In first place, Sienna Tui. Second place, Susanna Kang. And in third place, Kate McCarthy. So well done to those ladies. In heat 3 of the girls' 14 years, 100 metres freestyle. In heat 4, we have in lane 0, Tyler Weir from Glen Innes. Lane 1, Marley Broughton from East Hills Girls. Lane 2, Alice Spadero from Merriweather. Lane 3, Sophie McEnany from Dubbo. Lane 4, Bridget Bass from Endeavour Sports. Lane 5, Lucinda McCoy from Lucas Heights. Lane 6, Stephanie Clarence from Glenwood. Lane 7, Olivia Bird from Mount Annan. Lane 8, Peyton Tapuki from Woonona. And Lane 9, Ava Smith from Narrabri.
First through the turn ground was Bridget Bass in 30.55 by Marley Broughton.
So this, technically speaking, is the fastest heat, and this is certainly not a race in one. And there are challenges everywhere for the swimmer in lane 4, which is Bridget Bass. But going with about 5 metres to go, it looks like Bridget will just get there from, no, Lucinda McCoy. Swimmer in lane 5 is pipped her. So we'll have Lucinda McCoy in first place in a time of 1:03.91. No, Bridget Bass did win. I'm not sure what's happening with our screen. Dead heat. There you go. So we have a dead heat first place, Bridget Bass and Lucinda McCoy.
We now start to go to the boys' 14 years, 50 metre, 100 metre freestyle heats, and we have four heats. In lane 3 we'll have, sorry, we've had a change.
You go.
I've gone,
Okay.
I've got it. Sorry, I turned one too many pages. I'll be with you shortly. All right, in lane 1 we have Bailey Pickvance from Maxville North Coast. Lane what? That was lane 0. Lane 1, Leon Lee from Prairie Wood. Lane 2, Billy Hall from Warners Bay. Lane 3, Jake Boyle from Cronulla. Lane 4, Lincoln Catchpole, Merriweather. Lane 5, Joshua Park from Epping Boys. Lane 6, Lachlan Lee from Lucas Heights. Lane 7 is Riley Marcelino, James Agricultural High School. Lane 8, Sam Manwaring from Murrumbara. And lane 9, Nathaniel Stimson, Yanko Agricultural High School. And in lane 4, Lincoln Catchpole in a time of 57.81. 57.81.
So just confirming those placings. Lincoln Catchpole in first place, Joshua Park in second, and Jake Boyle in third. So all done to those three boys.
The record holder in this event is Ryan Leonard from Toronto, and he set it in 2011 of 55.60. Now in Heat 2 we have Nicholas Tucanini from Albury. Lane 1, Riley Malloy from Dubbo College. Lane 2, Jacob Fennick from East Hills Boys. Lane 3, Kobe Sims from Warilla South Coast. Lane 4, Cohen Clavel from Williama. Lane 5, Liam Jordan, Balgowlah Boys. Lane 6, Aidan White, McLean. Lane 7, Cooper Wade, Elderslie. Lane 8, Lachlan Simonidis, Denison College. And Lane 9, Harley Kerr.
So it looks like Neil on the coming up to the turn for the 50, Kobe Sims from Warilla.
In third, 27.30, so that's a fairly quick split.
That's a fairly famous name on the south coast, Kobe Sims, with the Sims brothers and sisters representing Australia in rugby league and being very prominent rugby league players.
One would assume that he related, or is it different spelling?
So coming up to the...
Oh, this is going to be a great finish.
We could have another dead heat here.
Oh.
No, so just confirming that finish, it's Cohen Clavel in a time of 29.65 from Kobe Sims in 30.81 and Liam Jordan in 30.53.
You're reading the split times, I think.
Sorry, I was reading the split times, yes. So
that would have been a world record.
That would have been a world record, yes, absolutely.
Olympic record, world. Heat 3 of the boys, 14 years, 100 metres freestyle will feature Jimmy Boswell from Canobolas Rural
Technology High School.
In lane 1, Oliver Walsh from Broken Hill. Lane 2, Cruz Hall, Warners Bay. Lane 4, Jarvis Laws, the Hill Sports High School. Lane 4, Terence Kang, Fort Street. Lane 5, Jacob Whitten, The Ponds. Lane 6, Maddox Burke, Warilla. Lane 7, Ian Burgess, McLean. Lane 8, Connor Watt, Albion Park. Lane 9, William Bartholomew, Farah Memorial Agricultural High School. And Terence Kang has gone around in 26.19. That's the fastest split we've had so far. But you would expect that as they are seeded heats. And he's a strong swimmer. He's got a body length on the nearest competitor as he approaches the last 15 metres, the last 5 metres. And he's coming in 56.84, so I would guess that record will be challenged in the next, in the finals.
Yeah, so just over a second outside the record in that heat sim, so well done to Terence. In second place was Jacob Whitten, and in third place was Maddox Burke. So moving on now to the girls' 15 years, 100 metres freestyle. In Heat 1, Lane 3, Dakota Kerr from Glen Innes. Lane 4, Grace Derrick from Cootamundra. And in Lane 5, Elizabeth Healy from Nyngan. So terrific to see the representation from the far west of New South Wales and the far south of these three girls. And they've got away pretty quick, and they're certainly going to make a race of this one. So heading up to the 15 metre mark before they make the turn to come for the final 50. The swimmer in lane 4, Grace Derrick, is just in front from the swimmer in lane 5, Elizabeth Healy. And very close behind is Dakota Kerr. This will be a great finish, this one. These three girls are within a hair's breadth of each other. So coming up to the final 15 metres, Dakota Kerr from Glen Innes might have just edged ahead of Grace Derrick and Elizabeth Healy, and it looks like it will be Dakota Kerr will finish first in this, the first heat of the girls 15 years 100 metres freestyle. So well done to Dakota in a time of 1:10.40. The second place was Grace Derrick, and in third place Mia Smith. So moving on to heat 2 of the girls 15 years 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Kelly McLeod from Picton. Lane 1, Lara McClellan from Yass. Lane 2, Mia Smith from Warners Bay. Lane 3, Indiana Aikman from Albion Park. Lane 4, Jade Main from Glenwood. Lane 5, Kaylin Tweedy from Seven Hills. Lane 6, Isabel Ray from Ori. Lane 7, Ella Dudgeon from Woolgoolga. And in lane 8, Molly Sultana from Williama. So if we move, coming through halfway down the final lap, it's a swimmer in lane 4, and that'll be Jade Main. Established quite a good lead over the swimmer in lane 5 and possibly the swimmer in lane 6.
Yeah, we're getting that, these 100 metres, the longer sprints, I suppose, Grant, aren't they? And then we get that beautiful arrowhead formation of the fastest seeds and the quicker swimmers in the middle of the pool, as we expect. And it's great to watch these 100 metre freestyle events. The pace goes up with the finals this afternoon. Heat 3 of the 15 years girls 100 metres freestyle. Lane 0, Isabel Irwin from Inverell. Bianca Greaves swimming in lane 1 from Shoalhaven. Addison Rufus, lane 2, Dubbo College. Celine Voon from Model Farms High School near Balcombe Hills, Winston Hills area in Sydney. Will swim in lane 3. Tilly Fickers, Smiths Hill, South Coast. Elise Coates is in lane 5. McKellar Girls. Amelie Chan, Manly, Sydney North, is going in lane 6. Lily Egan is in lane 7. Katara. Yolanda Hess, lane 8. Armidale College, and Libby Constable from Mudgee is in lane 9. They make their way down, and Tilly Fickers, one of the usual suspects, will turn first in 28.95. A snappy 50 metres, under 30 seconds. This is where the elite swimmers are, aren't they? This magical sort of 30-second mark, and Tilly Fickers is underneath it as she heads into the final 20 metres. And she will come down to the wall. Nice long stroke into the wall. 1:42 is the time for Tilly Fickers. 1:00:42. Sorry, Grant.
So just confirming those times. Tilly Fickers in first place. Elise Coates in second. And Celine Voon in third.
All right, we're going to go in heat 4 here for the 15 years girls. And Ella Johnson from Elderslie will swim in lane 0. Caitlin Williams from Young swimming in lane 1. Evie Wee, Cheltenham Girls, Sydney North going in lane 2. Bella Richardson, Port Hacking, lane 3. In lane 4, Healy Childs, Leichhardt. Eva Keane from the Great Lakes College in the Hunter region is in lane 5. Charlotte Bomer, Cronulla, is in lane 6. Andrea Thompson, lane 7 from South Grafton. Talia Mayo. Thank you, I hope I got that right. Talia, she will swim in lane 8 from Macquarie Fields, and Michaela Lenthal from Maxville on the north coast will swim in lane 9.
We might possibly have a withdrawal here in lane 5.
Yes, it looks like there's no swimmer there. That would have been Eva Keane, we think, Grant, but she's not there. Healy Childs takes them round lane 4. And a healthy lead here. Gee, she's put in a big 50 and a great turn to open up close to 6 or 7 metres there on Evie Wee from Cheltenham Girls. She will come in and touch, and 57.95 and set what we believe is the quickest qualifying time for that group. You want to go for a world record here? 51.71. Sarah Sjostrom from Sweden set a couple of years ago, 51. The girls coming in 57. Pretty snappy swimming.
So just confirming those placings. Hurley Childs in first, Evie Wee in second, and Charlotte Bomer in third place. Well done to those ladies.
Right, we're going to the boys at 15 years, 100 metres freestyle, and we've got 3 swimmers in our first heat. Oscar Shoebridge from Williama. We've had some number of swimmers from Williama from the Western region today, and good luck it is to all of these swimmers in heat 1. Oscar Shoebridge will go in lane 3, Logan Fuller in lane 4 from Farah Memorial Agricultural School, and Liam Griffiths is going in lane 5. The boys are underway. 2 boys from Farah in this heat, obviously swimming in everything from their school swimming carnival against each other, and here they are swimming in the same event at the Olympic venue. Must be great for them.
So just on the Williama situation, Matt, Williama is part of the sub-region West Darling, and that comprises the schools in the Broken Hill area. Broken Hill, Williama, and there's one other thing, it might be Kumiala High School, are the schools that form that part, the West Darling sub-region.
All right, bit of a journey for them. Must be wonderful for them to be able to come down to the state championships. We head back down the pool, and we will have Logan Fuller from Farah Memorial Agricultural School. He's going to come down to touch here, closely followed by Oscar Shoebridge from Williama. And completing that lineup, Liam Griffiths. We're going into heat 2. The speed's going up here for the 100 metres freestyle. Felix Levier, Tenterfield, lane 0. Brody Irvin is going in lane 1 from Bega. From Dunedoo, Luke Redding, he's going in lane 2. Brideth Peters from Cronulla is swimming in lane 3. Jack Stockley is in lane 4 from Narrabeen Sports. Cameron Waite from Cardiff is in lane 5. Campbell Connolly is in lane 6 from Warners Bay. Samuel Lewis from Kira is in lane 7. And Brody Cashman, Denison College, is in lane 8. And they are heading down the pool now. And we have Jack Stockley leading them in to this turn. Nice, strong, long stroke. He goes around in 27.63. As we said, the speed is going up, and now it's that first 50 is comfortably under that sort of mystical 30 seconds. He has good company, though, either side of him. He has Brideth Peters and Cameron Waite going stroke for stroke with him, and they're going to have something to say here in this final 20 metres. It is going to be a tight finish in this heat. He holds them off. Jack Stockley, great swim, very gutsy, and he held off Brideth, Cameron. Samuel Lewis is in, Brody Cashman, Campbell Connolly, Felix, Brody and Luke all in. Heat 2, heat 3. Ryan Toole will swim in lane 0 from the Henry Lawson School, Western Region. Alexander Rankin is in lane 1 from Gaimea. Aidan Miller, Picnic Point, lane 2. Alessandro Elemento, lane 3. Blacktown Boys, William Brownlee, Sydney Technical School. Lane 4, Justin Law, Davidson School, Sydney North. Lane 5, Jet Burke, Maclean, North Coast. Harry Sargent Wilson from Woonona is in lane 7. And Tristan Shear is from Woolgoolga on the North Coast. The boys are underway, and we have William Brownlee from Sydney Technical leading the way here. He's got a nice lead over that first 50, very strong turn. It is William Brownlee. He goes around in 27.15 to keep everybody else honest from those previous heats. And he's comfortable out in front now. He's extending his lead. He's bringing it out to a body length. He's got Justin Law and Jet Burke with him. It is William Brownlee in 56.05, bringing it under the 57 mark from the previous heat. William Brownlee. going with heat 4, pardon me, from Tumut, Kian Knight is going to swim in lane 0. From Whitebridge in the Hunter region, Hamish Ely, lane 1. Kingscliff's representative is Phoenix Preston, and he is in lane 2. Joshua Hand will swim in lane 3 from Quakers Hill. From Balgala Boys, Lachlan Davies is swimming in lane 4. Brodie Smith is in lane 5, Picton. Francis Park is in lane 6, Kellyville. Cooper Perry will swim in lane 7, Holsworthy. Bailey Edwards in lane 8, Wagga Wagga. And from Albury, Felix Clark is swimming in lane 9. It is a complete lineup across the pool, and it is Lachlan Davies from Balgala Boys taking them around in lane 4, 26.56. It's getting quicker. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of times the senior swimmers go through these 50s and 100s in a little later. 100 metres freestyle, blue ribbon event. Must be amazing to swim in, and it's great to watch. And it is Lachlan Davies. He maintains his lead, but he has company here. He has Brodie Smith just on his shoulder. 5.57. It is our fastest qualifying heat. And it was Lachlan Davies with some strong competition from Brodie Smith and Josh Hand there. We're going to roll into the 16 years girls now event for the 100 metres. There are 3 heats here, and they are all full heats. Eliza Griffiths will swim in lane 0 from Oxley. Abby Urell from Evans River, K-12, lane 1. Isabella Malukin from Mitchell in lane 2. Emily Simons, Pittwater, lane 3. Leah Pickvance, Maxville, lane 4. Felicity Shannon, lane 5. Yass. Michaela Mead, Kirrawee, lane 6. Zoe Brackenridge from Woonona in lane 7. Alexis Whedon, Eldersley, lane 8. Make up the swimmers in heat 1 for the 16 years girls 100 metres freestyle. The record, Zoe Diamond set this in 2009. It stood for a while. She was from Hurlston Agricultural College, and her time that she set in 2009 was 57.51. Let's see how the girls go. They come back down the pool. It is Leah Pickvance from Maxville. Lovely little part of the world up on the north coast, as she leads them comfortably into the final 15 metres and 10 metres. I think it is Leah Pickvance. Maxville's going to enjoy this, and there she goes. 1:02. So she sets the standard for the others to chase. Philip Hughes territory, I believe, Maxville, along with a lot of other notable sports people from up that way. Heat 2, Paige Sergi is going in lane 0 from Murrumbidgee. Tully Piddock is going in lane 1. Dubbo College. Michaela Hughes, lane 2. The Henry Lawson School. Lara Horvath is in lane 3. Whitebridge. Millie Edwards, lane 4. Maxville. Emma Broadbent, lane 5. Gosford. Evie Bullock, Winmalee in the mountains, it's west of Sydney, lane 6. Bosley Park's representative is Keely Lay in lane 7. Sienna McConnell is lane 8 from Glen Innes, and Lucy Hall, Wagga Wagga, lane 9. 50 metres to swim. Millie Edwards takes them around in 29.23. Make their way back down on the second 50. Millie Edwards has a lead of about a body length, and she appears to be feeling strong, and she's getting an extension on that lead. Great kick. She has half a dozen strokes into the wall. She'll try and finish on the full stroke, and she does, kinda, almost, and she wins the heat in 1:00.62. So our first heat's still a quicker qualifier there with Leah Pickvance. Just Heat 3 coming up, and we've got Anna Cockburn going in lane 0 from Young. Maya Bailey from St Mary's Senior High School in lane 1. Anna Cockburn, lane 0. Georgia Zanino, lane 2 from Camden. In lane 3, Madison Jones, Woonona, Ebony Nix, Tomaree, Hunter Region. She's in lane 4. Ella Mounter is going in lane 5, also from the Hunter Region, but from Lambton High School. Abby Hamilton from McKellar Girls, Sydney North. She's in lane 6. Michaela Dobos is going in lane 7 from Kirrawee. Denison College representative Violet Henson is in lane 8. Chloe Mulligan from Peel, Northwest. Down they come. Turning, lane 4. Ebony Nix takes them around, and she does so in 28.24. That's the quickest 50 of 50 split of the 16 years girls. Let's see if Ebony Nix can hold on. She's certainly setting a pace that the other girls not finding it difficult to keep up with, but she's certainly opened up a little bit of ground on the rest of the field. She comes in under the flags, and once again will try and finish full. She does 59.17, and she's the first swimmer in the 16 girls to go under the magical 1 minute barrier. Fastest qualifier across the 3 heats, Ebony Nix. Moving into the big boys now, the seniors. Sorry, my apologies, we're not there yet. The 16 years still have something to say about that. Heat 1, 16 years boys, 100 metre freestyle. Kirk Palmer is the record holder of 52.74, set in 2002. It's a long-standing record. Harry Bartholomew is in lane 0 from Farrer Memorial Agricultural School. Ali Fidel, East Hills boys, lane 1. Ryan Murdoch, lane 2, Colo. Christian Bresler, lane 3, Bulli. Cameron Gorn, lane 4, Toronto. Aidan Arneson, lane 5, Evans River, catered 12. Noah Price, lane 6, Bulli. Archie Tui, Albury, lane 7. Glenn Innes has a representative in lane 8, Rory Husband. Lane 4 and 5. Lane 5 is going to take this around. It's Aidan Arneson, 26.66. Look at those times for that 50 split, really coming down now as these swimmers really power through the water. This is some swimming in good company. We've got lane 4, Cameron Gorn, starting to exert his influence here in the last 20, and he has managed to pull just in front of Aidan Arneson, and he takes that qualifying heat. Cameron Gorn, 54.56. Pardon me. Henry Knight is our swimmer in lane 0 in the next heat. Heat 2, Henry Knight's from Cobar. Braden Connell, lane 1, East Hills boys. There's that school again. Plenty of swimmers coming from there today. Endeavour Sports High's representative, Lincoln Cooper in lane 3. Alexander Walker, lane 3, Newcastle. Daniel Lawrence is in lane 4 from St Ives. Hamish Taylor, lane 5, Kincumber. Hugh Bloomfield, swimming for Merriweather, representing Merriweather, is in lane 6. Tyler McManus from Lithgow, lane 7. Daniel Smith is swimming in lane 8, and he rounds out the beautiful collection of swimmers and schools from throughout the state because he's come in from Narrabri to swim at Homebush, or Olympic Park more precisely. Lane 4 will take them around. No surprises there. Daniel Lawrence, 26.06, and he goes around quicker than Aidan Arneson did in the previous heat by 1/10 of a second, so the pace is really ramping up here, and it's very willing out front. 3 guys going at it here in lane 3, 4, 5 and 6. Alexander Walker, Daniel Lawrence and Hamish Taylor. There he goes, Daniel Lawrence, 54.23, and the quicker split translated into a quicker time. He sets the fastest time for qualifying so far across 2 heats, 54.23, coming in under Cameron Gorn at 54.56 in the first heat. Final heat for the 16 years boys. Evan Jakes, Denison College is swimming in lane 0. Ruben Matthews from Muirfield, up near Parramatta-ish Way in the Hills area. Muirfield High School, Ruben Matthews, lane 1. Alexander Clarence, Glenwood, Sydney West, lane 2. Hugo Pagella Guthrie from Newtown is going to swim in lane 3. In fact, he is swimming in lane 3. Jacob Faulkner, Brisbane Water College, lane 4. Kirana Agung Anom, Lucas Heights, lane 5. Anton Jovanovic, Hoxton Park. Levi Willis is in lane 7. Thomas Boker is in lane 8. Alstonville. And Cooper Gray is in lane 9. Coringal. Levi Willis has come up from Warilla in the Illawarra region. And they turn. Kirana Agung Anom has taken them through in 26.96. Our fastest split, Daniel Lawrence, 26.06. Let's see what these guys can do in the second half. It is lane 5. Kirana Agung Anom. And he will hold them. There he goes, 55.26. But it's going to be Daniel Lawrence unofficially as our quickest qualifier there from the second heat. The 16 years boys. Now we're going to the big girls and the big boys. The seniors for the girls, 100 metres of freestyle.
Macaulay from Orange. Lane 2, Avara Salter from Ulladulla. Lane 3, Tanner Davey from Great Lakes College. Lane 4, Christine Ruff from Manly. Lane 5, Lily Taylor from Kirrawee. Lane 6, Lane 6, Caitlin Jean from Hastings Secondary College. Lane 7, Samantha Thompson from Wellington. Lane 8, Matisse Silvestro from Murrumbidgee. And lane 9, Charlotte Manning from Armidale College.
Very nice, Grant. We've got the record here set by Charlotte Brown from McKellar Girls in Sydney North. She set it in 2019. The record is 56.55. My conversations with Mr. Les Trist tells us that Charlotte Brown is now swimming and involved in swimming overseas in the United States. She's made quite a success of it. Very good swimmer she was at CHS level. Coming down here in lane 4, it looks like Grant Christine Ruff.
Yeah, the swimmer in lane 4, Matt will take this one out.
It is Christine Ruff, and she does it in 101.
Yeah, 101 flat. So just confirming those placings, Christine Ruff in first place, Lily Taylor in second, and Tanner Davey in third. So well done to those ladies.
Looks like she does a quicker second half than the first. That's interesting, isn't it? Because you get that dive at the start. She obviously lifted her pace. She warmed up to it. Going in heat 2 here for the senior girls. Piper Stewart is in lane 0, Murrumbidgee. Eve Bailey, lane 1, Dubbo College. Hannah Main, lane 2, Glenwood. Shannon Lewis, Engadine is in lane 3. Georgia Christian Milne, lane 4, Cardiff. Imogen Fickers is in lane 5, Smiths Hill in Wollongong, the Illawarra. She's in lane 5. Eve Porter's lane 6, Mullumbimby. Emma McCarthy, lane 7, Mount Annan. Lania Suamemo. She's from Campbelltown, it looks like Performing Arts School, and she's in lane 8. And Courtney Mulligan from Peel is in lane 9 as they approach the halfway point in this heat. Lane 5 will take them around. Imogen Fickers, 29.01, and she's going to have something to say about bringing this time in under the magical 1 minute mark, I would say. She holds them here, half a body length. She's being pushed by Georgia Christian Milne in lane 4. But she's opening it up just a little more. Imogen Fickers will come down and make it 1 minute 0:06.
So just confirming those placings. Matt Imogen Fickers in a time of 1 minute 0.06. Second place, Georgia Christian Milne. and in third place, Hannah Main.
She
So
gave that 1 minute a shake, didn't she?
She
You know, six
certainly
100ths
did.
of a second outside of it.
that's a fingernail.
Yeah, I'd say
That's it.
so. Yeah, yeah.
So moving on to heat 3 of the girls 17 to 19 years 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Mealing Dang from Westfield Sports High School. Lane 1, Lana Mullican from Mitchell. Lane 2, Ebony Nash from Gosford. Lane 3, Ava Jankovic from Merriweather. Lane 4, Kailani Kawamochi Gangi from Canterbury Girls. Lane 5, Zoe Zoltans from Cromer. Lane 6, Kira Hetherington from Camden. Lane 7, Indigo Caney from Eden. Lane 8, Gemma King from the Hill Sports High School. And Lane 9, Matilda Oliver from McIntyre High School.
Ava Jankovic is in this heat, and here she is. We went around with Kalani Kalomatangi, Canterbury Girls. Is that right, Grant? Have I
That's
got
correct.
that right? She led them out here, and she will take them through. And she's under 1 minute, 59.85. She means business. We got Ava Jankovic there as our lane 3.
Yeah, Ava will be the fastest qualifier. Just to confirm those placings, Ava Jankovic in a time of 59.85 in first, Zoe Sultans in second place, and Kira Hetherington. And you might remember this morning, Ava Jankovic won the girls 800 metres freestyle. So well done to Ava. And we were kind enough to speak to, Neil Sherring spoke to Ava after her swims this morning, and a very insightful interview about school sport. So moving on to heat 1 of the boys 17 to 19 years 100 metres freestyle. Lane 0, Ashton McConnell from Glen Innes. Lane 1, Declan Carriage from Canahuka. Lane 2, Matthew Allen from Elizabeth MacArthur. Lane 3, Mitchell Skipworth from Picton. Lane 4, Arnie Chandra from Epping Boys. Lane 5, Sam Bloomfield from Merriweather. Lane 6, Isaac Rees from Lambton. Lane 7, Aaron Kazia from Rooty Hill. And Lane 8, Jack Cox from Canahuka.
Arnie Chandra's taken them through, Grant. He's taken them through in 26.01. The heat's really on. It's really lifting now. He is in good company because he's got Sam Bloomfield just on the other side of him. Sam from Merriweather, Arnie from Epping, and they're going to fight out this first heat by the looks of it. And also taking some interest in this is another one of our usual suspects, Mitchell Skipworth from Picton. They've got over the top of him. Mitchell Skipworth's done it in lane 3 and set the fastest time there.
So just confirming those placings, Mitchell Skipworth in first in a time of 54.99. Second place, Sam Bloomfield. And in third place, Arnie Chandra. Very, very close finish there with less than half a second separating them.
Yeah, it was a massive swim, wasn't it? Okay, we're going in heat 2 now, Grant, with Jonathan Davies from Murrumbidgee going to swim in lane 0. Kevin Park from James Roos Agricultural School is going to swim in lane 1. Dylan Truong, Prairie Wood, lane 2. Darcy Woodley will swim in lane 3 from Concord, just down the road. We've got Oscar Croak from Coffs Harbour, a fair way from home, in lane 4. Joel Fleming, Great Lakes College, Hunter Region in lane 4. Jack Leeson from Grafton is in lane 6. Lucas Smith from Dulwich, he's in lane 7. Liam Moody, Parks in lane 8. Alexander Myson, Narrabri 9. What a great scattering of schools and swimmers we've got here. But it's Joel Fleming from the Great Lakes College who is having a nice time out in front here at the moment, with Oscar Croak coming along up on side him just on his hip.
Yeah, it's a good battle here for first and second place, but I think Joel might just have it here, Matt.
I think he
He's,
may,
he's
yeah.
finishing very strongly.
Yeah, doesn't mind 100, does it very well. 53.12, that's a really nice time. Record, Grant's 51.91. Alex Petrulescu from Homebush Boys, set in 2009.
Yeah, Alex Petrulescu is one of the great swimmers in the Sydney North region, and also a great swimmer for Homebush Boys High School. So moving on to heat 2 of the 100 metres heat 3, sorry, yeah. Okay, in lane 0, Hugh Williams from Ungary. Lane 1, Lachlan Street from Kingswood. Lane 2, Omar Afuf from Blakehurst. Lane 3, Edward Dodds from Tumut. Lane 4, Kobe Bujak Upton from Barrenjoey. Lane 5, Bailey Witten from Camden Haven. Lane 6, Amon Sato from Kingsgrove. Lane 7, Riley Gibbs from Yass. Lane 8, Brody Peacock from Albury. And in lane 9, Jai Bishop from West Wyalong.
Yeah, a bit of power on display here as we go up through the age groups of the seniors. And it is Kobe Bujak Upton, and he's from Barrenjoey. We're talking Northern Beaches there, aren't we? And nice swimming part of the world. So Kobe's gone around in the quickest over the first 50, but he's got Bailey Witten keeping him company on his right shoulder now from Camden Haven. Kobe's going to hold him off, I think, and let's see the time, 5:2.83. Gee whiz, that is progressively quicker throughout all those heats. You would imagine there'll be a few swimmers from that heat going through to the final because Kobe has dragged them through in very smart fashion.
So just confirming those placings, Kobe Bujak Upton in first, Bailey Witten in second, and Edward Dodds. Well done, Edward, from Tumut in third place.
Yeah, good swimming. All right, that gets us through the 100 metres, that section of the 100 metres program. But now let's look forward to the multi-class 100-metre events where we've got the 12 to 15 years girls, 100 metres freestyle, multi-class. Poppy Capewell is going to go in lane 2 from Springwood in the Blue Mountains. We've got Charlea Nixon, Great Lakes College up at Foster, going in lane 3. Scott Morrissey from Narromine, lane 4. Claire Graham from Young in lane 5. Emily Keogh Casino in lane 6. Olivia Nolan in Endeavour Sports Makeup. The first heat for this 100 metres freestyle 12 to 15 years multi-class girls event in the hands of the starter.
Order lunch. And they're away. Again, I'll remind people these are time finals. And being multi-class events, there's the swimmer's personal time is compared to the world record in that that applies to their specific classification. And as we approach the end of the first 50, we have lane 5, which will be Claire Graham from Young turning in. It was Sky Morrissey in lane 4 from Narromine.
Snappy first 50 there from Sky.
Yeah, 41.31.
They're going to head back down the pool. It's nice of people to come around and take our lunch orders today. Neil, isn't it? Jeez, we've got a nice selection of things there, but no lobster on the menu today.
No, that's tomorrow.
What a shame. Was they have lobster last year? I don't know. No, I wasn't here. I missed it.
I think it's tomorrow.
I'll make sure I'm here then. Yeah.
And young Sky Morrissey is swimming a very good race, and she's closely followed by young Claire Graham from Young.
Yeah, that's a nice swim, isn't it? 100 metres of freestyle. Let's keep in mind some of these guys have already had a couple of swims today.
A lot of them have.
So fatigue is an issue, is a factor.
So that was a very good swim from young Sky.
Absolutely.
129.69, and there's a familiar name at the top of the record for this event is Jasmine Greenwood again from the Shoalhaven, and with a 107.19 set in 2017, and she had a mass point score of 745.
Righto, Neil, we're going to go into the second heat here of the multi-class, the junior girls for the 100 free after that excellent first heat. Summer Klein, we're talking timed finals here, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Yep. Summer Klein, lane 0, Kincumber. Georgie Duggan, lane 1, Glenwood. Rhoda Bulmisri from Balmain in lane 2. Lily Taylor, Bright Taylor. Tormina is in lane 3. Also from Tormina, one of her schoolmates. Rosanna Herden is in lane 4. Emily Pratt, Hunter Sports, in lane 5. Elizabeth Cockburn is in lane 6 from Young. Tanya Parker from Asquith Girls is in lane 7. Alyssa Gillespie is in lane 8 from Narrabeen Sports, and from Evans River, K to 12, Paige Dolby will swim in lane 9. And they are in the water for the 12 to 15 years girls 100 metres freestyle multi-class. It's the second heat of the timed finals, and lane 4 has gone out like a bullet. Lily Bright Taylor, she has established almost a body length in the first 25 metres. Obviously enjoys a swim in this event.
She's got a lovely stroke too.
Yeah, good, you know,
Good
some,
kick.
some great examples of the freestyle here. She's nice and long. She's got company here, Neil, from Rosanna Herden. Sorry, that's Rosanna. Who's going to turn? Yeah, Rosanna Herden's keeping her company there.
Lily Bright Taylor and
Yeah.
Rosanna Herden.
Yeah.
Both from Tormina, so they obviously train together,
Okay.
compete against each other regularly.
Probably know each other's strengths and weaknesses quite well. They know when the other one's going to be coming at them and can prepare for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 4, Rosanna Herden has now established the lead. They have 20 metres to swim, less. And
There's going to be a good tussle for
Rosanna
second place, I
comes
think.
down here. She goes underneath the flags. We'll give her into the red markers, and then bang, nice long finish. Rosanna it is. 1:16.09.
From Elizabeth Cockburn and
Emily Pratt.
Emily Pratt.
Elizabeth had a strong finish there, didn't she? Really good second 50.
That brings us to the boys, 12 to 15, 100 metres freestyle multi-class. Again, I remind you these are time finals. And in our first heat, we have Lincoln Bryant Waterhouse from Bomaderry on the south coast, Tyrone Shields from Ballon on the north coast in lane 4, Lachlan Daly Monk from Glenmore Park, Sydney West, and Seth Woodman from Endeavour Sports, Sydney East.
Record, Declan Budd, set last year of 59.83. He's from Davidson School, Sydney North.
And he'll get a chance to swim again.
Are we going to see that young man lining up in the senior
We
ranks?
are.
Well, that'll be great. All
So-
right, the boys are on their
Blocks.
here, on their marks. Okay, now this is interesting.
Two of them.
Now there's a chance to test the water. Just before we get underway, now there we've got referee John Williams. He's having a discussion with our starter, and John seems to be well, he's taking it quite well at the moment, isn't he?
Quite
He's
relaxed.
Yeah, he's very relaxed. He's a lovely man. He doesn't let things like that bother him too much. He's just I think they might have decided that was a little error from the starter or himself that might have put the boys off.
A technical start.
It's
It's
technical.
technical error.
Yeah. Not blaming the boys for that, and they're going to get them back up there. There's some great officiating right there.
And they're off.
They've got them away. There's a good safe start from young man in lane 3. He wasn't taking any chances. Lincoln, he just made sure he was after the starter signal, and he's off. But he's given the boys a little bit of a lead there. And
I think he might be foxing.
yeah, well, here he comes now. He's settling into his rhythm, and we've got Tyrone Shields, lane 4. No surprises. Lane 4, that famous fast lane at the Olympic pool. I wanted to the past greats sort of speak to them, while they're swimming down lane 4, Neil, Thorpe's there, do this, do that, swim a bit quicker, son, come on. And, because that was the lane where it all took place, wasn't it, many years ago?
Yeah.
Although I think if we look at something like the 4x200 relay that year, that the United States were favourites to defend and Australia beat them, I think Australia would not have swum that in lane 4. I think the States would have been fastest qualifiers. They probably swam lane 4, and the Australian team, including Thorpe, Klim, and the guys swimming lane 5 or 3, maybe 5. Yeah. That was that famous Gary Hall Jr. comment, we were going to smash them like guitars, and then the boys did have some nice moment at the end of the relay, didn't they?
Air guitar.
Here we go. We're coming down to...
And that's Tyrone Shields.
It is Tyrone. Tyrone
well
Shields.
Well done, Tyrone.
He's going to touch
147.
That was a first night of swimming. And Thorpe had already won the 400 metres individual in world record time and brought the house down. Therefore, no shortage of support for that Australian relay team later in the evening.
Tell me, can you remember exactly where you were when that happened?
I was probably sitting at home, maybe at my mum and dad's place. I think that's where I probably was. And I do remember the games quite well because the opening ceremony was on my birthday.
Wow, really?
Yeah. And I was travelling out near Penrith, and I could see the stadium fireworks go off. And
that was all for you.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good way to celebrate.
I was with my family at Circular Quay.
There you go.
Leaning up and looking at the big...
there would have been the big screen.
Big screen.
Yeah.
Our second heat, ladies and gentlemen, of this time final will include Malachi Sharp from Irrawang Hunter in lane 0, Max Bott from Camden Haven, North Coast, lane 1, lane 2, Jordan Hun, Macquarie Field, Sydney Southwest, lane 3, Jade Van Stralen, Picton, Sydney Southwest, lane 4, Liam Toja, St Ives, Sydney North, lane 5, Bailey Thompson, Dunedoo, Western, lane 6, Ronnie Tandy Bell from Wellington, lane 7, Isaac Logan from Vincentia, and lane 8, Sandy Brown, Tweed River, lane 9, Noah Johnson, Elderslie, Sydney Southwest.
I've just been informed that Darren's sitting beside me. We share the same birthday, and we were both. We both thought the Olympic opening ceremony was about us. Of course, we might have both been off the mark there. Yeah. Maybe what I'll do, Neil, is I'll stop discussing highlights of my own life and get back to the swimming here, which is really interesting because we've got the multi-class guys in the water here.
Yeah, lane 4, Liam Toja from St Ives is... hang on.
Wow,
Ooh, I might be wrong.
This is a strong swim, isn't it?
I think it's Jaden Van Stralen.
I agree, from Picton.
From Picton in 30.67.
Yeah,
That's
he's
a very
taken
good
that around. That's a big...
Very good split.
Big swim there. He's having a nice time out front.
These students have all come through their schools and their local zones to their regions, to the states to represent their regions and schools at this state. So they've done a tremendous job. For some of them, it would have been difficult with the closure of pools, especially in the country. But I'm sure they would have had private arrangements where they can go, or indoor pool that hopefully wasn't too far away. What a good swim. 104.61.
Wow.
104.61.
That's an impressive swim. It doesn't matter what context you put that swim in over 100. That's
very
strong,
good.
isn't it?
Yeah. I know I couldn't do it. Our next event's going to be the event 33, the girls 16 to 19 years, 100 metres freestyle, multi-class again. And these girls will be competing against the world records according to their classification. And we had a look at some of those this morning, and they were quite amazing, the times some of those swimmers were achieving. And they will calculate the personal time of each of the swimmers against that world record, and the best percentage or highest point scorers according to their classification will be declared the winners. So we won't be able to give it to you at the end of this. We have one heat in this one. In lane 0, we have Emily Flatley from, I'm not sure what school she's Tuggerall. Is it Tuggerall? No. Then we have Millie Springett Kelly. Am I reading the right one?
Yeah, you are. You are. But
But they've changed it all around, I think.
Sarah Sykes, no, we've got. We're quite close to the program, Neil. It's
Lane 1, we've got Sarah Sparks,
yeah.
Tuggerah Lakes College. Lane 2, Nicole Taylor, Murrumbidgee. Lane 3, Amelia Moore, Coffs Harbour. Lane 4, Crystal Jensen, Borkham Hills. Lane 5, Portia Jimison from Muswellbrook Hunter. Lane 6, McKinley Arneson from Evans River K-12 High School, North Coast. Lane 7, Sarah Bergen from Coffs Harbour. And Lane 8, Tanaya Familio from Ulladulla.
Over to the starter. They are away. The record for this event, the girls 16 to 19 years 100 free, multi-class, was set in 2005. Roll back the years. Prue Watt set that record of 1.0471, and she came from Newcastle. I wonder what Prue's up to now.
Well, she
Probably
was
enjoying a life.
She was the Paralympian, a gold medalist at the Paralympics.
There you go.
A wonderful young lady.
Yeah, yeah. They're going to turn here. It's another snappy little 50
Nicole
metres.
Taylor again with 39 from Amelia Moore. Nicole Taylor's having a big meet so far. Nicole actually swam an able-bodied race earlier today too.
Mm-hmm. Well, those times that they've gone around in are very competitive.
Oh, she was competitive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if she makes the final.
No, she's looking good. These girls are
So
doing a nice job of 100 metres of freestyle.
Yes, both of them.
Yeah.
106.59.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amelia Moore went with her all the way.
Well done to those ladies. And our last event in this battery is the boys 16 to 19-year-old 50 metres multi-class, 100 metres multi-class freestyle. We have 2 heats according to the list I have in front of us. And we have Darren Sisman swimming out of lane 3 from Endeavour Sports High. Sorry, we just got the confirmation of those 3 place finishes, or 3 people that touched the wall correct firstly. And they were Nicole Taylor, Amelia Moore and Crystal Jessen. Then we have Mitchell Rafish from Corrine School Western. And Michael Richter from Gingerbine, South Coast.
We are just waiting for completion of that previous heat. Nicole Taylor taking it out. Then we'll move into the senior boys.
And here we go.
There they are. Record holder for this event, Neil, Darren Sisman, set only last year, in 2022. His time was 59.41.
Darren's in this first heat.
Yeah, and that is a very snappy time. So it's going to be good to see him swim again. And see
Swimming out of lane 3.
All right. Yeah, there he is.
Two going from the pool deck and Darren off the block.
Yeah, Darren's away with the other 2 boys. Well, it's nice to be able to watch the record holder swim, and he's kind of showing us here why he is the record holder. He is away like a bullet. Look at that power and strength. He looks great, doesn't he, in the water?
He knows he's swimming against the time rather than against his competitors.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I'm sure he has that in mind. He will turn here in lane 3, touch and go over.
27.
27.10. I tell you what, he's going to, if he can maintain this, he's going to threaten that record in this heat. He looks incredibly good, incredibly strong. Darren is from Endeavour Sports High School.
Yes.
And he's having a fine old time of it here as he comes down to the wall. This is very interesting. He's set a new, unofficially, he's set a new record there.
56.08.
And he smashed it by close to 3 seconds. So
That's a very powerful
the
swim.
Endeavour Sports faithful will, I hope, have enjoyed that swim on one or many of their screens down at their high school.
Interestingly enough, in the next heat we've got Declan Budd, who set the 12 to 15 years record.
What an interesting little gathering of swimmers this is, Neil.
He set that back in, I think, yes, 2022 or 59.83.
Yeah,
which was 0.4 of a second out of outside Darren's record.
Right, we can look at the Olympics and all these championships, and don't let anybody try and tell us that CHS is not interesting and exciting. What a little moment we've got coming up here with Declan Budd and a few others.
Declan will be fully aware of what he needs to swim.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So we've established, we believe that there's been a new record established, which will make the second for the day. But watch this space.
Yeah, okay, well, the lineup, Neil, for Heat 2
is
we're very interested in. Take us away, Neil. With that,
Benjamin Tullock out of lane 0 from Benora Point, North Coast. Daniel McEwen, lane 1, Pennant Hill, Sydney North. Lane 2, Matty Price, Parks. Lane 3, Josh Graham from Young. Lane 4, Declan Budd from Davidson, Sydney North. Lane 5 is Jack Carey, Ashfield Boys. Lane 6, Blake Price, Park. Lane 7, Christian Miller, Cootamundra. Lane 7, Dylan Van Stralen from Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 9, Orion Shakesharp, Taree Hunter.
And, you know, let's not kid ourselves, Neil. We're talking about Declan Budd and, you know, Darren Sisman, but there's, you know, 7 or 8 other guys in this event that might be just quietly interested in posting a quick time as well. And
Dylan Van Stralen has done pretty well today so far.
Yeah. Daniel McEwen, quite quickly, what we've got here is our Declan Budd from Davison, laying it on the line. He has to really in this first 50 to try and compete with this time from Darren Sisman in Heat 1. He takes it around 27.97. He's not far off it because Darren Sisman went around in 27.01. He does have work to do in this second half. So it is Declan Budd dragging them down the pool, but he is well and away, so he can just concentrate on going flat out. He's going to come in with 15 metres to swim now. And
be just outside,
this is a 57.
Wow.
Well, very nice, very exciting to watch. Declan Budd trying to chase a time set by Darren Sisman in the first one, but I think just outside it.
Just outside, we think.
Yeah.
But Declan Budd will have a couple more years in this age group,
He will.
I suggest.
Would have been interesting to see them in the same heat, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't have been good.
Would have been a bit of excitement for the crowd just before lunch. But anyway, does that take us to lunch now?
I believe it does, and that's, I think, well, that is the final event in session 1,
Morning
day
session.
1 of the Combined High Schools 2023 State Swimming Championships.
Well, I've ordered a chicken Caesar for lunch, Neil. I don't know what you've ordered, but I hope everyone watching in their schools, people at home watching, have enjoyed the morning session of 2023 day 1, and we wish them a nice lunch and look forward to seeing them afterwards for the afternoon session in the final. Should be great.
I think it'll only be a few minutes away, probably 5 to 10 maximum.
Yeah.
So watch this space, and thank you for your attendance.
Absolutely.
And we are welcome back, everyone. This is our first event after the brief luncheon break. We have event 35, which is the girls 12 to 15's 200 metres individual medley multi-class. And in lane 0, we have Sky Morrissey from Narromine. And lane 1, Tanya Parker from Asquith Girls. Lane 2, Rose Anna Hurden from Tormina. Lane 3, I haven't got her first name, I think it's Emily Cockburn from Young. Lane 4, Summer Klein from Kincumber. Lane 5, Emile Pratt from Hunter Sports High School. Lane 7, Orada Misery from Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 8 is
Georgia Duggan
from Glenwood Southwest, and lane 9 is
Claire Graham
from
Young.
Thank you, Grant.
So just going back to lane 3, that's Elizabeth Cockburn from
Coburn. Thank you for that.
Young High School.
And this is a straight time final. And we have lane 2, which is Rose Anna Hurden from Tormina, who's had a very good meet to date. And she'll go into the breaststroke. Sorry, you start with butterfly, don't you, Grant?
You do.
Thank you.
Butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle.
Thank you. And she's being challenged at the moment by lane 5, which is interesting. It was at lane 4. Lane 4, sorry, is Summer Klein. So we have lane 2, Rosanna Hurden, and Summer Klein from Kincumber. So I'll come down to the freestyle leg. The record was set by Jasmine Greenwood, Shoalhaven, of 2:48.79 in the 2017.
Now, just a reminder to our listeners, the determination of the winner in the multi-class events is based on their time, their classification, and the world record. And we'll give you the provisional results, but the final results will be done once the classification process has taken place.
And it looks like Rose Anna Hurden from North Coast will be the first to touch in a time of 3:06.81. And Summer Klein second to touch in 3:16.16. So that was a time final, and the results, as Grant had just informed you, will be calculated according to classification, world record and personal time.
So moving on now to the boys 12 to 15 years 200 metres multi-class individual medley. In lane 2, Jordan Hyung from Macquarie Fields, and Jordan is an S9. In lane 3, Isaac Logan from Vincentia. Isaac Logan is an S19. In lane 4, Jaden Van Stralen from Picton, and Jaden is an S14. In lane 5, Liam Togger from St Ives, and Liam is an S8. And in lane 6, Ronnie Tandy Bell from Wellington, and Ronnie is an S10.
And that's just confirming the finishing positions, but not the medal winners of the previous race.
So we're just awaiting the swimmers to move on to the box and wait for the instructions of the starter. While we're doing that, we welcome everyone back to the live stream and also thank everyone for watching. This afternoon's events will start with the girls and boys 200 metres individual medley multi-class. We'll then go through to the finals of the 100 metres breaststroke, then the finals of the 100 metres freestyle, then on to the finals of the multi-class 50 metres freestyle, and we'll finish off with the boys and girls 400 metres individual medley. So a good program of events this afternoon.
And in the water we have the boys 12 to 15 years 200 metres IM multi-class. The record was set by Declan Budd last year with a time of 2:42.50, and he amassed 489 points. First through the turn is Jaden Van Stralen. He's into his backstroke, followed by Liam Togger. And we have a very close race in third and fourth at the moment.
So this is a terrific swim by each of the boys. Whilst they are a little spread out, remember that the results are determined by classification, time and comparison to the world record. So every one of these boys is certainly in it for a medal, but we won't know that till the final results are determined through the classification process.
And I believe this is Jaden's third swim of the morning, or the day so far. And like in all his other events, he has been doing extremely well. As has Liam Toga.
So Jaden's opened up quite a good lead in the breaststroke section. Often the individual medley result is determined in the breaststroke league, and Jaden certainly is putting in an excellent league here.
We'll just transfer now into the freestyle. A strong turn. An attempt to bring it home in the best of his ability. Went round 2:7:21. And whilst Liam isn't closing the gap, but the gap isn't getting any further at this point in time. So he's maintaining his standard, and it's going to come in the last 5 metres. And Jaden swum 2:53.61.
So in this, the boys 12 to 15, 200 metres multi-class individual medley, provisionally we have Jaden Van Stralen finishing in first place, Liam Togger in second place. Good battle here for third and fourth. And we also have another swimmer in fifth place, and he's going on very well as well. So all under these boys, it's a pretty tough gig, the 200 metres individual medley. So well done to Jordan, followed by Isaac. And Ronnie is coming home very well as well. So we'll just wait till Ronnie finishes, but well done to those boys. And well done to Ronnie Tandy Bell from Wellington. So excellent work, guys.
And they're the final places or positions for touching the wall. Our next event is the girls 16 to 19 years, 200 metres multi-class individual medley. And I note, Grant, that the record holder of this event, Nicole Taylor, which she established last year in 2022, Murrumbidgee, is in this event.
Yes, Neil, she's
Lane 4.
lane 4, fastest, well, technically speaking, the fastest qualifier.
So we've got Sarah Bergen from Coffs Harbour in lane 2, Portia Jimison from Muswellbrook Hunter in lane 3, Nicole Taylor, Murrumbidgee Riverina. Lane 5 is Crystal Jessen, Borkham Hills, Sydney West. Lane 6, Amelia Moore, Coffs Harbour, Coffs Harbour Senior College, North Coast. And 7, Millie Springett Kelly from Inner Sydney, Sydney East. And in the butterfly leg, Nicole has created a bit of a gap already. And she's gone around in 33.72 for her first split in the IM. And Nicole Taylor is now in her backstroke leg. And she's been challenged now by Amelia Moore, who's put in a good backstroke. Use the boom. And at the moment, Nicole Taylor is into her breaststroke leg and doing extremely well. She's got 50 metres freestyle to go after this, and she's going to turn in 2:04.25 with 50 metres to go in freestyle. So last year she swam 2:47.52. At the moment she's not really being pushed. Sorry, what's your name? Chelsea. What's your last name, Chelsea? And where are you from?
I'm not actually racing
Aren't you?
at the moment.
You're a world champion, I heard that.
Chelsea, CHS. Last year.
Yeah, the CHS
You got the Betty Bowen.
yeah.
We have a very special guest, ladies and gentlemen, Chelsea Jones, who was a previous competitor at this event and last year finished her schooling at Woonona High School. Is that correct, Chelsea?
Yes,
From the South. Sorry, we'll do this again. We've got Chelsea here from Woonona. Woonona, passed from Woonona High School, and I believe you're a world champion.
Yeah, so I do a lot of pool swimming, but also really into my surf life saving. So
Right.
last year, while I was in year 12, I went away in September for about like 3.5 weeks over to Europe.
Just before the HSC.
Yes, just before my HSC. So I actually ended up coming home 5 days before my first English exam, which was not ideal, but I didn't want to give up the
Opportunity.
experience of like going overseas, racing for my country. just for my HSE exam.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you obviously did very well. Where did you go overseas?
Yeah, so we were in Italy, which obviously there's no surf there because I was there for surf life saving, but they also do pool rescue, which is what I mainly did, being a pool swimmer. So I ended up coming away with 4 gold medals, a world record and 2 silver medals.
And what was the world record?
It was actually in the relay it was called the 4x25 mannequin carry. So in pool rescue, we swim with mannequins and all the rescue kind of techniques and races, which the mannequins are around like 50 to 55 kilos, depends on how full they are. And yeah, so we were lucky enough to break that world record, which was pretty good to do, like representing Australia and like with the girls as well. It was so much fun. It was great.
It would have been fun.
Yeah.
So are you still an active member of the Surf Life Saving?
Yeah, I'm a part of Bulleye Surf Life Saving Club.
I know Bulleye very well. I know the cafe very well.
Oh yeah, it's good cafe. Yes.
Yeah, it's very good coffee.
And yeah, I swim at West Illawarra too. So
Okay.
at the uni there at Wollongong.
Okay, so did you recently attend the Nationals?
Yeah, I did. I just came back a few weeks ago because I'm at Open Nationals now. So it's a big step up from age group, obviously, like here at CHS. But when you're standing up there next to Emma and Kate Campbell and Shayna Jack, like it's
serious.
It's like red hot competition, which is good. So it's a big step from age group swimming up into opens, but it's also know where you're at, and it's good level to then push yourself in training.
So Emma's a local with you?
Yeah, ex-West Illawarra swimmer, trained at the same pool, so she's obviously someone that all of us girls from down in Wollongong look up to, being an ex-Wollongong girl. And when she comes home, she always comes and joins in sessions with us, which is really nice, and she gives us some of her old cozies, which is good because she gets millions of them for free, so we can save ourselves $800 there, which is good for those racing suits.
Really?
Yes, all those girls in there wearing the long racing suits, $600 to $800 is how much they cost. So when Emma wants to come and bring some to us, we always, we'll take them, hands up.
So how'd you go at the Nationals?
Yeah, good. Because they split it up into 18 and 19. So I'm 18. I got a 3rd and a 4th, which was good. So that placed me like 13th and 14th overall. So
goals for the future in swimming?
Definitely to try to like break into that senior team. So that's like coming top 6 kind of. So it's a good spot now, like only being like fresh into that open age group, still being 18. So yeah, just got to work on my skills, because when it's that age, like nothing is between all the races. So it's just nailing those skills that those girls have, like so much more experience.
So what's your favourite distance?
Well, I do all the freestyles, but I prefer like middle distance freestyle. So from like 50 to 400, I like the best. But yeah, I also used to do the 800 at Nationals.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you go with the HSC when you came back with 3.5 weeks before your English exam? 5 days before your English exam, sorry.
Well, I came back with COVID. So
you did?
So then I was in bed for probably 2 days because I was so sick and jet lagged from the flight home from Europe. I think it could have been a lot better if I was obviously at home studying for those 3 weeks. But
life experience.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with how it went, and I had like the blanket of already knowing that I had early entry to uni, so that like gave me a lot of comfort going away for that time. But I was actually still pretty surprised with how it went, and like happy with what my marks were. They were better than I thought they were going to be. So
you're at Wollongong Uni?
Yeah, I'm at Wollongong Uni and I'm doing PE teaching at the moment.
PE teaching, so you're going to join the fraternity.
Yeah.
So 4 years.
Back to around
4 years time, you can come out and run this.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Terrific.
That's what Les was saying. I'll come take over his job.
So you've been swimming through the school system for the last 6 years at high school?
Yeah, since I was like 12, so I was here at CHS racing.
Did you swim at PWSA?
Yeah, but I wasn't as good as I was when I was here. Yeah, when I was here at CHS, actually, never lost any races.
Really?
So I finished my CHS swimming career with 25 gold medals on the dot.
Wow!
So that was a nice number to finish with.
Fantastic.
And last year I won the Betty Bowen CHS award for that.
Which is
so
the
highest
award a female athlete in CHS can win.
Yeah, so that was really nice. That's why I thought I'd like come back up and say hi to everyone, and my little sister's racing later on this afternoon. So.
Okay, how's she going to go?
Yeah, she has 100 free. I think she's going in equal 3rd, so she's hoping to
do a
when she's
PB.
next to all the other girls, do a PB and see. Hopefully, it'll be a good race to watch too. Yeah.
So do you think school sport had a positive impact on your development?
Definitely. Yeah. When we're like at our outside competitions, it's so stressful. You've got your coaches there, your parents are on it. So for me, I always come to school swimming so much more relaxed than being up tense and with everyone's pressures from my outside of school swimming. And I'd end up always swimming really fast here, PBing, just because I was so relaxed and it was such more of an enjoyable kind of environment that I was able to just relax and swim fast.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
I
so
suppose-
I love school swimming.
I suppose you met a lot of new, or made a lot of friends.
Yeah,
Obviously,
definitely.
you travelled with Les on his
Yeah.
School Sport Australia
Yeah,
tours. And
yeah. So last year I was the captain when we went up to Brisbane,
Oh.
and yeah, that was so much fun. I loved it there. But on the last day, I just kept on crying because I wanted to come back and do like the school swimming stuff all again because I just loved it and I had so much fun with it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be good if you do be able to come back and give a little bit back to.
Yeah,
what
definitely.
you-
That was when I walked in. I was like, damn it, I wish I was still racing.
No, you're older now. You're older.
Yeah.
You've got to do this. No, and the standard of the swim coming through was pretty good.
Yeah, no, definitely, it's good. And last year when we were at, I know they don't count the point score, but we're kind of keeping our own
Oh,
little
of course you would.
point score against the Queenslanders, and it was definitely pretty close, which means that we have like a good bunch of swimmers coming up and through New South Wales so that we can
You
give it to
see
the
at the
Queenslanders.
Nationals anyone that you think would be a star on the rise besides yourself?
Up at national swimming or school nationals?
National swimming, the open one.
Oh yeah, look, there's definitely lots of girls that are coming through. There's lots of young ones from Queensland, but there's some good group of New South Wales girls that are around that 14 years that really gave it to the Queenslanders in all those age groups. So I think as they move up into the open levels, it'll be good because girls are just getting younger and younger and faster.
Faster.
Yeah, definitely. So you look at someone like Emma, she's 28, but now there's Molly O'Callaghan who's just turned 19, who's now beating her. So
Emma had such a breakout year.
yes,
in
definitely.
Tokyo, didn't she? It was just magnificent to watch.
Yeah.
Team aspect. Swimming, I have always seen as a pretty individual type of
Yeah.
thing. You can't have someone talking to you just swimming along saying go faster or...
No. I used to play netball and basketball,
Yeah.
so just from being tall, my parents kind of put me into that.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I loved those sports for the team side of it. But in swimming, like it's very individual, which I think our club at West Illawarra is really good because it is so like we really focus on like our team values and like what our culture is that we're trying to put forward in our squad. So it is not just individual sport because we don't want to drive each other away because we don't care about each other. So we want to keep everyone in. It's good to train against each other just for that experience, but it's also we all know when you're friends outside of when you're behind the blocks, it is yourself. So and that's why everyone loves the relays too.
And that's fair enough too. But I suppose with the School Sport Australia or the new CHS teams, when you went away, the all schools teams, there would be a team element there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, because it's school swimming too, and a lot of people when they are at that level, like use school swimming as kind of like a race to relax and be able to see how they do race without that external pressure of coaches being on pool deck too.
And everyone
So I
watching
think like, well, when I was captain too, like we always like tried to rally around each other and we'd always like do our chants on the side of the pool just so it was like super relaxed and we could think of it as like almost like a state versus state kind of carnival where we are racing for the state and as a team instead of there's 4 boys in the New South Wales cap, they're all against each other. It's like, no, we want to come first, second, third and fourth to max our points like in that race. Yeah.
Interesting, this morning I had the opportunity to speak to Ava Jankovic, who was your vice captain last year. And she was saying exactly the same sorts of things that you are now about being that sort of environment is good for you guys because it's something different to what
definitely. And everyone was like, oh wow, like we're swimming so fast and it's in the off season, like so it obviously shows that a relaxed swimmer can also be a fast swimmer and like when you're having fun you can still swim fast.
So how often do you do patrol with Bulleye?
So to race for surf life saving we have to have at least 20 hours of patrolled. So I think it's every third weekend.
Okay.
How many like patrol teams we have at Bulleye? So every third weekend on Sunday we go down for half the day and patrol, which is good because Sunday's our day off for swimming too. So we go down there, we get to, you're on patrol volunteering with all your friends too. So it's great to give back to the community and do it with your friends.
Well, next time you're on duty, just keep an eye out for me. I'm not that strong a swimmer, and I do go down to Bulleye.
Yeah.
Mainly to the cafe, I must admit. Thank you very much for your time.
No, all good. Thanks for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure. We wish you all the best, not
Yes,
only in the
thank you.
swimming future, but we need vibrant young people like your good self in
Thank
the
you.
teaching fraternity. And I look forward in 4 years' time coming out here and seeing you running the whole shindig. Chelsea,
Yeah,
thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had Chelsea Jones, who is a gold medalist at the Surf Life Saving World Championships in Italy last year, and actually a world champion in a relay. She swam at the CHS Championships for 6 years and finished with 25 gold medals. A remarkable effort. She's obviously a remarkable young lady because she volunteers as a surf lifesaver also, and she's currently studying to be a PE teacher, and we wish you every success.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you very much. And I'm not sure where we're up to now, Chelsea, but that's your fault. We're up to the female 13 years breaststroke. Was that one of your strokes?
No, I did all the freestyles.
Oh, I know that.
Steer clear of breaststroke, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you,
so
Chelsea.
much. Yes, nice meeting you.
Parker's done it again to me. All right, I won't apologise for having such a wonderful young example of the results of school sport. We now have our 13-year-old girls with breaststroke, and at present we have lane 4, which is Alexis Petrovic from Katara Hunter, leading the way, and their record in this event, ladies and gentlemen, is 1:14.21, set by Jasmine Tran in 2016. And that was Alexia Petrovic in 1:18.25 from Scarlett Molloy and Freya Mead. So that is the final of the girls' 100 metres breaststroke.
And we're going to lead into event 6, the final for the 13 years boys 100 metres breaststroke. Neil, I'm going to congratulate you on that excellent interview with Chelsea Jones, and it was really great to listen to her views on school sport and her international experiences as well. She's a well qualified athlete, isn't she? And what a great representative for swimming and young people in general. You know, her persona's magical, isn't it? All right, so we got event 6 here, Neil. 13 years boys, 100 metres breaststroke. Our finalists are in lane 0, Thomas Valasis from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Xander Tuttle, lane 1, Hill Sports. Aidan Hugh will be going in lane 2 from Chatswood. Patrick Richards from Menai, lane 3. Hudson Hegarty, lane 4. Baron Joey. Jacob DeMartin, lane 5. Ashfield Boys. Daniel Choi, Muirfield, lane 6. Thomas Tennant, Holsworthy, lane 7. Justin Wan Guo, Balcombe Hills, lane 8. And Charlie Potts from Maitland is in lane 9. They are away.
The record in this event, Matt, was set by Ryan Leonard from Toronto High School in 1:12.77. And it's a long-standing record. He set that 13 years ago in 2010.
Yeah, what are we looking at there? 1:12. If you look at the fastest qualifier here, we are 1:17. The record looks safe. No wonder it stood for so long, Neil. It must have been a magnificent swim.
Yes.
We're going into the final 50 metres, and we have lane 4.
Hudson Hegarty.
It is Hudson Hegarty from Baron Joey who is heading it out, and he holds the He was the fastest qualifier at 1:17.15 by a significant margin, 3 to 4 seconds, and it looks like they're going to be closer to him than that for this in this final. But he looks like he's going to be our man as he comes into the red markings, and he will lean out and touch, and takes it comfortably, unofficially 1:16, and he has bettered that mark from the heats. We're going into event 7 in a moment.
It's the girls 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke, and we have a record holder that was established this morning by Sienna Tui in this event of 1:11.58. In lane 0, we've got April Malloy from Toronto. In lane 1, Lucinda McVoy, Lucas Heights. Lane 2, Ivy White, Picton. Lane 3, Caitlin McDonald. Lane 4, and record holder, Sienna Tui from Albury. Lane 5, Sophie McInerney, Dubbo College. Lane 6, Jamie Jeffrey from Port Hacking, Sydney East. Lane 7, Evie Moore, Heathcote. Lane 8, Marley Broughton, East Hills Girls. Lane 9, Jacqueline Button, the Riverina Senior College. Sorry, the Richmond Senior College.
An apology for Darren Seisman earlier today. I think I was calling him Darren Sisman. Darren Seisman, he was our winner in the multi-class just before.
I think we're all calling him Darren Sisman.
Yeah, I think, and I heard him presented as Darren Seisman. Our apologies if we didn't get that right. It was just amazing swimming to watch by that young man and the multi-class guys just prior to lunch.
If, in this one, if Sophie tries to push herself to establish a new record.
Yeah, well,
Because
she's right on the money as far as she is the record holder, is she not?
She is.
1:11.58. So the speed of the final may just drive her on to greater heights. She turns 33.
She can maintain that. She's done it.
Yeah, she'll do it comfortably. But of course, we've got some swimming under our belt today, and it is the second half of the event. Let's see how she goes as they come down.
I think this may be her 4th event of the day already.
So that's got to start to have an impact on a person. I don't care how much training you do. it's hard to back up in the afternoon sessions, I would think.
She isn't increasing her lead.
She's away here, isn't she? Yep.
And she's ahead of, I think, Sophie McInerney from Western.
She's going to come down. It will be close, and
she is
just outside.
11:60.
Wow.
1:11.64. So that's great swimming from Sienna Tui today. And second place, we've got Sophie McInerney from Dubbo, 1:16, and Jamie Jeffrey, 1:17.93. Those places will be confirmed now as we have a look on the board. So well done to Sienna,
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to, we had one of those Shazam moments now where we said the same thing at the same time, which means if we can think of a colour and we get the same colour, we get good luck. So you think of a colour, I'll think of a colour, and we'll see how we go. All right, here we go. Event 8. Cooper Wade, Eldersley, lane 0. It's the boys 14 years, 100 metre breaststroke final. Cooper Wade, lane 0. Christopher Guo, Manly, lane 1. Max Smythe, Kira, lane 2. Sam Manwaring, Murrumburra, Riverina, lane 3. Riley Marcelino, James Roos High School, lane 4. Tyler Downey, Toronto, in the Hunter region, lane 5. Bailey Hall is going in lane 6 for Warners Bay. Jacob Phoenix, East Hills Boys, lane 7. Jaden Sue Casula in lane 8. And Albert Wang, North Sydney Boys, lane 9. They are on their marks.
I'm just having a look at the record here of 1:10.24 set by Ryan Leonard back in 2011. Young Riley Marcelino came into the event with a time of 1:11.61. So
yeah, and he's gone out hard here. He's
a very strong swimmer.
Yeah, he may have this in his sights. He's established 2 lengths at the 25 metre mark. Riley Marcelino from James Roos, just in Parramatta, in around Parramatta, Harris Park area, and he is doing it very nicely in lane 4. He's going to change in 33. Once again, he's got that second half deal with the fatigue of a morning swimming and the second half of the event. So here he comes, Riley Marcelino, James Roos being pursued by Tyler Downey and Sam Munwaring either side of him, but they can't get within 3 body lengths of him at the moment. He has drawn away and he can concentrate on his own effort now. He won't have to worry about the other guys at the moment. He's putting his head down. He has 8 metres to swim. He is driving for the wall inside the red area, and he touches 1:11.55. And once he has, it looks like he's done it. Does it not?
No, 1:11.55. I think the record was 1:10.
Oh, my apologies. I'm looking at his qualifying. He's done a PB. He's completed a PB. He's nodding his head. He looks pretty happy. Yep. Okay, that's very good. We're going to event 9. With after a great swim from Riley Marcelino on the 14 years boys, but the 15 years girls is coming up now, event 9. From Pittwater, Natasha Boss is going to go in lane 0 from Model Farms High School, Winston Hills area of Sydney. Celine Voon is going to swim in lane 1. Marguerite Breslay is in lane 2 from Bulli. Haley Sue Willoughby, lane 3. Isabel Ray, lane 4. Albury. Jemima Barsum, Endeavour, lane 5. Menars, Kaliki, Rouse Hill, lane 6. Callie McLeod, Picton, lane 7. Grace Newton, lane 8. Randwick Girls, and Liana Deary from Yass is going to swim in lane 9, and that will make up our field for the 15 years girls 100 metres breaststroke final. They are in the hands of Garth Pereira, the starter, or they are about to be. And they are, he gets them away. The underwater to a point, and then they have to come up and swim. And we have lane 4.
Isabel Ray.
All the way from Albury. Grant and I were chatting a little earlier about the success of that school in that area as the early part of this carnival has taken place. Things must be going down there well there on the swimming scene. Hopefully we've got some kids from Albury and teachers watching this afternoon, some parents, grandparents, who knows. The turn, she makes the turn, Isabel Ray, 35.21, and at this stage she has command of the race. A little peek over her left shoulder. She has the luxury of a peek, and she must be feeling all right to feel that she can have a little glance over the shoulder there. She's extending her lead.
She's being followed by Hayley Shue from Willoughby Girls and Jemina Barson from Endeavour Sports High on her left and right.
Yeah, she's flanked by some pretty good operators, but she has qualified, 4 to 5 seconds in front of them. She takes it down to the wall in 1:15 flat, quicker than her qualifying, as you would expect, and she wins it. The girls' 15 years 100s freestyle.
Our next event is event 10, which is the boys' 15 years metres, 100 metres breaststroke. And we have in lane 0 from Tumut High School, Kian Knight from the Riverina. In lane 1, Nicholas Gavin, Warners Bay Hunter. Lane 2, Cameron Waite, from Cardiff. Lane 3, Alessandro Elemento from Blacktown Boys. Lane 4, William Brownlee from Sydney Technical High School. From lane 5 we have Harrison Tancred from the Hills Sports High. Jock Stockley will swim in lane 6 and he's from Narrabeen Sports High School. In lane 7 we have Brody Cashman, Denison College, Western. Lane 8, Samuel Lewis, Kira, South Coast. And in lane 9, Daniel Patiga from Balgowlah Boys, Sydney North.
Yeah, good lineup, Neil. And there was some pretty hot swimming in the heats here from these boys. And if you look across those middle lanes, 110, 111, 112 either side of them, this could be a nice close one, and whoever is out in front is probably going to feel the heat from those around him. Although William Brownlee, in his great qualifying time of 110, may have the buffer here if he can swim well in the final. But here they are across the middle lanes, as expected, all 4 of them.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, lane 3, 4, 5 and 6, and you can even throw lane 2 in there at the moment. Cameron Waite as being in the picture. But it's going to start to unfold. Look, it's incredibly close at the turn. The qualifying times were close. They go around. Alessandro Amento takes them through.
33.26.
Yeah, but look at those times. There's not much in it, is there? No. And they come down the pool, and it's almost a replica of what we saw up the pool on the first leg. They are very, very close. Now, the only one that may be struggling to keep in contact there now is Jack Stockley, but he swam well in his heats.
Elemento's taking it out to them.
Yeah,
he's pushing them.
This is a great race, and their time suggested. Thank heavens for the electronic timing equipment here, because there it is. It's going to be lane 5. Harrison Tancred.
109.65.
And he was not the quickest qualifier.
Wim Brownlee.
He was second
109.86. And Elemento 110.
He was second quickest qualifier, so he brought it home in the final and swam 2 seconds quicker in the final than he did in the heats.
We move on to event 11, girls 16 years, 100 metres breaststroke. Lane 0, Michaela Lave from Blackdown Girls, Sydney West. Lane 1, Isabel Yee, Burwood Girls. Lane 2, Michaela Hughes, Henry Lawson High School. Lane 3, Millie Edwards from Maxwell. Lane 4, Ella Malta, Lumpton High School. Lane 5, Amelia Espert, Warners Bay High School. Lane 6, Tully Pittick, Dubbo College. Lane 7, Emily Simmons, Pittwater. Lane 8, Eliza Griffiths from Oxley. And Lane 9, Evie Bullock from Winmalee, Sydney West.
Right, we've got a record here, Neil. 16 years girls of 1:12.51, set by Brooke Hanson. How long ago? 1994. That is going to take some beating.
Of course, Hanson was a representative of Australia at a number of events, international events. And her father, Ian Hanson, was the media manager for Swimming Australia for a great number of years. Started his career as a reporter at the Daily Telegraph many, many years ago.
Okay.
He's been a great supporter of swimming at all levels over the years.
They are away. They complete the underwater and glide and come up swimming. Lanes 2, 3, 4. Take your pick here at the moment. Michaela Hughes, Millie Edwards, Ella Malta are driving this race at the moment in the hunt for the medals. We've got Ella Malta has just established a slight lead. She has the fastest qualifying time by about 3 to 4 seconds here. So I imagine that turn and initial first 10 metres.
Michaela Hughes has done very well that turn in lane 2.
Yeah, she's put in a very big 30-metre section there in the swim into the wall and coming out. And now she's established the lead. This is showing why she's the fastest qualifier. Ella Malta from Lambton High School in the Hunter region. She's going to come into the wall here, and she has put in 5 to 6 body lengths on this field. And there it is, 1:15.80. A little outside her qualifying time, but no surprises there. It's an afternoon session.
And there we go with the boys, 16 years, 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Elijah Witten from the Ponds, which is Sydney West. Lane 1, Aidan Arneson from the Evans River, Cater 12 North Coast. Lane 2, Jordan Gelati from Warners Bay Hunter. Lane 3, Justin Wang, Chatswood, Sydney North. Lane 4, Matthew Kim, Marsden, Sydney North. Lane 5, Anton Jovanovic, Hoxton Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Alexander Walker, Newcastle. Lane 7, Thomas Carter, Blaxland. Lane 8, Cameron Gorn, Toronto High School. And lane 9, Hugo Pagelli Guthrie from the Newtown Performing Arts High School.
Record 1:05.77. Another international athlete. We talked about him earlier, Simon Cowley, set in 1996. These athletes set records back in the day, almost announcing themselves on that elite scene, you know, and and time has proven that. Simon Keller going on to represent at the international level, holds the record from 1996. Boys are on their marks. John Williams and Garth Pereira get them away, and here we go. Should be a nice little contest here. Qualifying times of 1:08.9, 1:09, 1:09, 1:10. We may have a similar scenario here in the middle of the pool. It's a bit of a blanket here in the middle, letting the boys fight it out. You know, who can maintain their technique and form under the pressure, and who has the endurance in the second half of the day and the second half of this event.
It's Matthew Kim going around 32.55. Matthew's from Marsden.
Yeah, Matthew's our fastest qualifier, 1:08, so he's taking it to them.
Alexander Walker was in second place from Newcastle.
Man, Matthew Kim is holding up to the pressure that these other fellows are bringing to bear upon him, and he is just starting to exert himself on the rest of this field, whereas we've got second, third and fourth place in that almost blanket. But Matthew Kim, he's going to come down to the wall.
And
Great finish.
1:07.85, so he's better.
He's gone under the qualifying, so he's made them swim pretty hard in the final.
Good swim.
Event 13 coming up here, Neil. Girls 17 and 19 years. The senior girls 100 metres breaststroke final. Nadia Kasner is going to swim in lane 0 from Strathfield Girls, just down the street, round the corner. Nicole Taylor is swimming. She also swims in the multi-class events, and now she finds herself in the final of the senior girls in lane 1. Murrumbidgee. Jessica Henderson is going to swim in lane 2 from Peakhurst. Georgia Christian Milne, Cardiff, is going in lane 3. Kelsey Van Eldick from Merriweather is going to swim in that famous lane, lane 4. Una Nagai, Blackwattle Bay, lane 5. Newcastle representative, Hunter Region, Heidi Schneider is going in lane 6. Sky Phillips is in lane 7. Pennant Hills. Stella Lavrinovic, I'm saying that is. Stella Lavrinovic Cake, Willoughby, lane 8, and Eve Porter, lane 9, Mullumbimby. I'm sure Stella and her friends will be giving me a score and rating on how well I got that surname right.
And the record here is 1:11.8, set in 2007 by Erin Malone.
Here we go.
Good start. Lane 2 is out, so lane 2 was Jessica Henderson.
We've got two girls that have swum 1:17 in qualifying here, Kelsey and Una. So we'd expect them, but
looks like
we've got Kelsey. Kelsey's taking this out here in lane 4. We've got a no lane in non-swimmer in Georgia Christian Milne here. She doesn't appear to be taking part in this final.
Just working it out, okay. I think not young Nicole Taylor, this would be her 5th swim today.
Well, she's had the multi-class events. There's been a lot of those.
She's done a 200 IM.
Didn't swim an 800 earlier in the day, did she?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Just to warm yourself up. All right, well, this is, in the middle of the pool, Kelsey Van Eldick, and at the moment, the closest qualifier to her is Una Nagai. She's maintaining touch, but it looks like Kelsey's she's not going to get away with this. She's going to smash this and take it out. She glides in 1:15. So once again,
2 seconds faster than the qualifying.
Once again, you know, a fast time in qualifying, and they go out hard and make the other girls chase.
Which brings us to the last of the 100 metres breaststroke finals, which is the boys open, or 17 to 19 year olds. And in lane 0 we have Matthew Allen from Elizabeth MacArthur High School, Sydney Southwest. In lane 1, Maximilian Vandermeer from Tempe, Sydney East. Lane 2, Brodie Peacock from Albury. Lane 3, Remy Lennon from Camiargle, Sydney North. Lane 4, David So, Cumberland. Lane 5, Dylan Trung from Prairie Wood, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6 is Zi Yong Fang from Kellyville. Lane 7, Matthew Kim from North Sydney Boys. Lane 8, Caleb Dakin, Coffs Harbour. Lane 9, Lachlan Cole, Kirrawee.
That's that beautiful name, Neil, isn't it? It's got that beautiful ring to it, Camaragal. Camaragal. All right, record 1.0396. Simon Cowley, 1997, just before he took off to international competition at things like Commonwealth Games, etc. So, boys are in the hands once again of John Williams, the referee, and Garth Pereira, who is the start. He will put them on their marks. He has them on their marks now, and they are away in the final of the senior boys. It's the dive and glide, the one kicking up, and here they come. Fastest qualifier, David So, qualified in the second heat, I think. 109.85, and he's taking it to them, showing them why he was the fastest qualifier. And they would have been aware that Dave came through from the second heat, and they will have some work to do. It'll be a harder final for these guys. A lot of them didn't have to chase David So in their heat, but they have to now. He comes up, and once again, he's got the little peak. He has a little look on the left side. And he is in good company, but they are at his hips at the moment. We've got Remy Lennon, who is just on his hip and within touch, but they only have 20 metres to assert themselves here, because David So from Cumberland is putting his head down and going for the finish, and he's going to do it. David So, 106.14. What a swim. 3 seconds quicker than his qualifying effort in the second heat of the final. He's had a nice little experience of breaststroke today. David So, Remy Lennon, Dylan Truong are the medalists, it appears, from senior boys 100 metres breaststroke.
They're all swimmers that just went under their times from their qualifying time.
Yeah, it brings out the best, doesn't it?
So we move now to the 100 metres freestyle 12 years girls final. And this will feature Gemma Cashman in lane 0, Denison College.
Just pass me that water.
1, Kiara Maguire, McKellar Girls, Sydney North. Lane 2, Mika Harbour, Randwick Girls, Sydney East. Lane 3, Elise Green, Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 4, Delinda Thompson, Mitchell, Sydney West. Lane 5, Catherine Jordan, Sydney Girls High School, Sydney East. Lane 6, Reagan Edwards, Wagga Wagga, Riverina. Lane 7, Chan Dutt, Rouse Hill. Lane 8, Susanna Boz, Riverside Girls, Sydney North. Lane 9, Talia Dewberry, Glenmore Park, Sydney West.
Girls 12 years record, Neil, 1.0231. Amy Bannatyne, 2003, 20 years ago for Amy Bannatyne, and the 12 years girls will set out in pursuit of that. They are 3 seconds clear of it in qualifying at the moment. These long-term records are hard to run down. The reason they have stood the test of time is because they are very strong records. We're off in the 12 years girls final of 100 metres freestyle. A little bit of blue ribbon swimming here, 100 metres freestyle. Going lane 6 here. Regan Edwards, but now lane 5, now lane 4. We've got Delinda Thompson from Mitchell starting to impose herself. She goes around 3-1, 3-3, and she'll now try and bring it home and stay out in front.
Lane 4 is, lane 5 is it?
Lane 5 is there with her. She has the company of Catherine Jordan just at her thighs there, just at her knees.
Seems to be pulling away with a nice, powerful kick.
Yeah, there's some really nice swimming going on here. That's a strong stroke though, isn't it? She comes in, bang, there it is.
105.78.
105.78. She goes quicker than in qualifying. And unofficially, it is Delinda Thompson from Mitchell who takes out the 12 years girls 100 metres freestyle. We're going now to event 20. Boys 12 years 100 metres freestyle final. We've got in lane 0 from Barrenjoey, Byron Gilbert. In lane 1, Josh Gillette, Oak Flats. Kai Clinton, Warners Bay is in lane 3. Anthony Walzak from Fort Street is in lane 3. Lane 4, Zui Ratazak, Carrying Bar. Xavier Miles is swimming lane 5. He's come up from Maruya. Justin Sangrang from Sydney Tech High School is swimming in lane 6. Benjamin Agnew from Fig Tree High School, just south of the big city of Wollongong, a southern suburb. In lane 7 is Benjamin. Liam Vickman from Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 8, Tio Bendinelli from Merriweather, up and around Newcastle on the beach there. He's going to swim in lane 9 in this complete lineup for boys 12 years, 100 free.
Got a pretty quick record here of 1:00:14 set by Lachlan Smith in 2019. So.
Yep, and we've got a standout qualifier here by about 3 to 4 seconds of Zui Ratazak. He is qualified in 1:02.79. He's going out of lane 4, and let's see if he can live up to that reputation. It looks like he's intent on doing that because he's gone out very strongly in lane 4, and they will have to chase him over this last 60 metres. It's a big 50 metres from him. He's 30 seconds, so he's not mucking around, and he's showing similar form and energy to what he showed in the qualifying heats. He's trying to get away from them, and he has a body length now on Xavier Miles beside him, and he's opening it up. He's going to come into the final 10 metres, and he's stretching it. Nice long stroke. Just looks great in the water. He's coming down to the wall, and he goes in 1:02.90. 1:02.90. It's a win, unofficial, to Zui Ratazak from Maruya.
Next event is the girls 13 years 100 metres freestyle. And we have in lane 0, Caitlin Keating from Crestwood, Sydney West. Lucy Nam, North Sydney Girls, lane 1. Hannah Malta, lane 3, Lambton. Lane 2. Lane 3 is Sophie Hamilton, Warners Bay at the Hunter. Lane 4, Hannah Huseman, McKellar Girls, Sydney North. Lane 5, Emily Ruff, Killarney Heights, Sydney North. Lane 6, Chloe McCormick, Endeavour Sports, Sydney East. Lane 7, May Robinson, Merriweather. Lane 8, Felicity Wells, The Hill Sports High School. Lane 9, Imogene Walsh, Warilla High School.
Here we go, Neil. Fastest qualifier, Hannah Huisman from McKellar Girls. They have a strong history of swimmers across the years. And the record, 5:9.64. Emily Ros Kelly, 2011. I think an international as well. Would I be correct? I'll have to check that. Shame on me for not knowing. And here we go.
And they're away?
They are away. If you call that, Neil, I'm going to check my information.
Yes. And we had Hannah Huseman come off with the best response time of 0.59 of a second to the start. And consequently, she is now in the lead. She moves down the first 50 metres. But it's a race all over the pool for second at the moment. And Hannah has gone round in 29.02. Emily Ruff, 29.66. Sophie Hamilton, 29.92. So there's 3 girls under the 30-second point. So they're going to try and give this record a nudge, and they're going stroke for stroke. In fact, lane 4, lane 3, Sophie Hamilton is putting some pressure on.
So then was Bates
a
close
great finish.
Wow, this is
and it's 1:01.94, 1:02.04, 1:02.35.
Yeah, and that was Chloe McCormack gaining our attention on the other side of the pool there, lane 6.
So,
Hannah Huisman took it.
Yep, from
1:01.94. Emily Ross Kelly was certainly successful later in her career at CHS level, and also was involved in, I think, might have been involved in surf swimming as well, a little bit like our guest Chelsea Jones a little while ago. Event 22, Neil.
Yes, the boys 13 years, 100 metres freestyle. And swimming out of lane 0 will be William Munro from Lambton. In lane 1, Charlie Potts, Maitland. Lane 2, Omar Kaliki, Rouse Hill. Lane 3, Jaden Ship, Holsworthy. Lane 4, Hudson Hegarty, Barrenjoey. Lane 5, Anthony Ruff, brother of Emily, Kalani, he's from Kalani Heights, Sydney North. Lane 6, Jacob DeMart, Nashville Boys. Lane 7, Aidan Absmith from the Janelli High School. Lane 8, Jacob Chalmers, Balgala Boys. And lane 9, Thomas Vasilis, Picnic Point.
I've got a feeling this might be a bit of a treat. We've got 3 guys qualifying in the 1 minute flat region.
Yep.
And then a couple of 0-1s around them, so this may be
a very strong
quite a few in contention. But here we have lane 4, fastest qualifier, Hudson Hegarty, taking it to them in the first 50 and putting the pressure on them to see how hard they want to go down this first length of the pool. And he really has made a great first 50 as he turns 28.550. He's going to bring this home now, hopefully, but he has coming up on his right shoulder Anthony Ruff from Kalani. Now, Anthony Ruff seems to be where the competition is going to come from, but we've got Jaden Ship from Holsworthy, who is staying with them now. Hudson Hegarty is putting his head down, and now he's getting serious, into the wall.
59.05.
59.05. Made them go quicker in the final than they did in the...
Followed by Jaden Ship and Anthony Ruff.
Heats.
And that
23, girls 14 years, 100 metres, freestyle. Jamie Jeffrey's going to go out of lane 0. Port Hacking, Ella Dixon from Crestwood, up in Winston Hills, Balcombe Hills area. Ella Dixon, lane 1. Kate McCarthy, Mount Annan, lane 3. Bridget Bass, Endeavour, is lane 3. Sienna Tui, lane 4. Albury. Susanna Kang, Cheltenham, lane 5. From Lucas Heights in Sydney East, Lucinda McCoy, she'll swim in lane 6. From Pittwater, Alana Paul is in lane 7. In lane 8, Marley Broughton, East Hills Girls. And in lane 9, Sophie McCanini from Dubbo. A lot of swimmers from around the Sydney region, and Sophie's there from Dubbo to round it out. We've also got Sienna coming up from Albury. Let's see how everybody feels this afternoon in the 14 years girls. Record, Amy Matsuo set in 2010, 59.04. The light goes, the gun beeps, and the girls start swimming the 100 metres final for the 14 years.
Good start from lane 7.
Yeah, it is strong, isn't it? She's up there of those outside lanes. Just get your attention when those outside lanes come up. I think we're going to be led in by lane 4. I think Sienna Tui from Albury likes the feel of things here, and she's going to go over and around.
29.65. She qualified fastest with 101.36.
And she uses that turn and away to gain those couple of metres. I think it was Elka Whalen speaking about those turns last week.
No.
If you can nail that turn and get away, you can gain a metre or two at the start of that final leg, particularly in things, I think she was referring to things like medleys, where some swimmers are finishing a slower stroke. Sienna Tui does it 1:00.63.
She's had a fairly magical day one of the meet.
She certainly has.
That's the third event she's won, I think, and she's also established a record.
Yeah. All right, we've got event 24 here, Neil, the boys.
14 years, 100 metres freestyle. And we have in lane 0, Jake Boyle from Cronulla High School. Lane 1, Hayden White, McLean. Lane 2, Jacob Whitten, The Ponds. Lane 3, Cohen Clavel, Williama. Lane 5, Terence Kang, Fort Street. Lane 5, Lincoln Catchpole from Merriweather. Lane 6, Kobe Sims, Warilla. Lane 7, Liam Jordan, Balgowlah Boys. Lane 8, Joshua Park, Epping Boys. Lane 9, Maddox Burke from Warilla on the south coast. A wide spread of various associations. Sydney North obviously well represented.
Got a couple of Warilla boys in there.
Yep.
And the record, Ryan Leonard, 2011. It's been there for a while, 55.60.
But we do have a couple of 57s and a 56 in this event, so who knows? Lincoln Catchpole was the fastest qualifier from, Terence Kang was the fastest qualifier from Port Street, Sydney North.
Yeah, a little bit of turbulence in the pool now as we go up into the slightly older age groups. Well, not in the big boys yet, though. But these fellows can certainly move it along. Nice swim in lane 2 here to take up the running and go round with them.
Terence Kang from Lincoln Catchpole and Jacob Whitten.
Yeah, Jacob Whitten, see lane 2. He made a really nice swim in lane 2 to surprise a few of these fellows. He's still up there. So he's in the medal hunt here.
Yeah, very much so.
Swimming in lane 2. But it is lane 4, Terence Kang, Fort Street. He's hauling the mail here now, but look at this coming up. We have Lincoln Catchpole on his outside, and Lincoln Catchpole gets him. That's a great swim.
Yeah, 56.81.
Very gutsy, strong,
Terence
just stayed
Kang,
cool.
Yep. 56.96, and Jacob Whitten.
Jacob Whitten hangs on in lane 2. He swam very well in one of those outside lanes. Event 25, girls 15 years, 100 metres freestyle, final. Emily Chan from Manly is going to swim in lane 0. Evie Wee from Cheltenham, lane 1. Kaylin Tweedy from Seven Hills, lane 2. Jade Main, Glenwood, lane 3. Helly Childs, Leichhardt, lane 4. Tilly Fickers, Smiths Hill in Wollongong. He's in lane 5. Elise Coates, McKellar Girls, lane 6. Isabel Ray, Albury, lane 7. Celine Voon is going to swim in lane 8, Model Farms. She's from Model Farms High School. And Charlotte Boma is going to swim in lane 9 from Cronulla. The record, 56.53. Amy Matsuo set in 2011. Another long-standing record. Will be hard to get over the top of. Fastest qualifier, Ely Childs, 57.95. She blew them away in the qualifiers. Let's see what happens here. But the girls are going with her at the moment. You would expect if she's going to live up to form from the qualifying heat, she's going to start to open it up now. But now we've got another good swim from a swimmer in lane 1.
Oh, lane 1,
yeah. Evie Wee from Cheltenham has once again turned in 3rd place. Some of these swimmers are starting to like to swim out wide. Girls in the middle are starting to exert their influence on the event now. And this is where Healy Childs is going to make her move here in the second half of the event, stretching it out. Great style, bang into the wall.
57.98. So
57.98. She's gone just about as quick as her qualifier. And
but she dragged 2 others under that 1 minute mark.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And Jade Main.
Good swim.
Done. We now move to the boys, 15 years, 100 metres freestyle. Lane 0, Jet Burke, Maclean, North Coast. Brideth Peters, Cronulla, is in lane 1. Jack Stockley, Narrabeen Sports High, is in lane 2. William Brownlee, Sydney Technical High, in lane 3. Lachlan Davis, Balgowlah Boys, lane 4. Lane 5, Brodie Smith, Picton. Lane 6, Joshua Han, Quakers Hill. Lane 7, Justin Law, Davison. Lane 8, Cameron White, Cardiff. And lane 9, Phoenix Preston, Kingscliff. We have a record here set by Nathaniel Romeo in 2008, and here Nathaniel was from Narrandera. So that is the time they're trying to beat. We have the fastest qualifiers, 55.57. And they have to get down a bit in this event.
They will, Neil. They will. That young man you said was from Narendra, is that right?
Yes, he was from Narendra.
Yeah, he's. They'll be going to get under his time, I'd say. And here we have it. Lane 4. We got Lachlan Davies, Balgala boys. Turns and goes through in 26.13 to put the heat on the rest of them. Now he is joined in lane 4. That is Lachlan Davies. Brodie Smith is coming up alongside him. Brodie's from Picton, and he may have the slight advantage here. He's going to make him race right down to the wall. And here he is, lifting. Bang, realised he was in a bit of trouble.
54.31, so they've 54.31, 54.67, 55.38, so they've all swum a better time. So
I think Brodie Smith sort of caught the attention of Lachlan Davies, and Lachlan realised he might have to put his head down and just go again to get over the top, which he did. 54.31, very good time by Lachlan Davies to win the 15 years boys freestyle.
The 16-year girls 100 metres. And we have in lane 0, Michaela Mead from Kirrawee, Sydney East. Lane 1, Emma Broadbent, Gosford. Lane 2, Georgia Sanino, Camden. Lane 3, Millie Edwards from Maxwell. Lane 4, Ebony Nix from Tomaree Hunter, and she was our fastest qualifier. In lane 5, Leah Pickvance from Maxwell. Lane 6, Madison Jones, Woonona. Lane 7, Ella Mountar from Lambton. Lane 8, Keely Lay from Bosley Park. And lane 9, Felicity Shannon from Yass.
Okay, once again, we've got one swimmer here who's qualified under 1 minute from Tomaree. It's Ebony Nix. She's going to swim in lane 4. So she's comfortably under 1 minute, 59.17 in qualifying. It'll be interesting to see what she decides to do here. Just put her head down and see if the other girls can lift for the final. Here we go. Swimmer in lane 5, Leah Pickvance is. She's not going to muck around. She's going to take it up to her, and it's having no effect at the moment. Ebony Nix is turning in first place here.
28.48.
28.48, and she's swimming like the fastest qualifier. But there's lane 5. She's fighting back. She's not going to lay down. We've got Leah Pickvance. Lane 3's having a bit of a look here as well. Millie Edwards, swimming up. This is going to be a lane 5. I don't know.
Pickvance.
Yep.
58.77.
Yep.
59.22 and Georgia Zanino in lane 2, another lane 2.
Second fastest qualifier gets up there, Leah Pickvance from beautiful town of Maxville on the north coast.
I think Leah had a very strong meet last year.
All right.
She's quite a gifted swimmer. We now go to the boys 16 years 100 metres freestyle. And in lane 0 we've got Hugh Bloomfield from Merriweather. Lane 1, Jacob Falcon of Brisbane Water College. Lane 2, Karana Ajung Anom. Lane 3, Cameron Gorn. Lane 4, Daniel Lawrence. Lane 5, Alexander Walker. Lane 6, Hamish Taylor. Lane 7, Aidan Anderson. Lane 8, Anton Jovanovic, sorry. And lane 9, Christian Bresla. And these all boys swam under the 1 minute here. The record is a very fast 52.74 set by Kirk Palmer in 2002 from Henry Kendall. Our fastest qualifier came through in 54.23, but there are 4 swimmers under 55.
We're away. We've got the record holder here, Kirk Palmer, 2002. He set it. Whenever you get a record like that, you look at the personality, time of 52.74, and a record that's stood for over 20 years. Kirk Palmer became and is an international swimmer, and he swam at the Beijing Olympics, securing a bronze medal in the 4x200 metres freestyle. He's also a medalist at World Championships, a gold medalist at Manchester in relays as well. So he's taken his place on the world stage. Kirk Palmer, the record holder. This race is unfolding.
Very much so. We've got a lane 2 swimmer again, and that lane 2 is Karana Ajung Anam from Lucas Heights, and I think he might take it out.
We're looking lane 2, are we?
No.
Lane 4.
Lane 4.
Daniel
Phil
Lawrence.
In 54.01. 54.01. The second was Alexander Walker, 54.
So there we
lane
go.
2, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was.
All right, senior girls. Freestyle, 100 metres. Tanner Davey from the Great Lakes in the Hunter region is swimming in lane 0. Kira Hetherington, Camden Haven, lane 1. Zoe Sholton's lane 2 from Cromer, Sydney North. Georgia Christian Milne from Cardiff is swimming in lane 3. Anna Jankovic, Merriweather, lane 4. Imogen Fickers, Smiths Hill, lane 5. Christine Ruff, lane 6. Manly, lane 6. Lily Taylor, lane 7. Kirrawee, lane 8. Hannah Main, Glenwood. Ebony Nash will go in lane 9. And she is from Gosford. The record is held by Charlotte Brown, a young lady we said was swimming overseas now. And her record was set in 2019, 56.55. No qualifiers close to that at the moment. Let's see how the ladies perform here. On their marks, and they're set away. They are sent on their way down the first length of the pool. They come up swimming. We have lane 4, Anna Jankovic. You interviewed her a little while ago, earlier today, Neil.
Yes.
And she's probably breathing and working a little bit harder than she was in that very relaxed interview, I'd say. But right now, she's got work to do.
She's coming second.
She's changed in second. Christine's gone around in front of her. Ava Jankovic is going to have to find something here second half, and she is. She is with them, and it is 4, 5, and 6. Ava Jankovic, Imogen Fickers, Christine Ruff, who are going to contest the medals here. I think Ava Jankovic is lifting. She seems to have an arm length. Big second half there.
59.60.
59.60. She goes under qualifying time, and she shows that she's got the stuff because she had work to do at the halfway mark. Nice swim, Ava Jankovic over Imogen Fickers, Christine Ruff, and the rest of the girls in the senior freestyle.
She'll be happy with that because that's not her pet event yet.
Oh, right. Oh, well,
So
just a bit of a warm-up, a bit of fun for Ava. All right, event 30, senior boys. Here we go, the big guys. Arnie Chandra, lane 0, Epping boys. Lane 1, Sam Bloomfield, Merriweather, Edward Dodds going from Tumut in lane 2, Oscar Croak, Coffs Harbour, lane 3. Kobe Bujak Upton from Barrenjoey, lane 4. Joel Fleming from Great Lakes is in lane 5. Bailey Witten will swim in lane 6, Camden Haven. Mitchell Skipworth is in lane 7. From Picton, Jack Leeson, lane 8, Grafton. Matthew Allen, lane 9, from Elizabeth. We saw some very, very interesting swimming in the heats here. Mitchell Skipworth and friends taking it up to some of the faster qualifiers. So here we go. It's going to be that one where you throw your washing in because there'll be a little bit of activity and turbulence in the pool. Yeah. My mother's washing machine's playing up at the moment. Maybe she could have brought the washing down today. Right. Well, what a great lineup all the way across the pool.
Lane 4 and 5, only margin.
It is worthy of a final. We've got lane 2, but it is going to be lane 4. And Kobe Bujak.
25.04.
Upton. He qualified in 52.83.
The record here is 51.91 set by Alex Patrolescu from Homebush Boys in 2009.
Long-standing. And now we've got Kobe Bujak Upton starting to show his class, and he brings it in 52 flat.
0.9 of a 0.09 of a second.
Well, the boys asked him to do some work, and he didn't let them down. He certainly had a very strong second half. Kobe Bujak Upton has been successful there, it appears, in senior boys freestyle. We're going to move into some multi-class. All right, so we're going to move into, at the conclusion of the 100 metres freestyle, which was very, very entertaining. We do hope you are enjoying watching some of the coverage in your classrooms back at school for the second term. Must be thrilled to be back after the holidays, everybody. And teachers might have allowed their students to flick on a little bit of elite swimming, school swimming, New South Wales combined high schools, and watch it live in your classroom. We hope you are enjoying the broadcast and continue to do it over the next couple of days. But we're moving into, we are well and truly in the afternoon session of day one, where we've had finals of breaststroke, finals of freestyle. We're now going to the multi-class 50 metres freestyle events. Athletes are making their way to the starting area, which, as we look at our screen, is at the right-hand end of the pool. I'm thinking it might be, but I lose my orientation indoors here. I'm wondering if it's the western end of the pool, northern end. Yeah, pool's running north to south, Grant. A little bit like cricket pitches. No batsman likes to be looking into the afternoon sun. And so we're going to start at the northern end, Grant, and we've got the multi-class athletes taking the walk from the marshalling area all the way to the other end of the pool. We will be concluding the day with multi-class freestyle and 400 metres of individual medleys, and a little breaststroke as well, some multi-class. We've still got, no, it looks like we're going to finish with some multi-class freestyle and individual medleys. Thanks, mate. So if these swimmers haven't had enough so far with 800s and various 100-metre breaststrokes and freestyles so far today, cap it off with a little bit of 400 individual medley just to help you get to sleep tonight. We will most likely have athletes and parents, supporters that appear over all 3 days, but sometimes you can be fortunate with your program. All your events may align on 1 or 2 days, but some athletes will be at the Olympic venue over the 3 days.
So we've got 3 heats, Matt, of the girls 12 to 15 years, 50 metres multi-class freestyle. In heat 1 we have in lane 0 Molly Van Beek from Morisset, and Molly is classified as S6. In lane 3 we have Sky Peterson of Murrumburra, and Sky classification is S14. And in lane 4 we have Isabella Peterson from Holsworthy. So there are our 3 starters in heat 1 of the girls 50 metres freestyle.
And we're going to go timed finals here, aren't we, for this for the multi-class?
Yeah. So what will happen, Matt, again with the multi-class, it'll be based on their time, their classification, and the comparison to the world record.
Yeah.
And that'll give them a series of points, and that'll then determine who the winner is. So we swim all the classifications together, and you'll note at the moment we've got one girl, looks like she might be starting. No, they're both going to start in the water by the looks. It looks like we might have one missing, and that could be...
Yeah, I agree, Grant. It looks like we've got two competitors there, unless one is hiding behind the starter. But I haven't seen any movement there.
Yeah, now we've got one in lane 0 and one in lane 3. I think possibly Isabella Peterson might not be starting. So the girls are off and running anyway.
They certainly
off
are.
and
They
swimming.
certainly are. And then kind of hiding behind the starter there was Molly. But she's away. And what have we got? Isabella Peterson. No, it would be Sky Peterson.
And we've got Molly in lane 0.
Yeah.
We've got Sky in lane 3. So there are... Sorry, yeah, Sky in lane 3. Yeah.
That's right.
Just a bit confusing sometimes, and once again, just to let the viewers know, the lane nearest, or at the bottom of the screen, is lane 0. And then we go lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's a 10-lane pool with numbering 0 to 9. Now this is a great comeback from Molly.
Certainly is. Because Sky got away on her very, very smartly at the gun, or at the beep, and Molly's having a great swim here.
Well, this is going to be a great finish, a fantastic finish of these two girls.
Wow, what an effort! That's a really gutsy, solid swim from both girls. And there she touches.
Yeah.
That's a come from behind win there, or to post her time and to post her score by Molly Van Beek in lane 0, and her fellow competitor Sky Peterson. Both girls doing a really great job there to lead out heat 1 of 3 timed finals and calculated finals for the 50 metres, 12 to 15 years girls. Multi-class freestyle. We're going into lane heat 2, Grant. Yep.
Okay, so heat 2 will feature Felicity Moller in lane 0 from Anson Street Special School. Lane 1, Holly Manning from Armidale College. Lane 2, Shalaya Nixon from Great Lakes College Foster, and Shalaya is an S14. In lane 3, Claire Graham from Young, and Claire is an S8. In lane 4, Paige Dolby from Evans River K-12 School. Now, Paige has a number of classifications which you're allowed to do, and I think she could be swimming as an S10, or yes, I'll leave it at that. Okay, in lane 5 is Sky Morrissey from Narromine. And again, Sky looks like she's going to be swimming as an S10. In lane 6 is Holly Felstrom from Picnic Point, and Holly will be swimming as an S14. In lane 7 is Shatali King Jones from Ballina Coast High School, and she is an S14. In lane 8 is Olivia Nolan from Endeavour Sports High School, and Olivia is an S14. And in lane 9 is Poppy Capewell from Springwood High School, and she's an S19. So a variety of classifications there. And as we head up to past the halfway mark, we've got a terrific race on our hands.
Yeah, a lot of swimmers all the way across the pool. Good scattering from places around the state too, Grant. They've come from far and wide here. This is a really nice demonstration of the freestyle stroke, and it is Paige Dalby finishing ahead there, 38.10, and then the calculations will come after that based on all of the swimmers' classifications and categories. So here they go, they're coming in, posting their scores, their times.
So these are provisional placings, and we still have one swimmer to go, and that looks like it's Shatali possibly. So let's just wait till Shatali finishes, and well done to her. And that was Holly. So well done to Holly. So we're moving on now to heat 3. In lane 0, Rada Bamarisi, and she's from Balmain High School. In lane 1 is Georgia Duggan from Glenwood High School. In lane 2, Rose Anna Herden from Tormina. Lane 3, Elizabeth Coburn from Young. Lane 4, Gemma Selick from McKellar Girls. Lane 5, Lily Bright Taylor from Tormina. Lane 6, Alyssa Gillespie from Narrabeen Sports High School. Lane 7, Emily Pratt from Hunter Sports High School. Lane 8, Makala Espy from Kingswood High School. And in lane 9, Summer Klein, Kincumber High School.
They're all the way here, Grant, in heat 3. And once again, excellent lineup right across the pool. Lane 5 taking it out here at the moment. We're looking at Lily Bright Taylor, I think, who's she's hauling the mail. She's setting the standard here for the other girls to try and catch. Just on her shoulder, is that Gemma Silic?
So the swimmer in lane 4, mate.
Yeah, we're going lane 5 here.
And we've got a
in
good
first
push
is
from
Lily.
lane 2. So we're just confirming those placings. It's Lily Bright Taylor in first, provisionally. Gemma Selick in second, and Rose Anna Hurd in third. Elizabeth Coburn fourth, Alyssa Gillespie fifth, Summer Klein sixth, and Rara Bareski in seventh. So well done to those ladies.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going right. We've got the junior age groups here for the 50 metres freestyle. Thanks, Grant. We've got the junior line-up here, the junior timed finals for the 50 metres freestyle multi-class. That means it's boys 12 to 15 years, heat 1. There's no swimmer. Lane 0 will be unoccupied. No swimmer in lane 0. We've got... Just give me a moment. I'm just going to confirm these names, but I don't have a name. So we've got Zach Harding. He's going to be, this is a better list for me if I just go there, just for this one. Zach Harding, he's going to swim lane 1, Dubbo College. Tyrone Shields will swim in lane 2 from Ballina Coast. Ethan Hayes is going in lane 3, Kingscliff. Cody Wrench, lane 4, Kincumber. Noah Johnson, lane 5, Eldersley. Sandy Brown is swimming in lane 6 from Tweed River. Lincoln Bryant Waterhouse is in lane 7 from Bomaderry. And Daniel O'Brien is swimming lane 8 from Colo. These young men are about to race. Right, we're on. Ready? All right, so we're in heat 1 here, Grant, for 12 to 15 years boys, basically a junior boys event. 50 metres freestyle multi-class. The field is under the instructions of the starter, and now they are away. 50 metres freestyle. Put your head down and go like crazy for this event. It is a sprint in the true nature of the word. And lane 4, we've got Cody Wrench, I believe. He's taking it away at the moment. On his hip is Ethan Hayes in lane 3, and at his toes is Terran Shields. But it is lane 4, Cody Wrench, I think, coming down to the wall. Great lift from Ethan Hayes, though. Nearly got him. I think 5 more metres in that race might have given Ethan a little chance. but it's 50-metre race, not a 55, and Cody Wrench does the job. Lane 4 to post the time of 40.31.
So we then had Noah Johnson in third, Tyrone Shields in fourth, and a good battle here for positions 5 and 6. Remember, these are all boys with different classifications, so they'll have a variety of disabilities, but that's a good finish there to Lincoln Bryant Waterhouse, and our next swimmer is Zach Harding. So well done to those boys. Excellent effort.
All right, we're going to go with Heat 2 here. Max Bott. He's from Camden Haven, and he's going to swim in lane 0. Isaac Logan, who will swim in lane 1 from Vincentia. Ronnie Tandy Bell will swim in lane 2 from Wellington. Bailey Thompson, lane 3. Dunedoo. Jaden Van Stralen is in lane 4 from Picton. From St Ives, swimming in lane 5 is Liam Toga. Lane 6, Joshua Seregna from Concord. Jordan Hoon from Macquarie Fields is swimming in lane 7. Malachi Sharp is swimming lane 8 from Irrawong. And Seth Woodman is swimming lane 9. And Seth is from Illawarra. He's not from Illawarra. He's from Endeavour Sports High School. The heat is underway. Fastest away, Jaden Van Stralen, lane 4:056 in the reaction time. That's pretty sharp. And we've got lane 4. Jaden Van Stralen leading them away. Beautiful looking stroke. It just looks comfortable and strong. And he takes it in 29.80. Beautiful example from all the boys there of the freestyle. And then we've got Max Bott from Camden Haven completing the field. So a very strong performance there across that entire field for Heat 2 of the junior boys, multi-class 53.
So we'll now move on to Heat 1 of the girls 16 years to 19 years, 50 metres freestyle multi-class. In lane 2, Justine Scara from Endeavour Sports High School. In lane 3, Kelly Ryan from Warrawong. Lane 4, Marge Petherbridge from Chatswood. Lane 5, Tanaya Familo from Ulladulla. Lane 6, Shelby Rose Nugent from Anson Street Special School. And in lane 7, Ellery Whedon from Camden Haven. So all girls have elected to do an on-block start, which is terrific, and away they go. Yeah, so May Preferbridge from Chatswood High School. She's established a pretty good lead here, Matt, and will certainly go to the wall provisionally first. So well done to May. So Tanaya will finish in second. Getting very close for third and fourth. So there's our place getters. In fourth place is Shelby Rose Nugent. Fifth place was Kelly Ryan. And I missed sixth place. It flashed up before I could call it out. Okay, we'll move on to Heat 2. In lane 0, Sarah Sparks from Tuggerah Lakes Secondary College. Lane 1, Emma Flatley from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 2, Crystal Jessen from Borkham Hills High School. Lane 3, Savannah Mania from North Lakes High School. Lane 4, Nicole Taylor from Murrumbidgee High School. Lane 5, Portia Jimison from Muswellbrook High School. Lane 6, Amelia Moore from Coffs Harbour Senior College. Lane 7, McKinley Arneson from Evans River K-12 School. Lane 8, Millie Springett Kelly from Inner Sydney School. And in lane 9, Sarah Bergen from Coffs Harbour. And some of you might note the Inner Sydney High School is a relatively new school, and it's great to see them having swimmers at this championship this year. I believe it's been operating for possibly 3 or 4 years.
All right, yeah, so they're still getting a few of their structures in place, so it is great
Absolutely,
that they've got
yeah.
students representing.
Yeah. And I believe it's on the side of the old Cleveland Street High School.
Okay.
So it's in the inner city, very close to Central Railway Station.
All right, that's great, yeah. Amelia Moore, first to touch in there. She takes it out from Nicole Taylor and McKinley Arneson. Crystal Jessen, Portia Jimison, Sarah Bergen, Emma Flatley, Millie Springett Kelly and Sarah Sparks round out the field. A nice swim from all of those girls.
Okay, moving on to the boys, 16 to 19 years, 50 metres freestyle multi-class. In lane 2, Mitchell Ruffish from Careen School. In lane 3, Benjamin Tullock from Benora Point. Lane 4, Michael Richter from Jindabyne High School, Jindabyne Central School, Lane 5, Eric Stewart from Kellyville. Lane 6, Ryan Shakeshaft from Taree. And in lane 7, Riley Ferrugia from Greystanes.
These new schools, you know, they're not only getting their structures in place, but also develop a bit of that spirit with the school. That takes a little time, and that's another thing that makes it really nice to see kids coming out and representing the various high schools and primary schools on occasions.
And our swimmer, Mitchell Riffish from Careen. Careen is a very, very famous school in the Western area and has produced many athletes over the years in the multi-class events.
All right, some good stuff going on out there to encourage kids. Here we go. We got the 16 to 19 years boys, the big guys here, about to do the work in the 50 metres freestyle. Heat 1, they're in and away. Nice start.
A good start there, Matt, and this is going to be a very competitive race. And again, remember that this is a race of various classifications, and whilst the swimmers, when the swimmers finish, they are provisional placings, and the final placings will be determined after a calculation that includes their level of disability, their time, and the comparison to the relevant world record.
Benjamin Tullock, lane 3. Looks like he enjoys a bit of a swim, this guy, and he's happy with his work. These big guys, you know, the bigger bodies, they tend to stir up a bit more water, don't they? When they hit the surface of the water there, it was like there was some turbulence happening. So they displace more water, I think, the big guys, through their body size and their strength.
So just provisionally, Benjamin Tullock first, Ryan Shakeshaft second, Eric Stewart third, Michael Richter fourth, Mitchell Reiflich fifth, and Riley Ferrugia seventh. So well done to those guys.
That's a great swim. We've got a second heat coming up too. Should be good to watch. Noah Cassell from Cromer will swim in lane 0. Matty Price had a few swims today from Parks. He's going to go in lane 1. Christian Miller, Cootamundra, lane 2. Lachlan Lau is in lane 3 from Sylvania. Declan Budd he's from Davidson, and he's going to swim in lane 4 beside him, the guy that he's had a great contest with today, and I got the name wrong earlier, Darren Seisman. He set a record earlier today and was presented with his award and record on the dais here at the Olympic Centre. Darren Seisman, lane 5 from Endeavour Sports. Jack Carey, lane 6, Ashfield Boys. Blake Price, lane 7, Parks. Josh Graham, lane 8, Young. And Dylan Van Stralen, lane 9, Picton. They are swimming, and the race is on in the middle of the pool. Lane 4 and 5, Declan Budd, Darren Seisman, the usual suspects. These are the guys that were going at it a little earlier in some breaststroking, I think. And it is Darren Seisman, just the better. There he goes. Oh, Declan Budd has got him in lane 4. Look at that. That's very exciting and entertaining swimming.
And that was a blanket finish. So Declan Budd first, Darren Seisman second, Lachlan Lau third, Blake Price fourth, Jack Carey fifth, Christian Miller sixth, Josh Graham seventh, and the other placings have flashed off our screen. So we'll move on now to the girls 12 to 14 years, 400 metres individual medley. So in lane 3 we have Bella Elliott from
All right, yeah, we are moving into 400 metres individual medley, and we've got some. The 400 metres individual medleys will round out the day's program of day 1. I'm just going to hand you back to Grant. He's got some information for you.
Yeah, so sorry, my apologies for that. There has been a slight name change there. So the Rivers Secondary College Lismore is the school that Bella Elliott attends, and Bella is in lane 3. In lane 4 is Hannah Mounter from Lambton High School. Lane 5, Regan Edwards from Wagga Wagga High School. And in lane 6, Daphne Spiropoulos from Bass High School in the Sydney Southwest region.
All right, that's our lineup. 400 metres individual medley. Gee whiz. At the end of a day of swimming, I don't know, Grant, this would just about do it for me. I'd be looking forward to a nice cup of tea and lay down after all this. They probably have something else, I imagine, get ready for a second day of swimming. But here it is, that beautiful stroke, the butterfly. Got to have your timing, got to have your technique, and referees have got their eyes on these detailed, very technical stroke as well.
So this is a bit of a battle of endurance, the 400 IM.
Oh yeah.
And similar in lane 4, Hannah Mount had a very good lead in the butterfly, and she'll head off with a reasonable lead in the butterfly, which is the next leg, the the backstroke, which is the next leg in this 400 metres IM. Now just a bit of CHS trivia. In 1972, Gail Neal from Turramurra competed at the CHS Swimming Championships, and she also competed at the Olympic Games that year in Munich and won a gold medal in the 400 metres individual medley. She went to the same school as Shane Gould, and the two of those were compatriots in years 11 and 12, and both won gold medals at the Olympics whilst still at school. So terrific effort. So there's a bit of a tradition with the 400 IM for girls in the combined high school swimming championships.
Yeah, absolutely. And gee, they were an amazing Olympic Games, and Shane Gould, I think she was probably, as you said, she's only about 16, wasn't she, when she was swimming there? I think that there was a story that she was swimming in the warm-up pool doing some training, and there was a German swimmer, Cornelia Ender, and I think Shane Gould described it as they bumped into each other, and Shane thought that like a ship had swum over the top of her. She's a pretty big girl, Cornelia Ender, but Shane Gould did particularly well there. And then And then she retired from swimming
She did.
not long after that. Yeah.
So at the Munich Olympics, Shane won 3 gold medals as a schoolgirl. So terrific effort from those 2 girls from Turramurra High School.
Yeah, and here we are in the breaststroke leg of the 400 individual medley. So they put the 2 really technical strokes in the middle here, and then I guess it's hang on and do your best over that last 100, last 50 metres of freestyle.
Well, Hannah
100
was
metres.
pretty strong here with 50
She
to
does,
go
doesn't
on the
she?
breaststroke.
Yeah.
Yep. She's keeping good form. She's not bobbling around too much. So in second place possibly will be Regan Edwards, and well done to Regan. We've gone a bit out of the screen at the moment. That's fine. We'll catch up with that as
Tends to
event
happen
progresses.
in the longer events, the 800s, the 400s, these type of things. Munich swimming. I think there was a young man from America by the name of Mark Spitz running around there too, wasn't he? And he set some. I think he won the most golds won in the pool at that time. 7 gold medals. Mark Spitz.
And I think over the years, Matt, if you look at rivalry in the pool, it's always been the Americans versus the Australians.
Yeah.
It's been a terrific rivalry, very healthy, and has produced some great results.
Most gold medals in the pool, I think, in Olympics is the United States, and I think you'll find that Australia is second.
Yeah.
58 golds, I think, at the moment. It's a strong rivalry.
So there's a good turn to Hannah, and she's established quite a good lead in the first heat of the girls 12 to 14 years 400 individual medley.
I was helping somebody learn to swim recently. I don't consider myself to be a great swim coach, but I told them they were doing a great job, and they told me that they'd like me to refer to them as Michael Phelps in the future. I said, well, hey, let's give you a couple of years, see how you go. Another great American swimmer who eclipsed the record of Spitz for golds at I think, for swimming golds. Here we go. We've got a finish here. Grant Hannah Mounter. She's done it very nicely. 5:33.92. Are we talking timed finals here?
Yes, they are. Yes. So
it will be decided in this afternoon.
Yeah. So the top 3 swimmers, or top 3 times from heats 1 and 2, will be calculated, and the top 3 times will be awarded the gold, silver and bronze medal. So there'll be no finals for these events. These are what are called timed finals, and the times will all be put together to determine the final placings.
All right, we're coming down to the conclusion of the heat 1. We've still got a couple of girls in the water, and that looks like is that Daphne?
So I think
Spiropoulos.
Yeah, so Daphne will, in all probability, finish in 3rd place. Well done to Daphne.
She will come down and touch.
Yeah.
And did we have 3? Yes, 3 swimmers there for heat 1. That looks like the conclusion to heat 1. We're going to move into heat 2, and we've got in heat 2 for the 400 metres individual medley, Ella Dixon from Crestwood High School. She's going in lane 0. Also, one of her schoolmates from Crestwood beside her in lane 1, Caitlin Keating. Jacqueline Button will swim in lane 2 from Richmond River on the north coast. Canberra Yamasaki from Endeavour Sports High School in lane 3. Lara Morgan is swimming in lane 4 from Whitebridge. Scarlett Malloy from Williama is swimming in lane 5. We're saying that's the West Darling region. Is that
West
right? West
Darling sub-region.
Yeah, yep. Mia Hampton, the Hills Sports, is in lane 6. Alice Spadari, lane 7, Merriweather. Aobi Carty, Fort Street, is in lane 8, and Freya Mead makes up the field. She's swimming in lane 9, and Freya is from McLean. We're away well and truly into the butterfly leg.
And it's a great swim here from Caitlin Keating from Crestwood in swimming in lane 1. Caitlin's heading towards the turn, and she's got a good lead, Caitlin.
Yeah,
So
she
well done
does.
to
It's
her.
nice to see, it's refreshing, isn't it, to see some of the outside lanes coming through. You never know. And she's going to go into the breaststroke leg. All right, I'm going to hand over to Neil.
And just while Matt's handing over, one of the other little pieces of trivia you might or might not be aware of, when Gail Neal won her gold medal in Munich in the 400 IM, she was swimming in lane 7. So a terrific effort at the moment from Caitlin, who's swimming in lane 1. She's still got ever so slight lead over lane 4. But a terrific effort. Remembering these heats are seeded, and technically speaking, the fastest swimmer is in lane 4. So great effort from those outside swimmers.
Sorry, Grant, I just needed to have a bit of a break.
So with about 15 metres to go, Lara Morgan from Whitebridge High School has now established a reasonable lead over the rest of the field, and she'll turn in first in a time of 2:40.28. So well done to Lara. Next is Caitlin Keating, followed by Ella Dixon, Alice Spadari and Scarlett Malloy. So the breaststroke will probably be a good determinant of who will finish in the final 3, or the final place getters. However, at the moment, it's Lara Morgan from Whitebridge with a very, very good lead, followed closely by Canberra Yamasaki from Endeavour and Scarlett Malloy from Williama. So well done, Scarlett. And as we have mentioned previously, we have a great contingent swimming today from Williama, from the West Darling region. And it's great to see them. They've travelled a great distance to be at these championships, and they've put in some terrific efforts to date on this, the first day.
They must have a very successful local swimming program too, Grant, with the number of kids that have come through. And obviously well supported by the school.
Well, the Broken Hill community is a terrific community, as you know, very sporting. And if you look at the results at PWSA and CHS,
yep,
a lot of the schools out there do very well. They send teams to the state championships in a number of sports.
Yeah.
And they're only selecting from 6 schools, 3 high schools and 3 central schools. So that's a terrific effort.
So young Lara Morgan is powering away now in the freestyle. She has 50 metres to go.
So for those of you that are wondering, the West Darling Secondary School Sports Association comprises Broken Hill High School, Kumiala High School, Ivanhoe Central School, Menindee Central School, Wilcannia Central School and Williama High School. So well done to the students.
And that's a
of
good
West
swim
Darling.
from Lara Morgan of 57.21.
5:27.01 now, sorry.
5:20.
In second place, Canberra Yamasaki in a time of 5:35.18, and third was Scarlett Malloy in 5:38.99. Now, being a timed final, we'll have to go back to the winner of the first heat, and it could be that Hunter Mounter in a time of 5:33.92 could provisionally be second. So we'll leave that to the final calculations with the judges and the recorders, and that announcement will be made shortly. So well done to those girls.
We now move to the boy event 44, which is the boys 12 to 14, 400 metres individual medley. And we have one final. This is a straight final. We have in lane 1, Fionn Lehan from Balgowlah Boys, Sydney North. Lane 2, Thomas Vasilis from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. In lane 3, I apologise for my pronunciation, was Konstantinos Zaros from Lambton High School. Lane 4, Luke Chen from Manly. Lane 5, Omar Kaliki, Rouse Hill. Lane 6, Naoto Nakamura from Ramick Boys. Lane 7, Andrew Shoetrump from Blacksland. And lane 8, Jaden Cooper, Evans River. From the North Coast, and they're into their first lap of the 100 metres fly, and it's lane 3.
Konstantinos Siasis from Lambton High School, who takes an early lead, so well done to him. So this is a pretty gruelling event for these swimmers, the 12 to 14 years. 2 laps of each stroke.
A number of them have already been involved in a number of other events today, so they'll be feeling a bit of fatigue at the end of the day. And Konstantinos has maintained his lead. Thomas Balasis is second, and Omar Kaliki third in the first leg of the backstroke. So we've got 4 swimmers all in very close contact here.
And we also have the swimmer in lane 7 is still in touch. So great swim by these boys. And the swimmer in lane 2, the swimmer in lane 1 isn't out of it either, as they make the turn for the
and Luke
150.
Chen has taken the lead with a good first leg of the backstroke, and he seems to be increasing his lead a bit at the moment, although lane 3 is also putting pressure on. Lane 3 is Konstantinos.
So moving up with 15 to go, Luke Chen has established about a body length's lead. So well done to Luke in the backstroke leg.
But this will test them. The breaststroke is always the toughest stroke, I believe, in the medley.
Yes, the breaststroke is often decides the outcome. If the competitors can get a good leg in the breaststroke, it sets them up for their freestyle final leg. So Luke is establishing quite a lead here now, but there's certainly nothing between
second
lanes
place
2, 3 and 5. Now remembering this is a straight out final, so the final placings in this event will be the determinant for the medal placings.
We've maintained the same positions in the pool as we go through start the second leg of the breaststroke. But Luke Chen has established quite a healthy lead. Although lane 5 is starting to make a bit of a move, and that's Omar Kaliki. He's moved into second. And I'll turn for the freestyle. And Luke has turned in 4:04.61, so he's got 100 metres to go, a freestyle. Omar has come round in 4:09.34.
And in lane 2, it's Thomas Velasquez from Picnic
Velasquez.
Point will be currently
Sitting
in third
first,
place.
yeah.
So going into the final 50, Luke Chen has established a very good lead.
4:41.43. I don't think he'll
Followed by Omar.
Kaliki. I don't think they'll put pressure on the record, which was 4:52, and the record's gone. So
Good swim just the same.
Oh.
It's a pretty tough event, the 400 IM.
very tough
And
event.
these boys have made a very, very good fist of it. So Luke Chen will go to the wall
In first
first
position.
place. Well done, Luke, in 5:16.25. Second is Omar Kaliki in a time of 5:20.26. And in third place, Thomas Velasquez in a time of 5:22.82. Minor placings, Naoto Nakamura in fourth, Konstantinos Tsianis in fifth, Fiona Lehane in sixth, and Andrew Shemproff in seventh. So well done to those boys.
And we move straight on now to the girl event 45, which is the girls 15, 16 years old, 400 metres IM. And we have two heats in this time final. And in heat 1, in lane 3, we'll have Abby Clay from Peaker, Sydney East. Lane 4, Mia Elliott, Terrigal, Sydney North. Lane 5, Anastasia Dearden, Cherrybrook, Sydney North. Lane 6, Abby Ural from Evans River, North Coast. And in lane 7, Molly Sultana, Wooliyaama.
And just a clarification, Neil, for Abby Clay. She attends Georges River College,
Thank you.
Peakhurst campus. So
Thank you.
now I'm
But
just checking if we've got a full field here.
We've only got 3 by the
we
looks
only
of
have
it.
3, so we've certainly got a swimmer in lane 7.
And
We
then
have a swimmer in lane 5,
that's Anastasia Dearden,
and we have a swimmer in lane
4.
sorry, a
3.
swimmer in lane 6, and a swimmer in lane 4. Is that the way you're reading it?
Lane 3, I think it was.
Oh, lane 3. Sorry, yes.
So that's Abby Clay from
Lane 3.
and then
Anastasia
Dearden,
Dearden in lane 5.
and in lane 7, Molly
is
Sultana.
So there are our 3 swimmers, and the lead at the moment is with Anastasia, and she's some a terrific butterfly leg. Good battle for second and third between Molly and Abby.
Must make it a little bit harder when there's not a full heat to swim, because they're just swimming purely against the clock here, aren't they?
They are indeed, and sometimes the swimmers use the wash
Of the other.
of the swimmer in front, and it's very difficult when there's a limited amount of swimmers in the pool.
Made more difficult when there's 2 lanes separating them.
So after 150, Anastasia's established quite a good lead. The battle for second and third is terrific between Abby
And
and
Molly.
Molly.
So we were right.
So with 15 metres to go in this, the final lap of the backstroke, Anastasia did, and from Cherrybrook Technology High School.
Oh, bit of a move coming from lane 3, Abby Clay.
So
It's taking a bit of space out of it, so this again comes down to the breaststroke leg.
yeah, so as Neil said, the breaststroke is often a determinant of the final placings, and Abby Clay certainly is putting in a terrific challenge to Anastasia, but at the moment Anastasia might have had a slight peak, and she's certainly lifted her her stroke. So we'll try and keep you up to date with the placings. Our on-screen splits seem to have disappeared for the time being. So we have Anastasia in lane 5 from Cherrybrook Technology High School, currently leading this heat of the girls 15 to 16 400 metres individual medley. In second place is Abby Clay from Georges River College, Peakhurst.
It's going to be close if they continue to go for second place.
And in third place is Molly Sultana from Wood. So this is the penultimate 100 metres. So Anastasia will turn in first place with a reasonably good lead. Now we have had a slight change in our minor placings, and Molly Sultana, when we come back on screen, has moved up into second place, and Abby Clay will be in third place. So well done to those girls, particularly Molly, for a terrific breaststroke swim. But Abby's coming back in the freestyle, so the finish for second and third will be pretty good. So Anastasia looks to have this well in hand, but a great battle between Abby and Molly for the minor placings, and I think Abby might have just clawed her way ahead.
It's been a very disciplined swim by Anastasia. She's maintained a good pace, good rate. But as you said, it is very close for second place, Grant.
It will be.
I think
Abby seems to be finishing the stronger.
Yeah.
But a great battle between Abby and Molly. They've certainly given us a great swim.
And unfortunately, we've lost our times off the bottom of our screens. Abby Clay, Anastasia finished in 6:01. Abby Clay 6:10, and Molly Sultana 6:12. We now move to our second heat, or second race in this final. And in lane 0, we have Andrea Thompson from South Grafton. Lane 1, Tully Pittick, Dubbo. Lane 3, Celine Voon, Model Farms. That's lane 2. Lane 3, Elvie Bullock from Winmalee. Lane 4, Ella Mounter from Lambton. Lane 5, Tilly Vickers. Lane 6, Manaz Kaliki. Lane from Rouse Hill. Tiggy Villas is from Smith Hill. Vickers is from Smith Hill.
Tilly Vickers, sorry, no.
Yeah. Got it wrong. In lane 7, Isabel Ray from Albury. Lane 8, Liana Deary from Yass. And lane 9, Jocelyn Donald from Cheltenham.
So after the term in the butterfly, the swimmer in lane 4, Ella Mounter from Lanthams, leading the way very close. Now, Ella's had a couple of swims today, so this is a pretty gruelling end to a pretty big day for her.
As have Tilly. Tilly Vickers has had a number of swims today. And I think they've been sort of going head to head for a lot of it.
So that was a good turn by Ella. She's going very nicely in the backstroke, and as are the other two girls with her.
I think Tilly has just forged forward.
Tilly Fickers from Smiths Hill.
No, I think it's still Ellie.
It could be Celine.
Ellie.
Evie Bullock from Winmalee.
Yeah, Evie Bullock.
Evie.
Oh, sun flare. It is. Well, sorry if you're catching that flare off the water, but there's nothing we can do.
For those of you that aren't in Sydney, it's an absolutely gorgeous day today, gorgeous autumn day. However, we are blessed to be holding the championships indoor in a facility that is temperature controlled.
Sort of.
So moving up to the end of the backstroke leg, we have the swimmer in lane 3.
Elvie Bullock.
Evie
Bullock.
From Winmalee High School. Well done to Evie. She's taken the lead and she's powering away now in the breaststroke, but is closely followed by Tilly Fickers and Ella Mounter. So this will be a good swim between these three
Ella Mounter
girls.
is making quite significant inroads into that lead. I think Ella did win a breaststroke earlier today.
But as you cast your mind across, or eyes across the pool, this is a pretty good race. There's 15 metres separates first from ninth. So great effort by these girls.
So Ella obviously enjoys the breaststroke leg because she's now put a sizable lead over her other two competitors or combatants.
I believe Ella did qualify. She was named as the fastest qualifier on the seedings provided by the regions.
Yes.
The fastest qualifier traditionally goes in lane 4, and Ella was allocated that lane after the regional championships held at the end of term 1.
She actually was the fastest qualifier by quite a distance, Grant. Now she's into the freestyle leg, and we'll see how much she enjoys freestyle. She's gone around in 4:02.09. And she has maintained, if not strengthened, her lead.
Yes, a very good lead to Ella. Good battle for second and third. So Ella Manor will turn first in a time of 4:39.43. Second will be close. Tilly Fickers has just edged out Ava Bullock. So again, it's a great battle between Tilly and Evie.
And fourth and fifth are coming back too. They've had strong swims.
So we come into the wall for the finish, and
5:15.19.
Ella Mounter will be our winner. Second will be Tilly Fickers, and third will be Evie Bullock. So well done to those three girls. Fourth place will be Isabel Ray. Fifth place, Manaz Kaliki. Sixth place, Tully Pittock. Seventh place, Celine Verne. in 8th place will be Jocelyn Donald, and in 9th place Andrea Thompson. So well done to those girls in the girls 15 to 16 400 metres individual medley.
We now come to our boys 15 and 16-year-old 400 metres individual medley. We have two events in this final. And the record was set by Charlie Hawke in 2018 in a time of 4:39.71. Out of lane 1 we have Nate Walters from Kyogle, North Coast. Lane 2, Nicholas Spirilopoulos from Bass, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Aidan Miller, Picnic Point. Lane 5, Zihao Fang from Kellyville. Lane 6, Aidan Barnes, Elizabeth MacArthur, Sydney Southwest. In lane 7, Oscar Shoebridge, Williama. And in lane 8, Tyler McManus, Lithgow.
Now what you're seeing on screen, ladies and gentlemen, is slightly different to the start list that we have.
Edward Kang has come in lane 3.
And Oscar Shoebridge in lane 7.
7 has withdrawn.
So we'll await the swimmers on their blocks and just confirm there could have been some substitutions or withdrawals over the lunch break. So just going over those swimmers, what we believe to be the lanes. In lane 1 is Nate Walters, lane 2 Nicholas Spiropoulos, lane 3 Edward Kang, lane 4 Aidan Miller, lane 5
Zihao Fang,
lane 6 Aidan Barnes, lane 7 Oscar Shoebridge from Williama, and in lane 8 Tyler McManus from Lithgow.
Well, we're not sure if Oscar Shoebridge from Williama has actually been withdrawn as yet.
So we'll stand by for the start and confirmation of swimmers in this. The first heat of the boys 15 to 16 years, 400 metres individual medley.
It appears that we have had another withdrawal. Lane 2, Nate Walters from Kyogle is not participating, so he may possibly has withdrawn because his program has been heavy today, or he's got a heavy program coming up. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It is lane 1 that is actually out. Lane 2 is there. So that is Nicholas. Lane 1 was Nate Walters, who's withdrawn.
Yeah, just confirming that the lane numbering at Sydney Olympic Park starts at lane 0, which is the lane closest to the bottom of the screen. And then it goes across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So The lane on the far side, or the what would traditionally be lane 10, is actually lane 9.
And we have Edward Kang, who's gone through with the first leg of butterfly. He's now into his first lap of backstroke. And a good showing out there in lane 7 from is it lane 7 or lane 6? No, lane.
So at the moment we have the swimmer in lane 3, which is Edward Kang.
Yep.
And well done to Edward. He's established quite a good lead in this, the backstroke league.
Lane 6 and lane 8. So it was Aidan Barnes in lane 6 who was on the far side, and lane 8 is Tyler McManus in 1, 2 and 3. So they're on their second 50 metres of the backstroke.
So it's a good battle here for the minor placings. At the moment, Edward Kang's established quite a good lead after the backstroke leg.
And he's now moving into his first of his breaststroke.
And the battle for second place is between Aidan Barnes from Elizabeth MacArthur and Tyler McManus from Lithgow.
And they are stroke for stroke on the far side of the pool. Lane 6, I think, were just the slightest of leads, but I think that may be changing as we speak.
So coming into your screen now is the swimmer in lane 4, which is Zihao Feng from Kellyville. But we have switched now to the turn, and we'll be watching Edward Kang go around in a time of 3:09.40. And it looks like in second place will be, we go back to the turn screen. Second place looks like it's Tyler McManus in lane 8.
Go. And then third was Aidan Barnes
from Elizabeth MacArthur. Now keep your eyes on lane 4. That's Aidan Miller. He's coming home with a wet sail.
We're into the freestyle leg.
Now, this is going to be pretty tight for second, third and fourth, with Aidan Miller in lane 4 chasing down Aidan Barnes and Tyler McManus.
But Edward Kang has opened up an unbeatable lead at this point in time, barring a major catastrophe. Edward should swim away with this event. I think it's still Tyler McManus out in lane 8.
Yeah, so well done to Tyler. It's been a great swim from him from one of the wide lanes. It's very difficult to be a place getter from a wide lane, but he's certainly doing very well at the moment.
As we watch, swim. Yeah, very good swim.
Watch Edward Kang go in a time of 5:02.55. Well done to Edward.
And it's still stroke for stroke.
Now Aidan Barnes might be just touching out. This will all come down to the finish. And if they're finishing on a stroke.
Tyler McManus.
Tyler McManus. Well done, Tyler. Will finish in third in a time of 5:27.14. Aidan in a time of 5:27.36. Aidan Miller in fourth place in a time of 5:32.59. And we'll await our fifth and sixth place getters. And fifth place will go to Nicholas Spiropoulos. And sixth place will go to Zhao Feng.
And our next heat, or event 2 of this stroke final, has Alessandro Elemento, lane 0, from Blacktown Boys. Lane 1, Bailey Edwards, Wagga, Riverina. Lane 2, Nicholas Gavin, Warners Bay. Lane 3, Malik Amin from Carlingford. Lane 4, Alexander Walker, Newcastle. Lane 5, William Brownlee, Sydney Tech High School. Lane 6, Harrison Tancred, Hill Sports, Sydney West. Lane 7, Angus Wilson, Cherrybrook. Lane 8, Xavier Jacks, Newtown. And Lane 9, Kean Knight from Tumut. Alexander Walker's done very well in the first 50 metres of the butterfly in 27.99, and my apologies to those students from Sydney Technical High School for abbreviating your name to Sydney Tech High. I have been corrected by my colleague, who is becoming more and more of a pedant as the day wears on.
So that's a good finish for lane 4, and that's Alexander Walker.
As he goes into his backstroke. It's a good split of 10.74. Got some work to do though for the record, I'd suggest.
So the record for this event, Neil, is 4:39.71.
39.71.
And that was established by Charlie Hawke in 2018. And Charlie was from a very, very good aquatic school, or swimming and water polo school in the Hunter region, Merriweather High School.
This would have to be one of the more grueling events, wouldn't it?
It is, yeah, 400 IM. So with 25 to go, Alexander Walker's established a very, very good lead here. Still close for the minor placings. So second place will be Nicholas Gavin.
Third, William Brownlee.
William's had a pretty hectic schedule today, so it's great to see him in this event and doing quite well.
Currently in third we have lane 3, Malik Amin, narrowly ahead of Harrison Tancred.
So Alexander Walker's established a very good lead here in the final lap of the breaststroke.
And we've got 3 touching at virtually the same time.
Now the minor placings are going to be a battle between lane 2, Nicholas Gavin, lane 5, William Brownlee, and lane 6, Harrison Tancred. So we'll keep our eye on Alexander as he makes his turn in for the final 2 laps, 100 metres freestyle. But we'll also keep our eyes on the minor placings.
It's lane 6, is it?
So that'll be lane 6. That'll be Harrison Tancred turning
Or lane
in
5,
second.
was it? No, lane 6, Tancred, Harrison Tancred, yeah.
Nicholas Gavin
Third.
possibly in third, and fourth will be William Brownlee, but
Yes,
that's too close to call.
yeah. But Alexander Walker in 4:20.19 is going around.
And that was a great swim by Harrison Tancred. He's crawled up to, or he swum up to second place. great battle between William Brownlee and
Harrison Tancred and
Nicholas Gavin
yeah.
for the third place. So well done to Alexander Walker. Excellent swim. And he'll be our winner. Second place, it'll be tight. We won't call that one.
4:54.
So second will be Harrison Tancred. Third, William Brownlee. And fourth, Nicholas Gavin. What a great swim by those four boys.
Yeah. In fact,
Fifth will be Bailey Edwards. Sixth will be Kean Knight. Seventh, Xavier Jacks. And eighth, Angus Wilson. So well done to those boys.
by my calculations, Grant, those three boys will finish in the medal positions. The fastest time in the previous heat was 5:02.44.
So well done also to Edward Kang, who's swum a 5:02.55,
Yep.
which would have placed him in, I think, fifth place. So well done to Edward. Right.
Now move on to event 47, which is a girls 17 and 19U 400 metres individual medley.
So we have three events to go now, or three swims to go.
Yep, and we've got in lane, we've got one, just a straight final in the girls. In lane 2, Abigail Griffiths from Lismore, North Coast. Lane 3, we have Una Nagai, Blackwater Bay, Sydney East. Lane 4, we've got Ava Jankovic from Merriweather High School, and I think we have only got the three swimmers in this event at the moment, and they may have adjusted their lanes. So Ava Jankovic in lane 4 has gone around first from Kelsey Van Eldick in lane 5 and Una Nadja in lane 3.
Now, as I mentioned before, Neil, if Abigail Griffiths is swimming, she is attending now the Rivers Secondary College, Lismore campus, which is the old Lismore High School.
No, Abigail is not swimming, so
Abigail's not swimming. Right,
thank you for that information. And Ava has gone round in 1:06.38. She now starts her backstroke. This is Ava's last meet at the Combined High Schools Sports Association Swimming Championships. She's in year 12 at Merriweather High School.
And she's had a terrific meet, Neil. She's already won the 800, the 100,
yep,
and certainly well on the way to winning the girls 400 metres IM. So
which is one of her pet events, apparently. This is the event she... So she's into the second 50 metres of her backstroke. But young lane 5, Kelsey Van Eldick's not letting her get away.
This is a great swim by these three girls. And Una Nagai from Blackwater Bay Secondary College, she's doing very well as well. And that's one of the local schools, as you know, down by the Sydney fish markets.
And Ava's gone around in 2:29.65 and started the breaststroke section of the event. So we'll see if young Kelsey can stay with her or in fact take some ground off her.
Oh, Kelsey's putting a good effort here.
Yeah, she is.
But this is a great swim by Ava. She's had a big meet.
And she's got 2 more days to go.
But terrific swim by Kelsey as well. She's certainly
she's really closed the gap.
had a great 50 metres breaststroke. As has Una. Una's done very well too. So
not far away.
These three girls certainly making a great swim of this.
And I think this could be a very close finish, Grant. And Kelsey is certainly making inroads.
Now Kelsey's certainly whittled down the lead,
Yeah, so,
and Una has come up
close
as
gap
well.
too.
So this will be a great final 100 metres.
And Ava has turned. Now it's going to be who's got the most left. I think all three ladies will sleep well tonight.
This has been a terrific final girls event for the day. Ava just holding on, but the challenge has certainly been thrown down by Kelsey.
44, 36, 49 they went round in, and the record is 4:52.35. So I think that's out of reach today.
But in a 400, that's a terrific effort. They're not going to be that far outside the record.
Well done, Ava. So
Yes.
she must be exhausted. Not only has she spun those events and won them, she also carried out media duties today, which would have been very taxing.
Okay, I might get Neil to read the start list off the...
Yes.
No, I thought we were going to... I think they've combined the final two
two
heats,
of
I'd
one.
say, yes.
Heat 2 of 1, I would suggest that means this might be the final heat for the day. So we've got in lane 0, Zhi Yong Fang. Lane 2, Tarlin Quinn. Lane 1, lane 2, Alexander Smith. Lane 3, Mitchell Skipworth. Lane 4, Tyler Johnson. Lane 5, Alexander Foreman. Lane 6, Brody Peacock.
Lane 7, Matthew Allen.
Lane 7, Matthew Allen. Lane 8, I've got lane 7, Matthew Allen. Lane 8, Jack Gall. Lane 9, Lachlan Street.
So coming up to the turn for the backstroke, we have Tyler Johnson, Forest High School, with ever so slight lead over
Alexander Smith, ahead of Lachlan Street and Mitchell Shipwell. Now Mitchell's been in a number of events today too, so I'm sure he'll sleep well. Probably.
Cast your eyes over to lane 9.
Yeah, lane 9.
Lachlan Street from Kingswood is putting up a great challenge from one of the far lanes. Coming up with 15 metres to go, and this is the final event of the 2023 New South Wales CHSSA Swimming Championships. We have the swimmer in lane 4, Tyler Johnson from the Forest High School, has established quite a good lead. The minor positions are still very tight, but at the moment it's Mitchell Skipworth and Alexander Smith. So there are minor placings at the moment.
Grant, you meant the final event for day 1. Of
Day 1, that's
yes,
correct.
You did suggest it was the final event, and I thought I wouldn't need to come tomorrow.
No, we have an action-packed next 2 days, culminating Friday in the relay day, which will be a fantastic day for those to tune in, particularly watching the school-based teams compete in the variety of relays CHS has to offer. So Tyler Johnson's established quite a good lead here. However, the swimmer in lane 3, Mitchell Skipworth, he's throwing out the gauntlet a little bit.
And Alexander Smith in lane 2.
Along with the swimmer, I think, in lane 7.
Lane 6, Brody Peacock.
Brody Peacock.
And, Tyler's started the freestyle leg with a 20 metre, maybe 30 metre by the time the others turn to start their freestyle. So it's at 25 now. Oh no, here they come. The cavalry's coming. And actually, Mitchell Skipworth is not throwing in the towel at all. He's chasing hard.
In the presentation area, we have the girls 17 to 19 400 metre IM medal winners.
25 minutes to go. Tyler Johnson has a 10 metre lead over Mitchell Skipworth. And currently in third is Brody Peacock. And Tyler Johnson takes out the final race of day 1 in a time of 4:52.93, which is a good swim for Tyler. Congratulations to Mitchell and Brody and Alexander Smith, who kept chasing all of the way. I'll hand you over to Mr. Parker, and thank you for your work today, Grant.
And we'll just await the finish of the Ji Yong Feng, and we've still got one more swimmer to go, and that's a swimmer in lane 1, and that's Taylor Quinn. Lane 2, sorry. That's a swimmer in lane 2, Alexander Smith. Yeah, we have one more over in lane 9 as well, and that's Lachlan Street. So, well done to those boys. This is a very grueling, long event. The 400 metres IM. So well done to Jack Gale, and that will complete day 1 of the 2023 New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association Swimming Championships. On behalf of the association, could I thank all the people that have tuned in and viewed our live stream today. Could I thank the parents and supporters of the swimmers who have attended our championships. Your support makes school sport very special. I'd also thank the principals and staff of all the schools the students are attending, and for allowing the release of the officials who have come to the championships to officiate today. Can I thank all the CHS officials under the tutelage of Jean Duma, the CHS swimming convener. And finally, could I thank the sport unit staff, New South Wales swimming officials, and the great staff at SOPAC, particularly our video helper today. So thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning.